As Alec swung his weapon, the blade burst into flames, with red and black flames swirling around the Changdao in a mesmerizing dance before completely engulfing the sword in a stunning dual blaze of black and red. Meanwhile, Yama propelled himself off the ground, and with each rotation he conjured a whirl of mana around him. But it was evident that the concentration of mana was strongest at his Naginata blade, which glowed with a radiant bluish light. This luminous display showcased the immense concentration of raw mana energy infused within his weapon. With a resounding bang, the two mages clashed their weapons once again, resulting in a shockwave that reverberated throughout the battle ring for an enduring 2 seconds, before the immense force of the impact compelled both Alec and Yama to recoil, as they swiftly retreated to different edges of the battleground. While Yama executed an acrobatic somersault in midair, defying gravity to regain his balance, Alec, on the other hand, summoned long earth hands from beneath the ground, forcefully dragging himself back to the ground. Frustration brewed within Yama as he marveled at Alec's seemingly limitless mana reserves. He couldn't fathom how Alec managed to keep up without displaying a hint of fatigue after fighting 3 mages simultaneously before him. He just felt something must be amiss. "I can't settle for another endurance match. I must bring this fight to a swift conclusion," Yama thought, determination blazing in his eyes. In a split second, these thoughts raced through his mind, propelling him to dash forward again with unwavering determination. Simultaneously, Alec surged towards Yama with incredible speed as they clashed in a flurry of movements all across the battle ring. The audience stood in awe, jaws agape, witnessing the extraordinary collision of the intertwined black and red flames against Yama's bluish light. The rapid speed at which both mages maneuvered around the battle ring turned their figures into blurs of vibrant colors, observable even to lower-ranked mages. Over time, a consensus formed among the onlookers that the bluish hue represented Yama, while the blend of red and black symbolized Alec. And with each clash, a small spark ignited where their weapons intersected, adding an extra touch of intensity to the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. On a few occasions, the crowd were able to witness as Alec and Yama's weapons clashed against each other, and not just the colors, bang. There was a resounding sound reverberated in the air as Alec's command caused earth spikes to thrust from the ground, aimed at poking Yama, but he was quick to retreat backwards. However, Yama was not one to remain on the defensive. Without hesitation, he gracefully swung his Naginata, then swiftly stored it behind his back, and with a quick cast, he conjured a bow forged from mana, deftly drawing an arrow along its string. A mana arrow materialized at the perfect moment, released towards Alec despite Yama still being on the evasive maneuver to dodge the protruding earth spikes. The crowd watched with bated breath, anticipating the outcome as the arrow emitted a sleek sound while hurtling toward Alec. Its astonishing speed rendered it nearly impossible for most people to keep track of. In a surprising display of agility, Alec slightly tilted his neck, swiftly catching the arrow with his left hand just before it could hit him. Preparing to retaliate, a plan to send the arrow flying back formed in Alec's mind. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail. The arrow was not a conventional projectile. It was just a manifestation of Yama's precise mana control, and he paid for this negligence. As Yama seized the opportunity, commanding "explode," with a flick of his hand, Yama triggered the detonation of the mana arrow that Alec had caught. The resulting explosion propelled Alec into the air, causing him to soar momentarily before gravity took hold. As Alec had utilized his control over gravity, swiftly descended back to the ground, landing with the same speed and force with which he had been airborne. Mid-tier skill fatal punches. Still recovering from the concussive blast of the arrow's explosion, Alec was taken aback to find that Yama had invaded close meter to him using his heightened perception. Yama had effectively breached his defensible zone, which Alec was keeping passively monitoring with his mental ability. Alec attempted to put up a defense at the strike aimed at him, but Yama's skill was too quick, as a flurry of punches rained down on Alec's chest and stomach, leaving him unable to defend against the onslaught. As Yama finished the punch combo, he concluded with a powerful slap of his left palm against Alec's chest, sending him flying through the air properly this time. Alec's body skidded along the ground, evoking a chorus of "oh ho hoo" from the audience watching the intense match. Alec raised his head to gaze at Yama more closely and noticed that Yama was shirtless, now shirtless. The upper defensive layer of his academy uniform had been discarded, revealing his bare chest. But both of Yama's hands were covered in a transparent golden energy, similar to mana, but also giving out another feeling. However, this energy extended beyond covering only his hands, as it also enveloped his chest and gave him the appearance of a mage wearing a transparent armor and gauntlets. Kai transformation. Yama exclaimed the words, as a rhythmic beating sound emanated from his chest. Slowly, Alec and the spectators watched in astonishment as the same transparent golden energy that covered Yama's chest in an armor appeared and coated his entire body. and it resembled a radiant, transparent golden flame, leaving even the experts in the VIP section taken aback. As Yama's hair began to flutter in the air, its tips transforming into a golden hue. Come on, boy, round 2 has just begun. Let me show you the power of a Kai master, Yama declared, shifting his legs and gesturing for Alec to come at him with 2 fingers before assuming a stance. I see, Alec responded. What do you see? Yama countered. I have heard of Kai control, but I know for a fact that only martial path mages who have reached the high rank can effortlessly convert their mana into Kai without limitations, Alec explained. The fact that you are resorting to this for a more explosive power is evident. You're desperate, realizing that you can't take me on under normal circumstances. Nonetheless, I'll accompany you, Alec retorted, ready to face the intensified challenge Yama presented. Red Salamander. Alec Gordon's called upon the spirit equipment set that had faithfully followed him since his first Blood Moon War. Although he hadn't used it for some time, having outgrown its power, he now sought every advantage he could muster. As he called on the spirit set, the tattooed markings of the spirit armored set, which had previously hidden beneath his flesh, reappeared, adorning his body before piece by piece of. The armor materialized, encasing Alec in its protective embrace, including the gauntlet. With a firm grip on the bloody Changdao, Alec called upon his blood-killing intent, as he tilted his head back and his eyes tightly shut as he attempted to control his inner bloodlust. He looks just like Ray, murmured the Grand Elder of the Blaze clan, observing Alec's hair transform into a pure shade of red, with the tips remaining black or brown. The moment Alec summoned his blood-killing intent, the Changdao left his hands and began to levitate in the air, as everyone was now staring at the crimson hue of his hair. At the sight of him now, thoughts of the Blaze clan were inevitable, as only members of the clan possessed spiky blood-red hair. However, those who knew Ray couldn't help but feel as though they were witnessing a younger version of him. Caused with Alec's hair now mirroring that of a true Blaze clansman, the striking resemblance between father and son could not be ignored. Tell me truly, are you confident that you will be able to discipline Alec once he returns home? His breakthroughs through realms have been happening at an astonishing pace. I even have a feeling that by the time you see him again, you both might be in the same realm, the Grand Elder said to the Patriarch. They were both observing the battle between the War God Academy and the Vajra Academy team, alongside the other elders of the clan available, and wasn't in seclusion. The Grand Elder attempted to tease the Patriarch, but he remained steadfast, refusing to be swayed by the taunts. Suddenly, the Patriarch exclaimed, "Ah!" witnessing Alec's unexpected victory over Badhai. Around the Patriarch initially believed Alec would lose. Tell me, George, what type of grandfather are you? Are you rooting for your grandson to win, or are you secretly awaiting his defeat? Questioned the Grand Elder, prompting the Patriarch to finally respond. Hey, don't call me by my name, call me Patriarch. We both know how much I want that boy to experience defeat, to knock the smugness right out of him. I believe he can only soar higher after tasting true defeat, the Patriarch asserted. And at the beginning of this competition, I thought it might finally happen, but as each match progressed, it became clear that it might not come anytime soon. Just look at how he had been in that fight with the Omar boy, battered, and yet he still managed to come out in top condition. The Patriarch of the Gordons clan lamented, as the rest of the elders stayed fixated on the display on the wall showing the ongoing fight, as they were tired of the Patriarch's conflicting interest. But seriously, you have to come to terms with what you truly want. You claim you want him to lose, yet even when that Omar boy was relentlessly attacking him, you were the one complaining about how he was being treated unfairly, and was not being treated since something was clearly wrong with him, the third elder jestingly remarked, poking fun at the Patriarch's conflicted desires. However, the Patriarch remained silent, as he was unable to come up with a suitable response to the third elder's remarks. Deep down, he truly wished for Alec to win, but there was also a part of him that yearned for his grandson to experience defeat, as he believed that such a loss would ignite a fire within Alec, fueling his determination and make him strive to become stronger. Throughout Alec's cultivation journey, the Patriarch had perceived him as a mage who often neglected his cultivation. Even now, the Patriarch was left pondering how Alec had managed to advance through realms so rapidly when he knew him as a lazy fellow. But despite making numerous comments about wanting Alec to lose, his brothers sitting with him understood the Patriarch's true sentiments. They knew that deep down, he was incredibly proud of Alec and his accomplishments. The fact was that Alec had surpassed all expectations, even when considering his direct bloodline connection to the Gordons and the ancient Blaze clan, and this instilled a sense of astonishment in them. Their clan's lack of resources had led them to anticipate more moderate progress for the younger generations, as they were incapable of nurturing talent as swiftly as the high-tier and ancient-tier clans does. Just as the Patriarch was still enjoying a sense of contentment while watching Alec fight, the ground in the middle of the room collapsed beneath them, revealing an earth golem constructed entirely of black stone rising from the depths. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present underwent a drastic change when they saw the golem. There are intruders in the Gordon's grounds. They have infiltrated with stealth, masking their mana aura. However, I have determined that they are all Tier 7 mages based on the speed of their advancement, the Black Rock Golem announced. The faces of the Gordon's elders shifted once more, but this time due to the arrival of the unexpected threat. The Black Golem, not linked to any of them personally, but actually functioned just like an artificial intelligence entity connected to the entire Gordon's castle. This particular golem was unfamiliar to most of the Gordon's clansmen, so it could be seen why the workers who had betrayed the clan were unable to inform the invaders about the golem's existence. How many of them have breached the clan's invisible boundaries? The Grand Elder questioned, seeking crucial information before the Patriarch could take action against the invaders. Approximately 10 of them have made it through, however. I cannot determine if others are still hiding outside of my perception zone, as my barrier only detects anything that crosses it, the golem explained. Boom. As the golem finished its explanation, it opened its right hand, projecting an image that depicted the destruction unfolding in the first ring of the Gordon's clan houses. They have even started attacking our clansmen. I'll make sure to deal with these invaders, declared the Patriarch as he rose from his seat, determination etched across his face. But how have they been able to attack without us hearing anything? Even if others couldn't hear, shouldn't I have sensed something? The Grand Elder inquired of the golem spirit, seeking an explanation about the unexpected silence despite attacks ongoing in the clan. That is simple. Firstly, they came equipped with sound-canceling devices to nullify all audible noises, but even with those devices, you should have been able to pick up some sounds, considering you are a sound mage and all. However, the reason you haven't is because they also have a highly skilled sound mage with them. With 2 countermeasures in place, they are effectively canceling out any sound that would alert you, elucidated the golem spirit of the Gordon's castle. They have prepared meticulously, aiming to catch the Gordon's clan off guard. Fortunately, their plan didn't account for my existence. Leveraging these variables, I can confirm that there is a traitor among the recent batch of individuals assigned to the house, the golem spirit of the castle concluded, shedding light on a crucial revelation. Grand Elder, you will handle our internal matters while we deal with these intruders, because we cannot resolve our external problems without first addressing what's happening within, declared the Patriarch, rallying the group to take action. However, as Draco attempted to join them, the Patriarch shook his head and spoke firmly. No, focus on rescuing anyone in need of help. We will handle the invaders, as it seems they have forgotten that the Gordon's clan are not to be messed with. The Patriarch said with a determined gaze, as his eyes revealed 2 distinct colors, reflecting his unwavering resolve. Destroy and kill everything that stands in your path, for today the Gordon's clan shall fall and disappear into the annals of history, declared one of the invaders, who seems to be acting as the leader. And he was wearing a human face-like mask to conceal his identity. The man levitated high in the air, issuing orders to the group of 9 mage that have invaded the outer region of the Gordon's clan house. However, he grew perplexed as he noticed the 9 mages had ceased casting attack spells on the houses below, as that allowed the retreating Gordon's clansmen a chance to escape to the inner regions of the clan. The man with the mask strained his eyes, attempting to discern the reason behind the sudden halt in attack. Clanking noises reached his ears, signaling that the Gordon's clan had reacted to their attack, and he struggled to comprehend how the Gordon's clan had detected their intrusion so quickly, especially considering the meticulous preparations they had made to make sure this all happened in stealth until the last moments. Although he hadn't personally opted for sound-canceling devices, since he believed that their 10 Tier 7 mages group could swiftly eliminate the elders of the Gordon's clan and annihilate the rest of the clan within an hour, but he had reluctantly agreed since the mage who sponsored the attack insisted, as he didn't want the city disturbed. Now, sensing that the Gordon's clan had already become aware of their presence, he felt an eager anticipation to confront them head-on and alleviate his mounting frustrations. He scrutinized the situation with careful focus, and it dawned on him why the attacking squad had abruptly halted. A chuckle escaped his lips as he realized that there were only 4 mages emerging from the main region of the Gordon's clan. Assuming his position as their leader, the man descended onto the roof of one of the decimated Gordon's houses. He snickered as he tried to measure the numbers of defenders that came out compared to them that were attacking. Everyone always holds the Gordon's clansmen in high regard, calling you the strongest clan in Estonia City, but to be honest, I fail to see what all the fuss is about. You're nothing more than a hyped-up clan, sneered the masked leader. The 4 mages who had arrived were none other than the Patriarch, the 3rd Elder, the 4th Elder, and the 5th Elder of the Gordon's clan. with the patriarch leading at the forefront, his hands resolutely clasped behind his back, while his siblings followed closely behind. As they approached, the three elders behind him split up, gracefully leaping onto various rooftops nearby. Only the patriarch continued onward, each step accompanied by the resonating sound of his geta sandals reverberating through the surrounding area. Silently, the patriarch advanced towards the invading mages, his focus still on ensuring the escape of the Gordon's clansmen. Some clansmen were still fleeing, casting Earthwalk spells or other Earth-related spells to enhance their speed. Up ahead, Draco could be seen directing the escaping clansmen, guiding them away from the immediate danger. Observing this, some of the invaders felt the impulse to attack. After all, their objective was to wipe out the clan, leaving no room for mercy. However, before they even made a move, the patriarch fixed them with a chilling death stare, leaving them frozen in place. It puzzled them why they felt startled, or why their breaths quickened in response to the patriarch's gaze. Being in the same realm as the patriarch, they could not comprehend why they felt a sense of dread. Nonetheless, due to the patriarch's calculated move, they involuntarily allowed the remaining clansmen to escape to the inner regions of the Gordon's clan castle. This left the outer region devastated, and primed to become the battlefield where this conflict that was about to unfold would be resolved. Listen carefully, as I will not repeat myself, the patriarch of the Gordon's clan stated, his hands remaining behind his back. You all have the opportunity to retreat and attempt to escape, however, I assure you, I will grant a 30-second head start before I commence the hunt, pursuing and capturing each of you individually, the patriarch concluded. But his declaration was met with derision as the crowd of masked invaders laughed at his words. Observe your surroundings, a figure in a fox mask interjected with scorn. You seem to be under delusion. We are not here for frivolity. Our purpose is to expunge the Gordon's clan from the annals of Estonia City. Will you concede the easy way and allow us to grant you a swift demise, or will you resist and afford us the pleasure of a thorough conquest? As it's quite evident that we significantly outnumber you, the masked figure who has acted as the leader of the invaders taunted George Gordons, but a boisterous and unbridled laughter erupted from the patriarch, leaving the assailants bewildered as he covered the left side of his face, his mirth bordering on the maniacal. It appears that the Gordon's clan's peaceful conduct and seclusion have caused many to overlook the reason we are acknowledged as the mightiest clan in Estonia City, George proclaimed. You boast of your numbers in front of a Gordon's, stupid cause. You should surely know that the Gordon's clan does not engage in battle unaccompanied. Boys, the patriarch's voice rang out, the final word echoing as the three elders who had arrived with him responded with resounding shouts. Let us demonstrate to these uneducated intruders the folly of their incursion into Gordon's territory and why we are never at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers, the patriarch commanded. And made a forceful stomp as three distinct portals conjured behind him. A disturbing presence materialized on the right side of the portal, as a black, rocky hand emerged on the portal edge with sinister red lines coursing along its cracks. It almost gave out the feeling of a desperate struggle of a demon attempting to break free from its captive, and a resounding shout emanated from the depths of the portal along its arrival. Oh damn, how could I have forgotten? The Gordons summoned Golems, the invader leader exclaimed, his realization dawning upon him. He turned his gaze to the other three elders who had come with the patriarch, only to witness them too diligently preparing to summon their own Golems, and one word reverberated relentlessly in his mind, fuck. Truth was, they were aware that the Gordon's clan often fought with Golems, however. They had failed to consider this aspect during their preparations, as no top-ranked fighters from the Gordon's clan had ever summoned Golems in the previous Blood Moon battles. Only some of the mid-tier and low-tier Gordon's clansmen fought with their Golems. Due to the top ranks fighting without their Golems, it made the other clans see some things like the incredible battle prowess possessed by certain members of the Gordon's clan. Yet they never delved deeper into this revelation, assuming that the Gordon's clan faced difficulties in advancing their Golems to higher realms due to resource scarcity and the rarity of crucial ingredients required for Golem upgrading. Thus, their minds had naturally excluded the possibility of confronting Golems. They had solely focused their preparations on the Gordon's clan's patriarch, since there had been some rumors in the past that he had successfully raised one of his Golems to the Tier 7 Golem rank. However, this knowledge was merely a facade presented to the public eye. The Gordon's clan had always maintained secrecy surrounding their core powers. And the patriarch ensured that none of the clansmen with Tier 7 Golems utilized them casually, reserving their deployment for significant reasons or places without many watchful eyes. And today, it seemed that all the plans put in place by the patriarch were working in the Gordon's clan's favor, as the invaders who had breached the clan's defenses remained unaware of the true strength possessed by the Gordon's clan. It's the Big Three. I've heard rumors that the Patriarch has a trio of golems that have been with him since his starting days as a mid-rank mage. One of the invaders, donning a rabbit mask, exclaimed upon witnessing George summon 3 portals behind him. But I've never heard of him summoning those golems before. I always thought it was just a legend created by the Gordon's clansman. Another invader, standing close to the mage wearing a rabbit mask, interjected with skepticism. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, but these are no legends. It's a fact that the Gordon's Patriarch possesses 3 powerful golems, but when he ascended to the high rank, he stopped summoning them. There have been rumors in the shadows that maybe he has either discarded them or passed them on to the next generation of the Gordon's clan, as he must have surpassed their strength. Though there are whispers that he was able to elevate one of the golems to the high-tier rank, but it was never confirmed as the golem never made any public appearances, the rabbit-masked individual explained cautiously. Making George locked his gaze onto him. Intrigued by the wealth of knowledge he seemed to possess about both himself and the Gordon's clan. It made George wonder whether this information came from a place of admiration or dedicated research about their clan prior to the attack. However, upon further reflection, George realized that it would be difficult to unearth such specific details on short notice, suggesting that the rabbit-masked invader had a distinct interest in the Gordon's clan. Don't worry, they certainly can't have high-rank golems, remember. We are a powerful force of 10 Tier 7 mages. Together, our combined strength is unstoppable, proclaimed the leader of the invaders, wearing the mask resembling a human face. He attempted to rally the group and dispel their fears and assure them that they still held the advantage in terms of their numerical and magical power. But in the very next moment, regret filled the leader's heart as the golem's summoning of the others appeared to be completed also. On the Patriarch's side, the first golem to emerge was the Dark Golem, standing at an imposing height of 7 feet. It resembled a knight sculpted from black rocks with distinctive red lines tracing along the cracks of its body. Adding to its terrifying appearance was the massive great sword that it lodged firmly into the ground. The stone-carved armor and helmet exuded an aura of dread, while its bloodlust was palpable. Unlike most golems, it had a single eye visible beneath its T-shaped helmet, emitting a piercing red glow. The second golem, a clay golem, maintained a humanoid form without any additional armor. In terms of appearances, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it, except for its comparatively shorter stature compared to the other two. However, the fact that it was part of the legendary Big Three that had fought alongside the Patriarch dissuaded any notion of underestimating its capabilities. The third golem in the Patriarch's lineup appeared to be constructed from a rare white rock. At first glance, the invaders deemed it an ordinary white rock golem, but upon closer examination, they discerned it to be a glass golem, and its unique body structure suggested it would pose significant challenges in battle. And like the other 2 golems, it too possessed a humanoid form, further intensifying the invaders' apprehension. Directing their attention to the 5th elder, they beheld him seated atop his tiger golem, accompanied by an awe-inspiring, towering monkey-shaped metal golem. Shifting their gaze to the 3rd elder, they witnessed the golden golems that perpetually accompanied him splitting into separate pieces. The fragments artfully swirled around him until he stood completely encased in a suit of resplendent golden armor, transformed into what looked like a golden war god, as he emanated an air of invincibility. The mental image of the golden titan appeared to manifest behind him, amplifying the sense of grandeur and power he oozed out. But that wasn't all. After merging with his golem, the 3rd elder increased in height, reaching a formidable 7 feet. Gripping his golden naginata in his right hand, he forcefully struck the weapon's bottom on the ground 3 times. As a result, a small earthquake rumbled towards the invaders' location, catching them off guard. However, they swiftly employed various methods to defend against the trembling ground, using their mana to shield the building they stood on until the quake subsided. "Finally, I get to be in a fight again," a voice exclaimed, capturing the attention of the entire group, as all eyes of the invaders turned towards the 4th elder, revealing the presence of the tallest golem in the fray, an imposing wooden golem. So many different types of golems, each with their own abilities and purpose, the Gordon's clan has unquestionably lived up to its reputation as the strongest clan, declared the invader wearing the rabbit mask, causing the rest of the invaders to regard him with perplexed thoughts as they struggled to discern whether he was truly on their side or not, as they couldn't fathom why he would commend the Gordon's clan in their current situation. However, their focus quickly shifted as a loud bang resounded through the air. The golems finally started emanating their aura, and it caused the hearts of the invaders to sink. Went with 3 for 5. No, they are all Tier 7 mage golems. This information was never mentioned. How does the Gordon's clan possess such an extensive force of Tier 7 golems at their command? The leader wearing the human face mask seems to be experiencing a setback as he realized they had no real substantial advantage. The one who kills the fewest becomes the council slave for the next month. the patriarch proclaimed resolutely, propelling himself forward as he dashed into battle, his golems following behind him. "Leave some to me, I have to take down at least 2 of them," exclaimed the third elder, determined as he joined the charge, flying towards the invading forces also as the rest of the elders started moving, not wanting to be left out after what the patriarch just said. Though they might find it unnecessary, but it still doesn't change the fact that they don't want to be the slave during clan meetings. In the City Hall mansion, an individual could be seen sitting in a chair, facing a white mirror that displayed the outer regions of the Gordons clan's estate. All this time, I believed I was overestimating the Gordons clan by sending 10 Tier 7 mages to wipe them out. Who would have thought that even what I considered an overestimation would still turn out to be an underestimation on my part? Old man, just how powerful are the secrets of your clan truly? If you possess so much power, why are you content with hiding away? Questioned the city lord of Estonia as he gazed into the mirror until he finally had enough, and he walked towards the balcony where 2 mages awaited. "The mission has changed. We will no longer launch an attack. Instead, we are going to retrieve those we sent to attack the Gordons clan. I must emphasize as we are not to get entangled in the battle. Free the mages and escape from the Gordons clan grounds. If you cannot rescue anyone, find a way to eliminate them. We cannot leave any witnesses for George to exploit. Remember, if you're captured, the only option left is to take poison and die immediately. Do you understand?" The patriarch's stern gaze shifted between the 2 Tier 8 mages by his side. "Yes, sir," they both replied in unison. "Very well, let us now rid ourselves of any evidence that the Gordons might try to hold on to," the patriarch declared, soaring into the air and dashing towards the location of the Gordons clan, with the 2 mages closely following behind him. The ancient Blaze clansmen who had come to watch the match in disguise couldn't help but think of Ray when they looked at Alec. It was as if a rush of locked-up memories came flooding back to them as they observed Alec with his spiky hair, now dyed in the blood-red color that signified the members of the ancient Blaze clan. "Hope you're ready to lose," Yama said, staring at Alec, his naginata poised and ready to strike at any moment. "Bring it on and stop trying to do the referee's job," Alec replied, glaring back at Yama. His remark clearly annoyed Yama, as it was a subtle jab at Yama's excessive talking. Wasting no time, Yama swung his massive weapon behind him and launched himself off the ground, as he shuffled toward Alec, his afterimage trailing behind. Seeing Yama finally make his move, Alec responded in kind, as he stomped his right foot into the ground and shifted into a stance as he moved his whole body forward. As if answering his call, 3 enormous earth boulders levitated behind him, as though they had been uprooted from the ground. The eyes of the audience were all on Alec, eager to see how he would counter the rapidly approaching Yama, who was lunging at him with his naginata spear aimed at his midsection. It was clear that Yama's weapon was targeting Alec's torso, intending to pierce through his stance with a thrust attack. "Fall," Alec commanded, dragging his right hand downward as if pulling something unseen. And in the next moment, the crowd watched in awe as one of the boulders behind him seemed to respond to his command, hurtling towards the charging Yama as if being pulled by invisible hands. Yama, who was on the verge of attacking Alec, was caught off guard by the boulder sent at him in the last split second. As Yama had charged towards Alec, he wore a smug smirk, assuming he could catch Alec off guard before Alec even thought of attacking. However, as Alec finally made his move, Yama realized why Alec had delayed his actions. Because if Alec had sent the boulder hurtling towards him earlier, Yama could have easily evaded it with his speed, tilting to the side to avoid the attack and swiftly returning to his mission course of thrusting towards Alec, and he would have done this without losing any of his momentum. But now, with the delayed impact from Alec, Yama found himself in a difficult position as he was too close and had used too much speed while lunging for Alec, leaving him little room to evade or dodge the attack, and now he had to face the attack head-on. Yama dug both legs into the ground and rotated his weapon, creating a circular golden shield force in front of him just in time to serve as a last line of defense for him. Bang. A resounding sound reverberated as the boulder collided with the hastily created defense. Though Yama was pushed back about 10 steps, his efforts eventually paid off as he successfully deflected the enormous projectile by persistently rotating his naginata in front of him. Just as Yama thought he could catch his breath, his attention was drawn to Alec, who was now dragging both hands down, and behind him, the remaining 2 boulders followed suit, seemingly propelled by an invisible force towards Yama. They hurtled towards Yama at an even greater speed, flames licking their surfaces due to both their velocity and Alec's manipulation. But this time around, Yama was prepared for the attack. Having learned from his previous surprise, he braced himself in anticipation. He swiftly slapped his right palm forward twice, summoning 2 colossal golden palms in mid-air that soared towards the incoming boulders. Bang. A thunderous collision occurred as the golden palms and the boulders clashed, triggering yet another explosion and shockwave. The opposing forces canceled each other out, leaving the situation at a standstill. It appears that even now they remain evenly matched, despite their occasional advantages over each other. Both of them must realize that they cannot win if they continue fighting in this manner, mused the Grand Elder of the Marionette clan as she continued to observe the intense duel. Alec frowned as he witnessed the boulder strike that he had twerked being neutralized. His spell options were dwindling, and desperation crept in. I suppose there's no other choice, Alec muttered to himself, shifting into a stance. Retrieving the Changdao from his waist, he grasped it loosely with his left hand while keeping it sheathed. His right hand hovered only inches away from gripping the Changdao's hilt, yet he refrained from doing so. Instead, he turned the blade upside down so its cutting edge faced towards the sky. As Alec assumed his stance, he began exhaling long, deep breaths. After the moment, he tapped into the blood-killing intent. It resonated with the bloody Changdao, and the blade thirst for blood just seemed to heightened than previously. After all, it's been long Alec slashed or killed a life form. The hunger emanating from the weapon threatened to overpower Alec's rationality. However, through his training, he had learned to remain in control. Taking these deliberate breaths allowed him to maintain his focus and preserve his state of mind. Yama continued to stare at Alec with a perplexed expression, trying to comprehend his actions. And not only Yama, but most of the onlookers believed that Alec was wasting precious time instead of launching another attack, hoping to catch Yama off guard. However, Alec, who has faced Yama, understood that even with a slight advantage, he would not be able to defeat Yama, as Yama would just simply be matching the same power for each spells he sent out. Yama's extensive arsenal of spells proved his proficiency in magical combat, which made Alec come to a conclusion that he would need a completely different approach if he was serious about wanting to defeat Yama. He needed to do something that Yama would not anticipate, something unique to him that would give him an edge and ensure that Yama's tactics and spell can't counterattack. This is pointless. If you won't attack even after I've given you the chance, then it means you've forsaken that opportunity as well, Yama declared, leaping in front of Alec, raising his weapons high with both hands tightly gripping the blade of the Naginata. The blade emitted a radiant glow, reflecting the excess Kai energy that Yama had pushed into that region. With a loud cry, Yama finally let the Naginata fall down, precisely at that moment when Alec's eyes opened. Now it's my turn, Alec muttered under his breath, a sense of determination evident in his words. Innate spell flame aura. Alec finally succumbed to unleashing the flame element surging within him, demanding to be released to burn, as he began by casting his innate flame spell, Flame Aura. Previously, every time Alec casted the innate spell, he would attach it to either his flame slash to give it more edge, or he would attach it to the Terran bullet spell, which served as his innate spell for the earth element. However, after watching how the captain of the Crimson Rose Academy team, Arya Bloodthorn, manipulated Flaming Aura, he decided that this time he would use the spell differently. So for the first time, Alec directly attached the Flaming Aura spell onto himself, using his body as a conduit for the spell, and as the sensation of the spell started to envelop him, he felt an immense surge of power coursing through his veins, as he could almost swear he could hear the flaming heart inside his microcosmic universe beating faster and faster, trying to pump fiery particles in his body despite not taking a look. Suddenly, his danger senses erupted in a violent warning. Alec swiftly flicked his eyes upward, only to discover Yama's blade dangerously close to striking him. Reacting quickly, Alec gripped his Changdao with his right hand, raising it slightly but not fully unsheathing it from its scabbard. Bang! The Naginata collided with Alec's Changdao blade, forcefully propelling him backward. However, he swiftly regained his footing, persevering through the attack without suffering significant harm. Although the impact may not have affected him greatly, but the deep cut on the battle ring served as a clear indication to the watching crowd that the attack Alec had just thwarted was no mere child's play. Yama glared at Alec, his face etched with a frown, as he had not anticipated Alec's ability to block the attack without sustaining any injuries. Nevertheless, Yama could sense a palpable shift in Alec's aura. Without waiting for Yama's response, Alec immediately dashed toward him. Yama felt a sense of perplexity, as Alec had adopted a relatively laid-back approach since the beginning of the fight, making it possible for Yama to have numerous opportunities to launch the first attacks. However, following the activation of Alec's innate spell, his entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Fueled by this change within him, Alec wasted no time in charging towards Yama. Observing Alec's movements, Yama propelled himself forward also, as he dragged his Naginata behind him, producing metallic sounds as the weapon scraped against the ground. The cheers of the crowd grew deafening as Alec and Yama neared the moment of impact. Just before the clash, everyone witnessed Alec thrusting his left hand forward, the same left hand that was tightly gripping the bloody Changdao still inside its scabbard. In an instant, as Alec extended his hand, the Changdao shot out of its scabbard, with the hilt hurtling towards Yama's forehead with incredible speed. Yama's eyes trembled in surprise at the unexpected attack. Throughout the battle, Yama had been trying to anticipate Alec's moves, but Alec had skillfully ensured that his fighting style deviated from what was displayed in his previous battles. Alec deliberately fought in a way that prevented anyone from forming accurate assessments of his abilities based on his past encounters. Alec had yet to employ his sand control nor any of his golems, further catching Yama off guard, who had been anticipating such moves from Alec. Despite being taken aback by the swift strike of the approaching sword hilt, Yama quickly reacted to the attack, determined not to falter. Mid-tier spell Golden Lotus Strike. Within the next heartbeat, Yama extended his left arm, which was enveloped in a shimmering golden light, as a lotus-shaped image materialized in front of his outstretched palm. Acting swiftly, Yama used his palm to strike the Changdao hurtling towards his head. Upon impact, the conjured lotus burst, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that propelled the Changdao into the air. The audience had raised eyebrows at Yama's decision to employ a mid-tier spell to counter a seemingly ordinary flick of a weapon, but it was only when his hand collided with the Changdao's hilt, and resulting in a resounding explosion, that they truly grasped that Alec had concealed a hidden move within the weapon. They were left awestruck, trying to comprehend the mechanics of Alec's remarkable technique. But then Alec had swiftly appeared before Yama, determined not to give him any opportunity to recover from the last move, as he planned to overpower Yama with his intermediate-stage swordsmanship skills, since his spells were just getting countered. Yama, though now aware of Alec's presence, was unable to react swiftly enough to stop him. As Alec had already leaped into the air and executed a forceful side kick towards Yama's chest, taking advantage of the opening created when Yama repelled the Changdao. Alec's mid-air side kick struck and sent Yama stumbling backward a few steps. While in one fluid motion, Alec extended his hand and effortlessly grasped his bloody Changdao, which Yama had knocked into the air. Alec's movements were rapid and decisive. Gripping the Changdao, he immediately began swinging it downward. The Changdao's blade appeared red-hot, as if freshly removed from a smithy's fire and ready to be hammered into shape. Yama's senses were overwhelmed with danger as he witnessed the menacing weapon hurtling toward his head. He cursed Alec's versatile fighting style, realizing the perilous situation he was in. In a split-second decision, Yama tilted his head slightly and raised his Naginata blade, intercepting Alec's strike and diverting the Changdao away from his neck after narrowly missing his head. The atmosphere in the grand arena grew tense as the audience watched in silence. Alec's Changdao blade grated against Yama's shoulder, emitting screeching noises upon the collision of the flaming weapon and the protective Kai armor enveloping Yama. Mid-tier skill Kai Blast. Prompted by Alec's relentless combination attacks, Yama swiftly launched a counteroffensive. As his weapon descended, Alec quickly lifted the Changdao to provide a defensive barrier in front of him, prepared to fend off Yama's retaliatory strike. The forceful strike of Yama's Naginata against Alec's blade caused a powerful explosion, propelling Alec into the air. With remarkable agility, Alec executed a skillful somersault and gracefully landed back on the ground, seamlessly assuming his stance once more. With his right hand hovering just above the hilt of the Changdao, poised to draw it at a moment's notice. Yama's attack had successfully destroyed his weapon, but also providing him with a momentary respite and creating distance between them. As the impact settled, the crowd erupted into spirited cheers, their enthusiasm reignited, as the intense match between Alec and Yama had fared better than any had even imagined. "I suppose I can no longer underestimate you," Yama admitted, his tone tinged with surprise. "When I first stepped onto this battlefield, I never anticipated that someone like you would have the ability to push me to such an extent that I would need to unleash my special ability. But you Alec Gordons had managed to exceed my expectations," Yama continued, a mixture of admiration and determination in his voice. "And believe me, I will remember you from this moment on, but now get ready to be defeated." Yama concluded as he spoke. Yama's body started to radiate a luminous golden aura, transforming him into a figure that resembled a monk with a resplendent golden body. Entering his stance, Yama began to move his hands in a fluid motion. With each movement, a golden hand materialized in the air, surrounding him in a mesmerizing display. Yama continued the rapid succession of intricate martial arts movements, seemingly shadowboxing, as he conjured countless golden palms into existence. Alec patiently waited, anticipating Yama's actions to reach their culmination, however, as he observed the increasing number of golden hands in the air with every subsequent movement. Alec realized that he might not survive if Yama were to unleash a full-fledged attack right now, so he started to prepare his own counter-attack, using the flaming aura spell still active on his body. What's the holdup? I never took you for the type to grant your opponent time to gather more power for their spells. That's more like Dragov's style, Yama remarked, indirectly taking a jab at Alec's approach. Because despite Alec's considerable progress and achievements, his team was the only one not originating from the esteemed Great Eight Academy, and it weighed heavily in Yama's eyes. Deep down, Yama refused to acknowledge Alec's capabilities fully. He remained confident in his ability to defeat Alec, believing that Alec would exhaust his mana reserves anytime soon, even if he couldn't defeat Alec on time. Yama assumed that Alec's prior engagements against his team members had drained his mana plenty, and he suspected that Alec might be feigning strength when he was running low on mana. And all this he had put up in his head is why he didn't hesitate to burn what remained of his mana to use Kai Control. The only downside was that Kai Control was meant to give him an edge over other elemental manipulation. However, he miscalculated one crucial detail. Alec never relied on sand control to attack him. Instead, Alec focused on his flame element, but it was his speed and swordsmanship that made it nearly impossible for Yama to end the match. As no matter how powerful his attacks were, as long as he couldn't land a solid hit on Alec in a vital spot, they would remain locked in a battle of endurance. That's why Yama was going all out with his next spell. And who said I was waiting for you to generate power for your attack? Why do you think everything revolves around you? Or do you think you're the only one who knows how to gather power for a final bang? Alec said, his words shocking Yama, who scrutinized him carefully, his eyes flashing with golden light. That's when Yama noticed the flame element particles in the air were slowly gathering around Alec, and it seemed Alec was channeling part of that energy into his Changdao through his left hand. Though Yama wasn't sure what Alec was doing, but he knew he couldn't allow him to complete it, so he decided to strike first, confident in the advantage provided by the 200 golden hands surrounding him, making him look like a small demigod. Mid-tier spell Buddha's palm. Yama casted his spell without warning, as he thrust his right fist out in a palm strike, and one of the golden hands levitating around him mirrored the motion, dashing toward Alec with immense force. In response, Alec shifted his stance and lightly stomped on right feet on the ground, causing a massive wall of rock to rise in front of him. Bang! Unfortunately, even his earth wall couldn't stop the golden palm entirely, though it did manage to cancel out the spell after the impact. But as Alec peered over the crumbling wall, he saw Yama launching more palm strikes, sending over 3 of the levitating golden hands hurtling toward him. Sensing the situation escalating, Alec didn't wait to see what would happen if those hands touched him, as he kicked off the ground and manipulated a small pool of sand beneath his feet, courtesy of the destroyed earth wall, using the sand to glide away from the pursuing golden hands as if riding a hoverboard. Damn it. Alec cursed under his breath, feeling the immense pressure. Not only was he channeling the flaming element into his Changdao, but he was also manipulating sand and gravity control to evade the relentless pursuit of the golden hands. And with each passing second, Yama sent another golden hand after him. The crowd roared with excitement every time Alec narrowly avoided a strike from the massive golden hands. Alec's only consolation was that the golden hands seemed to have durability issues. They could only strike once before blowing in gold dust. As Alec skillfully maneuvered around the battle ring in the air, there were moments when the golden hands clashed with each other, taking themselves out in the process. But despite his efforts, the Vajra Academy fans were the ones who were cheering the loudest, as they were convinced it was only a matter of time before Alec was defeated. They watched intently, wondering if Alec would fall due to being low on mana, or he would be struck by one of the golden hands first. They had this thought because Alec had been fighting the longest, which must have drained more of his mana, and with what he was doing now, they couldn't believe any Tier 5 mage could keep going much longer. Their skepticism was not unwarranted, considering Alec had just faced 3 Tier 5 mages before confronting Yama. However, these were not your run-of-the-mill Tier 5 mages. They were the cream of the crop, the elite starting lineup of the prestigious Vajra Academy. It was understandable that spectators anticipated Alec's imminent defeat, but if Alec surpassed their expectations and continued his remarkable performance by defeating Yama, it wouldn't just be his endurance that would come into question, but also the strength of the entire Vajra Academy team would also face scrutiny. This situation would also provide the ordinary academies with yet another opportunity to challenge the committee's allocation of resources. As the audience deliberated the potential outcome of the battle, a significant change manifested within Alec. Firstly, his fiery red hair began to emit a radiant glow, resembling molten flames. Simultaneously, the scabbard of Alec's Changdao underwent a similar transformation. Captivated by these displays, Alec halted his sand manipulation suspended mid-air, no longer attempting to escape Yama's assaults. Instead, his unwavering gaze locked onto Yama, and an unspoken understanding passed between the two combatants. Both Alec and Yama recognized that the final moments of the fight were rapidly approaching. Among the members of the Blaze clan present in the crowd, awe and astonishment swept through their ranks. Alec's newfound form surpassed any of their expectations, leaving them completely star-struck. In that monumental moment, Alec had unveiled an unforeseen development, defying everything they were ever thought. In fact, the elders in the VIP section were the most shocked by this new development from Alec. Core bloodline hair like molten lava, blazing aura that engulfs his entire body, the descent of a true Blaze clansman, not just looking exactly like his father, but also causing shocking achievements like his father did. The Grand Elder muttered to himself, astonished. He's tapping into his Blaze bloodline, but how is he doing it so easily? No one has ever awakened their bloodline or flaming soul beast without reaching the high ranks, but he is already exhibiting signs of awakening his bloodline. He listed every sign Alec was exhibiting before pinching himself, unsure if he was dreaming or if he was truly witnessing someone other than Ray, and the patriarch of their clan unlocked the Blaze bloodline transformation before the high rank. Alec squinted as he noticed several golden hands closing in on him, but with his preparations complete, he remained unfazed. He bent his legs slightly before launching himself off the sand pool. Just moments after he left the sand pool, he rode like a hoverboard. A loud boom echoed as a few golden hands struck the sand pool he had been standing on seconds earlier. "Humph, you won't win that easily," Yama sneered, thrusting his fist forward again and sending two more golden hands toward Alec. Believing Alec was heading straight for him, Yama was prepared to stop him midway. And with Alec being airborne and no longer supported by the earth element, Yama felt confident he would finally land a solid strike as the two golden hands flew toward Alec. But as they closed in, bursts of black flame ignited beneath Alec's feet, giving him a temporary boost as he leapt off the golden palms, narrowly avoiding them. Innate spell Terra Bullet. Alec unleashed his innate spell, casting it as he descended gracefully within the confines of the battle ring. Witnessing Alec preparing to cast a spell once again, Yama quickly reacted by conjuring a massive circular metal shield, positioning it as a defensive barrier before him. However, what caught both Yama and the entire audience off guard was Alec's unconventional target. Instead of aiming at Yama, Alec directed his right finger towards a different direction altogether. In that unexpected moment, three Earth-like bullets, each the size of a sniper round, materialized before him. However, these bullets did not revolve around Alec's finger as usual. Instead, they lined up one by one in front of his outstretched fingers. Alec watched as the bullets became enveloped in a blend of black and red flames. While he hadn't anticipated this turn of events, Alec realized that due to maintaining the flaming aura passively on his body, every attack and movement he made was now imbued with a flaming attribute. It was as if he had become a blazing furnace, radiating intense heat and power. In this state, Alec felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. It was as if his blood was boiling, and the flaming heart within his microcosmic universe beat vigorously, in sync with his own heartbeat. His senses heightened, granting him a heightened awareness of everything unfolding around him. It was as if his combat instincts had been refined to an extraordinary level in this new state. A resounding bang echoed through the arena as three gunshot sounds erupted. Alec swiftly shot towards three different positions, strategically around Yama, as he was still in the middle. Astonishingly, the bullets did not continue their trajectory until they found a target instead. They exploded after a short time traveling in the air, creating a small black and red fiery array in the air surrounding Yama and Alec in the middle. Alec's move had completely bewildered Yama, leaving him utterly perplexed and unable to grasp the true nature of what was transpiring. With a determined resolve, Yama dashed towards Alec. This time he did not rely on the golden hands, recognizing that Alec's evasion skills surpassed their capabilities. Yama understood that his golden hand speed alone would not be enough to restrict or surpass Alec's rapid reaction speed, so he decided to do it himself. "It's too late now," Alec proclaimed. A smile gracing his face weakly, however, Yama remained undeterred, launching himself forward with a powerful right fist aimed at Alec's face. With nimble evasion, Alec stepped back and tilted sideways, managing to elude Yama's strike. Yet Yama's determination to incapacitate Alec and disrupt whatever grand array spell he was constructing remained unwavering, so he swiftly followed up with a low kick, but Alec skillfully blocked it with one of his legs. Unfazed, Yama unleashed another punch with his left fist this time, only for it to be deftly slapped away by Alec's right palm. For the next few minutes, the crowd audibly gasped in awe and excitement. Their eyes widened as they observed the intense exchange of moves between Alec and Yama, where Yama took on the role of the aggressor, launching a relentless assault, while Alec showcased his impressive defensive skills, expertly deflecting and evading the onslaught. Both combatants exhibited their martial prowess, channeling raw strength that sent shockwaves rippling through the arena with each strike. It It was a spectacle that astonished the audience, as they felt even their ordinary attacks possessed a lethal potency that surpassed that of Tier 4 mages. In this display of raw strength, Yama found himself surprised, because while Omar Khan was deemed the strongest in their team, it was because he had never competed directly with him, allowing Omar, his vice-captain, to hold that as a small title, at least in his perspective. That was what it is. However, Yama harbored unwavering confidence in his own strength. With his golden body form enhancing his physical abilities, his strikes were deadlier than any spell, particularly in close-quarters combat. He recalled a time when, in this golden body form, he had decimated the head of a low Tier 5 demonic beast with a single blow, solely relying on raw power. However, in their current entanglement, Yama could feel his hands growing sore from the exchanges with Alec. In observing Alec's seemingly unaffected countenance, Yama began to question once again the secrets Alec possessed to attain such strength. He was not naive enough to attribute Alec's progress solely to the War God Academy, as he felt there had to be something more to it. The reason Yama dwelled on these thoughts was simple: no matter how many resources an academy or clan poured into a mage, without the natural affinity and experience gained from tough combat situations, the mage would ultimately lack true proficiency and would never become anything better than a greenhorn. Alec's progress, however, showed no signs of someone who had been artificially boosted with resources. Instead, he emitted a sense of raw determination, as if he had climbed his way up from the very bottom. This notion irked Yama, especially considering he himself, despite being bestowed with the best resources his clan had to offer and has also been in combat situations, struggling to defeat Alec, who had been rejected by the Blaze clan and had to work his way to this level. He knew all this cause he had investigated Alec, and actually most already did after he took his team to the top 8. "I told you it's too late," Alec declared as he finally retaliated, instead of just defending or deflecting Yama's punches, as he sent his fist hurtling towards Yama. A resounding boom reverberated through the arena as their fists collided. While onlookers might assume the two were equally matched in strength, Yama recognized in that moment just how wrong that assumption was. Alec's unleashed power surpassed his own. For Alec, it was with full confidence that he attacked, because he never doubted his ability to clash against another Tier 5 mage in a contest of strength. With his stats boasting over 200 points and the added augmentation from the still active flame aura enveloping him, Alec stood with unwavering confidence. Yama staggered backwards, anticipating that Alec would seize the newfound advantage and exploit it further, but he was instead taken aback when Alec simply stood still. It was at that moment that Yama realized something was amiss with his surroundings. Engrossed in the intense exchange of moves with Alec, Yama failed to notice the small rune arrays that had materialized in the air after Alec's Terra bullet detonated were now expanding. From their original size resembling small balls, they had now grown to the scale of 2 joined doors, radiating a mesmerizing light that reflected upon the ground. Unfortunately, Yama found himself stepping directly on the illuminated arrays, along with Alec. As Yama glanced down at the array beneath his feet, unease gnawed at him, realizing that he had played right into Alec's hands. He attempted to leap away, desperate to escape Alec's array domain, but as he made the motion to move, everything suddenly shifted. The once illuminated rune lights on the ground emitted a sinister black glow, coalescing and etching themselves into the earth as pure runes, as though intricately drawn by an unseen hand. But it had been made possible due to the residual heat emitted from the 3 large arrays still suspended in the sky. Long blazing black chains emerged from the pivot points of the array. These chains snaked through the air, swiftly entangling themselves around Yama's legs, leaving him completely immobilized within the confines of the array. Caught off guard by their stealthy approach, Yama hadn't noticed the chains converging upon him. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, confident that breaking free from a mere 2 chains holding his legs wouldn't pose much of a challenge. With a surge of strength, Yama exerted himself, successfully breaking free from the 2 chains that had restrained him. However, as he shifted his gaze towards Alec in the midst of his triumph, a sinking feeling washed over him. He soon realized that various blazing black chains were now rising from different locations within the array spell. This unexpected development prompted Yama's expression to drop, filled with uncertainty as to his next course of action. Recalling the arduous struggle he endured to break just 2 of the blazing chains earlier, despite exerting his full strength, Yama couldn't fathom how long it would take to overcome the multitude of chains that were now heading towards him. He grimly accepted that the current circumstances were far from favorable. So he decided to summon his golden hands to clamp down on some of the chains to help mitigate the pressure. But unfortunately, they were incredibly fast and nimble, easily evading the golden hands until they reached their target. At first, Yama managed to resist their pull, but with each chain that entangled him, he became more immobilized. Eventually, he could barely move, his body only able to tremble slightly as countless chains imprisoned his legs and arms. Mid-tier spell Flaming Wheel. First form Portal Jump. Alec casted as he raised 2 fingers to his chest in a posture resembling that of a shinobi or praying monk. Upon completing his spellcasting, the Changdao he held trembled violently. Without delay, Alec dashed forward, each step accompanied by the sudden manifestation of flaming wheels beneath his feet. These propelled him directly into one of the massive arrays positioned in the air. Yama's gaze followed Alec's path, and his eyes trembled with uncertainty as Alec disappeared into the array. The fuck? Yama mouthed, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. In the next moment, everything seemed to come to a standstill at the center, as the array diverted its light from the ground to the middle of the battle ring where Yama stood. It felt as though time there itself had paused, leaving everyone in a state of awe and confusion. Amidst the murmurs and discussions among the crowd, a bright, fleeting flash of red light streaked by at an incredible speed. It was so swift that the spectators were only able to catch a glimpse, and each time this light emerged from one of the array runes, it released a slash that hovered in suspension when it reached Yama before the light disappearing back into another array. It soon became apparent to the audience that Alec was the one shuffling about, and he was also the one sending out flaming slashes. With each appearance from the portal, he unleashed a flaming slash before swiftly vanishing into another of the 3 flaming array runes suspended in midair. After a minute, even the audience lost count of the number of flaming slashes suspended threateningly around Yama, awaiting their descent. Then, in a decisive moment, Alec reappeared from the portal once more, but this time, however, he did not launch an attack against Yama. Instead, he propelled himself towards the edge of the battle ring, his back turned towards Yama. With finesse, Alec skillfully swung his Changdao before sliding it back into its scabbard, which appeared to have lost its previous blazing light. As Alec slowly slid the blade back into its scabbard, a sense of finality permeated the air. At the precise moment it clicked into place, reaching its end, the suspended time around Yama abruptly ceased. As the array runes shattered into countless fragments, and Alec's once fiery hair reverted to its tricolor combination of black, brown, and red. But what truly captured the collective attention of the crowd was the devastating aftermath of Alec's attack. Over 100 flaming slashes that he had manifested were activated as they cut deep into Yama's body as time returned to its normal flow. The fans of the Vajra Academy gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening as their captain plummeted to the stage, his gaze looking to the skies and his body riddled with profound gashes. And the winner of this round is Alec Gordons, captain of the War God Academy. The referee swiftly proclaimed Alec as the victor, considering the critical state in which Yama found himself. The situation left no room for debate, solidifying Alec's triumph in this round, few moments ago. Upon witnessing Alec's Terra bullet transform into a small array, the elders of the ancient Blaze clan initially remained composed. However, as they closely scrutinized the array to determine its nature, the Grand Elder could be seen gripping the arm of his chair tighter, as his mouth trembled with growing apprehension. "Examine that array closely and report your findings," the Grand Elder commanded the 2 accompanying elders from the Blaze clan's inner regions that were with him. Believing that the Grand Elder sought to test their knowledge of Alec's flame runes, they eagerly delved into deciphering the runes, but the more they looked, their bodies involuntarily started trembling too as they did so. Witnessing their reaction, the Grand Elder shook his head, confirming his suspicions. How is this possible? That is just like Ray's flaming array. No one has ever learned any of his self-created spells, and there are no written books containing his created spells, so how is he able to do that? One of the elders exclaimed, a tinge of shock present in their voice. There are only 3 possible explanations, the Grand Elder began to explain. The first is that it has been passed down through Ray's bloodline since it was self-created. However, considering that Alec is still in the process of evolving his flame element and has not even reached the high rank, we can dismiss that possibility. The second reason could be direct teachings from Ray himself. However, we were all present when Ray sacrificed himself to close the portal, therefore, it is impossible for him to have personally instructed Alec, so scratch that explanation as well. The third reason is that he learned a spell of Ray's from a spellbook. However, we all know that Ray never officially created such a spellbook. But now, seeing this boy, I can't help but think that Ray may have left behind a book of his self-created spells with his former lover, the Grand Elder proposed, igniting a sharp glint in the eyes of the 2 elders beside him, as their minds wandered far, making them daydream about holding a spellbook containing the vast knowledge of Ray. In their imagination, they already pictured themselves soaring through the skies, attaining unparalleled mastery within the Blaze clan. Cause they felt if they were to gain access to the spells once employed by Ray, they could become some of the most esteemed mages in the clan, even if they could never surpass Ray's unmatched power. If Alec truly possesses such a book, it's no wonder he is so formidable. He must have acquired a wealth of knowledge from Ray's abundant repertoire. I suggest we eliminate that little runt while he still hasn't spread his wings yet, the second elder interjected, the conversation now taking place through mental messages to avoid alerting those in the VIP section. Or the elders from the Zero clan, who are always interjecting into the Blaze clan's matters, as they relished in provoking the Blaze clan, even finding joy in using Alec as an insult towards them. As the younger generation of the Zero clan now persistently insulted the younger generation of the Blaze clan, taunting them to defeat Alec first before showcasing their own strength outside, this provocation only served to further aggravate the Blaze clansmen. However, Alec's continuous victories over every younger generation Blaze clansman he had faced had brought shame upon the younger generation of the Blaze clan, causing them to recoil whenever his name was mentioned or used to taunt them. In fact, the primary reason the Grand Elder of the Zero clan was present was to convey his profound displeasure with their clan head Enforcer's actions in pursuing Alec. The Zero clan had become the staunchest supporters of Alec, foreseeing him as a future thorn in the side of the Blaze clan's affairs. "No, we cannot kill him now," the first elder interjected, revealing his greed for a book of spells whose existence had not even been confirmed. "First and foremost, we must regain possession of Ray's book of spells. Nothing is more important than that. Once we have acquired it, then we can dispose of Alec. Let us not rush into things," the second elder cautioned, tempering the first elder's eagerness. "After the tournament, we shall approach Alec and respectfully request the return of Ray's book. We shall claim it as our clan's cherished heirloom, and it is only fitting that we reclaim it. In the process, we can also implore him to cooperate with us so that we may extract the hell flame from him. After all, he was able to awaken it due to his lineage with Ray, and we cannot allow a tainted blood to possess one of the most coveted variant flames." The Grand Elder finally spoke with a solemn countenance, shocking the two elders beside him, who already believed they were delving into the realm of evil. However, when the Grand Elder unveiled his plan, they realized just how much further their shamelessness and villainy lagged behind his own. "If he refuses to surrender it willingly, we will take it by force, and this time our actions will not stop at merely killing him. I shall personally make sure the head enforcer assembles a team to eradicate the entire Gordon clan." The Grand Elder's declaration sent shockwaves through the two elders beside him. Excuse me for asking, but didn't the Patriarch previously veto such an action, stating that any attack on the Gordon clan would result in significant losses for us? The first elder's voice quivered as he posed the question, his fear of the Grand Elder palpable, even as he communicated telepathically after hearing the ruthless plan. "What does my older brother know? They are nothing more than a small mid-tier clan. The loss we shall incur to take them out is a small price to pay to reclaim my nephew's knowledge," the Grand Elder retorted dismissively as they turned their attention back to the ongoing battle. "Back to present. Isn't that one of Ray's unique flaming wheel techniques?" The second elder's voice trembled with disbelief, his astonishment at Alec's prowess growing by the moment. "No, that's not quite it. While it shares the same foundation, it's evident that the spell has been modified. It seems specifically tailored to fit that runt. Now I'm even more convinced that there must be a spell book involved." Grand Elder's gaze bore into Alec with lethal intensity, as his last victory move held the rapt attention of most high-ranking individuals in the VIP section. For those who had observed Alec's father in his youth from the sidelines, watching Alec now was giving them a déjà vu feeling, like they were witnessing a new chapter in Ray's legacy, albeit in a different guise. "He really takes after Ray, going out with a bang and unintentionally showing off," remarked the Grand Elder of the Marion. Even the Dean of the War God Academy couldn't suppress his smile, as he believed that Alec's recent victory had secured their team's triumph. However, when the Dean glanced towards the area where the Blaze clan elders sat, he sensed something awry in their aura. They were the only ones who wore frowns, prompting him to project a small strand of mental energy in their vicinity. To his surprise, he discovered mental fluctuations in the air. Swiftly comprehending that they were engaging in mental communication, he attempted to retract his mental strand. But before he could do so, he felt a sharp pain as his connection was forcibly severed, causing him to cough involuntarily. "HMMP," a sneer resounded within his mind, and when he shifted his gaze, his eyes locked with the Grand Elder of the Blaze clan. Even without anyone telling him, the Dean could already discern who had terminated his mental strand in such manner to cause him harm. There were various methods to sever such a mental connection, yet the Grand Elder had deliberately chosen to crush his own. However, rather than reacting as the Grand Elder desired, the Dean simply returned a smile, leaving the Grand Elder bewildered. "Alec." The resounding cheers of Alec's name shook the entire venue called the Grand Arena, after he emerged victorious against Yama. They knew that this triumph had propelled the War God Academy team one step closer to overall success. Thus, the spectators could only watch in awe as the rest of the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating Alec's hard-won victory. The referee turned to Yama and shook his head in a mix of disappointment and relief. He could have directed any of those flaming blades to strike critical areas, but he deliberately restrained his attacks, the referee explained, as Yama glared at him with bloodshot eyes for his statement. And yet he still ensured to sever every joint in Yama's arms and legs, rendering him confined to bed, which means the battle is over for Yama, and he won't be able to lead his team compete in the position of the lower 8. This only adds further disgrace to Yama's wounded pride. The monk who is accompanying the Vajra Academy medic mages chimed in. As the medic mage team finally reached Yama's location, they channeled their accumulated mana towards him as they gently lifted him, carefully removing him from the battle ring. Once Yama had been safely brought off the stage, the referee was compelled to redirect his attention back to Alec. With a sense of unease, he posed the same question he had asked after the previous 3 rounds, understanding that regardless of Alec's response, he was already crowned the ultimate victor of this match. Will you continue the next fight, or will you step off the battle ring and let someone else from your team take over? The referee finally posed the question, and the audience fell into a hushed silence, eagerly awaiting Alec's decision. They were curious to see if Alec would single-handedly take down the entire squad from the Vajra Academy, thereby creating a legendary feat. However, just as Alec was about to respond, he sensed a presence entering his mental field despite there being no one physically near him. Frustrated, he turned in a complete circle, but still there was no one in sight. However, just as he was growing increasingly alert, a voice resounded in his mind, reminiscent of how he communicated with his system spirit. Alec, the voice called, causing confusion within him as he felt familiar with that voice. Dean. Alec questioned, using his mental energy to respond back, still unsure of what was happening and needing to confirm if it truly was his Dean speaking to him telepathically. I suspected that your mental abilities were not ordinary. Thank the gods that they have developed further. I need you to step down from the battle ring. No matter what happens, you must not defeat the last member of the Vajra Academy team, the Dean's voice echoed, urging Alec to comply. However, Alec was not convinced and couldn't understand why the Dean would request such an action. As he planned to turn his gaze towards the VIP section, he caught sight of Selene, who was subtly signaling for him to come down from the battle ring. Seeing her expression, Alec no longer harbored any doubts about the request, realizing that it was indeed the Dean who had instructed him to step down. Although Alec remained unsure of the reason why they were insistent on him stepping down, but he decided to comply and follow their lead. I will step down and allow another team member to continue in my place, Alec announced as the crowd went into another frenzied cheers again as they clapped for him. Emmer, the referee, who had expected Alec to carry on, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon hearing Alec's decision. He never anticipated that Alec would actually step down from the stage. However, reflecting on how Alec had defeated everyone except one member of the Vajra Academy, the referee began to comprehend that Alec might be willingly leaving the stage to give his teammate a chance to enjoy the match under the unique circumstances that brought him onto the stage. Alec walked slowly towards the War God Academy stands as he waved towards his frenzy fans in the stands, while also feeling the aches and pains throbbing throughout his body. While he had been on the battle ring, he had believed he could push through, but after stepping down and losing that battle momentum, the consequences and aftermath of his actions came crashing down upon him. The lingering effects of the flame aura he had casted on himself made him feel as though his flesh were burning, even though there was no visible evidence of it occurring. It was merely a sensation, and now he realized that no sane mage would risk using their own body as a testing ground for such a spell theory in the middle of a fight. And here I was expecting someone from the team to at least bring me back in some flashy levitating mana ride like Yama got, Alec joked, slumping in his chair. Selene couldn't help but snicker and playfully slap his head in response. And you still have the nerve to speak after the stunt you just pulled. Crazy. You could have had an easier match. If you just summoned your golems, you better thank your lucky stars you won. Of now I would have beaten you to pulp myself, Selene shouted at Alec, tossing him another uniform for him to use cover his naked upper body. Though some of his teammates were curious to ask about his demonic beast tattoo, but they didn't ask anything at the moment. Let me have one of the competition medics check you for any hidden damage, Instructor Phil suggested. There won't be any need for that, Alec replied, reaching into his space ring and retrieving a bottle. He swiftly popped a healing pill into his mouth, closed his eyes, and prepared to enter a meditative state to aid his recovery. Jasper and Phil couldn't help but gaze at Alec's stash of healing pills with covetous eyes. Now, Beatrice, it's your turn to fight the next round. Jasper commanded, seeing that the last member of the Vajra Academy team was stepping onto the stage, but Alec's eyes suddenly shot open after his statement. No, she won't be fighting next. Lucas will be taking her place, Alec asserted, his words causing an invisible pressure to descend upon the stand they were on. Everyone felt it because the atmosphere grew tense after Alec spoke. What are you trying to do? Do you want to ruin everything you've worked for? I'm just trying to bring the match to a close and end it now. Instructor Jasper seethed with gritted teeth, as he was frustrated with Alec's interference, feeling that his decisions were being challenged over and over again. That's even more reason why Lucas should be on that stage. Whether you believe it or not, he has what it takes to put an end to this match. We can't afford to give the impression that the War God Academy can't handle other teams without the captain or vice captain present, Alec calmly explained, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the team's credibility. Since this is something Lucas can deal with, let him take the stage. If he loses, it'll be a valuable learning experience for him. Next, we'll send in Pale, and only if those two even lose will we consider sending out Beatrice. Right now, we have the advantage, and we should capitalize on it. If Lucas can't secure a victory, he will at least drain the opponent's mana, making it an easier win for whoever goes out next, Alec explained, laying out his strategic plan. With his explanation complete, he closed his eyes once again, entering a meditative state as he focused on healing his internal injuries that might pose problems later on. And the winner of this battle has finally been decided. Give it up for the War God Mage Academy. The referee's voice echoed across the arena, announcing the War God Academy team as the winners. As those who have turned supporters of the War God Academy erupted into loud cheers, the journey of the Black Horse was still captivating their spirits. Lucas could be seen standing proudly in the center of the battle ring, his body adorned with a few cuts and bruises, but nonetheless he stood tall. His glaive pierced into the ground. He had to summon his spirit equipment set before he could match the formidable opponent he faced, Maximum Knight, but in the end he had won. Even though the Vajra Academy tried to frustrate the War God Academy, since Alec stepped down, their fate seemed sealed, as it was hard to lose such an advantage. The War God Academy team has, except all of them were still low-rank mages, which ain't the case. I guess we didn't need Beatrice after all, Selene casually remarked, a tinge of boredom evident on her face now that the fight had ended. However, Instructor Jasper perceived her comment as another challenge to his authority, and feeling frustrated, he marched away, seething silently. Let's go celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, because for once you have truly earned it, Selene declared swiftly as her gaze fixated on Phil, the instructor responsible for the team's financial actions. It was as if her eyes were warning him in silent determination not to try escaping from paying for the celebrations. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, the Dean of the War God Academy was seen grinning from one corner of his lips to the other as he walked past the head abbot of the Vajra Academy, who was visibly gritting his teeth in frustration and defeat. The head abbot had just lost a valuable treasure to the dean following their bet, and all he could think about was how all his underhanded plans had backfired, including the unsuccessful attempt to kidnap Alec and Pale. I would kill that boy if I ever get my hands on him. Ah, the head abbot exclaimed, his desperation overriding any care for his image. The curtains fell, signaling the conclusion of the main stages of the second round. Now only the matches among the losing teams remained to determine their rankings among the lower half of the new Great 8 Academy, before the commencement of the third round, where the Bloodline Academy, Battle Mage Academy, Onyx Academy, and the War God Academy would all compete for their positions in the top 4. For the War God Academy, their advancement still felt like a surreal dream. As none of the competition committee members had predicted this outcome, all their attempts to hinder the War God Academy team through changes of rule and venue protection in the second round had backfired, as the team had proven to be a formidable thorn in their side due to the presence of their captain Alec. I wanted to ask you something, please. Why was I taken off? Alec began to ask questions as the team gathered in their spacious living room. His direct question towards her caught Selene off guard, causing her to temporarily struggle to comprehend what he was referring to. Wait, are you upset that I made you leave the battle ring? Selene replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. No, it's not that, Alec clarified. It's just that the dean was also communicating with me in my mind, and I'm curious about the reason, Alec said as he raised his hand to his head. Understanding him now, Selene nodded. Ah, that. It's called a telepathic message. He probably had you step down to show respect to the Vajra Academy. Alec's expression sank as he tried to absorb Selene's explanation, but he still looked confused, so Selene felt compelled to delve further into the details. Defeating the last member of the Vajra Academy wouldn't only cause them to lose face, but it could potentially lead to you gaining a powerful enemy that you're not prepared to face. While the Academy can offer you protection for now, It might not always be enough in a long run as your master is cooped up at the academy not daring to enter the abyss, Selene revealed. She continued, her tone serious, by voluntarily stepping down after winning 4 times in a row. You've already shown that you possess extraordinary talent. Coming down when the head abbot of the Vajra Academy knows that you could have further humiliated his academy by defeating the last man would actually mitigate his annoyance towards you, considering how you dealt with his students, especially that last move against Yama. Alec's expression transformed from confusion to shock, as Selene emphasized his actions like some war crimes, making him question in his ear which team she stands. So you're saying that the leader of the Vajra Academy could have come after me simply because I fairly defeated his students? He questioned, his mind racing to process what he had just heard. Selene nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he's not called the petty two-faced abbot for no reason, she replied before departing, heading to her room. Alec thought about it a little before turning his attention to the rest of his team, ensuring that he personally congratulated each member on their victories. Meanwhile, a seasoned figure with pure white hair levitated gracefully above an active volcano, his legs crossed as he engaged in profound cultivation, while 9 blazing fire orbs orbited around him in a mesmerizing display. Suddenly, a massive portal scar, seemingly seared by flames, materialized before him. As a youthful figure traversed the fiery gap, prompting the cultivated man to open his eyes. "Ah, Ignis, tell me, what news do you bring an old man this time?" inquired the old man. "Don't let your emotions flare, for the information I bear might be personal for you," Ignis Blaze cautioned, gazing at the man before him with an air of familiarity, while the man looked at him, as if they were little things that had the power to perturb or thrill him at his age. "The Hellflame variant has reappeared," Ignis announced, and in that instant the old man's body involuntarily trembled. Praise be. "It seems the gods are favoring the Blaze clan once more. Tell me swiftly, who is it that has awakened the hell flames in our clan?" The man inquired, causing Ignis, who levitated next to him, to chuckle. "He does not belong to our clan," Ignis shook his head. "Oh, then find a way to bring this young man into our fold. Whether through marriage or offering an enforcer contract, I approve it. We can find a means to integrate him into our clan later when he realizes that we are the only clan able to cultivate his variant flame," the man said with unwavering confidence. "Well, I'm sorry, Patriarch, but I don't believe this individual would ever accept such terms," Ignis interrupted, causing the man, referred to as the Patriarch, to process his words. In fact, if the members of the ancient Blaze clan were aware that Ignis spoke so freely with their Patriarch, they would likely be driven to madness. "Why is that?" the Patriarch questioned. "Because the current wielder of the Hell Flames is your estranged grandson, Alec Gordons," Ignis finally revealed, leaving the Patriarch with a look of shock on his face before he shook his head. "I sent that boy away hoping he would lead a peaceful life, away from all this toxicity, but it seems fate has a way of playing with me. Now that he has awakened the hell flame, even if he does not seek trouble, trouble shall find him. Let us hope he can withstand the onslaught," the Patriarch mused. "And Ignis, beware of Aurora. I know she may be inclined to intervene. Stop her. I don't care what means you employ, just ensure she remains unharmed. No one from my faction should extend a helping hand to him. The tides are turning, and let's see if those in the shadows would reveal their greed now," the Patriarch concluded before closing his eyes and returning to a meditative state. After a lengthy discussion about their personal issues, Alec and his entire team felt a sense of closeness and harmony that hadn't been present before Alec decided to call it quits on his side. As Alec was making his way to his room, he was intercepted by his clansmen. "Alec, we wanted to speak with you privately. Would it be all right if we came into your room for a conversation?" Agnes was the one who spoke up first. Alec slowly glanced at Arthur, Brandon, Knight, and Agnes with their heads slightly lowered, and he had a sense of why they had sought him out. So he slowly opened the door, allowing them to enter. "It's funny that this is the first time we're stepping foot in your room since we arrived at the Grand Arena, considering how we've always been tagging along and crashing at your previous places. One would expect us to have done so already." Arthur couldn't help but blurt out. Alec, understanding their sentiment, nodded. "Well, now that you're here, can you tell me what it is you all would like to discuss?" "We want to become stronger. We don't want to be seen as mere side characters anymore. We want to be able to fight by your side, to give you the confidence that we can watch your back when you need it." This time it was Brandon, the usually quiet one, who found his voice and spoke up. Alec let out a sigh, realizing that his suspicions had been right on point. He had sensed that they might have such concerns soon, but he hadn't known exactly how to address the issue. They had always been the ones who stood by his side through thick and thin, so it was clear that they had their own aspirations and desires. Considering Alec's rapid progression through realms, outpacing them in their training, it was only natural that such a discussion would arise. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The Inter Academy competition had starkly highlighted the gap that existed between Alec and his team members, as they also met other fighters that were above them, so he was guessing that was what instigated how they were feeling. Is there a way to bring them into the Beast Forest? Alec mentally asked a question, contemplating a solution. Yeah, I think it's possible, but you would need a free level 2 branch to transport their consciousness with you into the amulet world. But let me ask you this, are you completely sure about what you want to do? The system's spirit, with whom Alec had been mentally conversing, posed a question. Yeah, I'll just have to limit their exposure to the Beast Forest and claim it as my awakened ability, cause it also pains me to see my original team members in this state. If they can grow to a point where they can better protect themselves within the group, then I won't have to worry as much as this. Alec responded to the system's spirit silently. Alec suddenly, Agnes was forced to call Alec's attention, as he seems to have gotten lost in his thoughts, but luckily, he was not too deep with the system's spirit, making it possible for him to quickly snap back to the present upon hearing her voice. Sorry about that, right now, all of you need to focus on cultivation. I'll try to obtain more pills to boost your cultivation speed, but without any life or death situations, I doubt we'll see any significant changes. Moreover, it's been a while since we've all been in a blood moon war, which could explain the stagnant progress, Alec explained. But don't worry, I'm working on changing that, Alec assured them, his determination shining through. We actually acknowledge that our progress has been quite remarkable, considering none of us expected to enter the Tier 4 Mage realm in our first year. However, all we truly want is to have your back whenever we can, and we genuinely appreciate everything you've done for us, providing pills, the spirit equipment set, and more. At the moment, Alec wouldn't be able to transport any of them into the Beast Forest. The only level 2 branch he possessed was still busy consuming the remains of the deceased golden horn drake. Now finding himself alone, Alec jumped on his bed and closed his eyes, anticipating his return to the amulet world to assess his recent loot. With his newfound strength, he was planning on embarking on a hunting spree. However, before that, there was something he had been eager to test for a long time. Everyone gather round. Selene burst into the main room, summoning all the team members. However, upon seeing Alec's absence, she paused. Wait a moment, she said, walking over to his door and gently pushing it open. Of course, what was I thinking? He's fallen asleep again. Selene exclaimed softly, locking the door before returning to the main room, where the entire team had assembled, regardless of what they were doing before. All right, now we don't necessarily need Alec for this discussion. We have Vice Captain Beatrice, who will relay the news to him. The lower bracket of the Great 8 Academy has been ranked after a series of arranged matches. Selene began, addressing the rest of the team. The 8th position goes to the Vajra Academy. Due to their captain and vice-captain being in a critical state, it thus left them no chance to challenge the other 3 Academy teams for a higher position, and they settled for the last position in the Great 8, still an honorable position though. Selene began, relaying the rankings to the team. Moving on, the 7th position goes to the Witches and Wizard Academy. They were unable to defeat either the Gate Academy or the Holy Grail Academy, so they solidified their position in 7th place. Selene continued. Meanwhile, the 6th position is claimed by the Gate Academy, while the Holy Grail Academy has secured the 5th position. After defeating the Gate Academy, they have shown dominance just below the top 4, Selene elaborated. People might have believed that they deserved a spot in the top 4, but after Alec completely decimated the entire Vajra Academy team, leaving them in last place, they couldn't point fingers at us as the weaker academy in the top 4 again. Furthermore, I am pleased to inform you all that the 3rd round format, location and fixtures has been arranged, and in our first match we will be facing the Onyx Academy, Selene announced with a mix of excitement and intensity, allowing the information to sink in for everyone present. The patriarch of the Gordons clan could be seen as he dragged the cloth of the invader Mage, who acted as their leader, with his 3 golems surrounding him. The entire outer area of the Gordons clan lay in ruins, completely unrecognizable from its once beautiful setup. It seems you'll be working your ass off for the next month, Old Third, the 4th elder of the Gordons clan said, tossing the body of 2 captured mages he had managed to apprehend to the ground. Among the elders, the 3rd elder was the only one who had captured a comparatively low number of invaders, after he finished dealing with one of the invaders. He turned around to find that his capable brothers and their supporting golems had apprehended the majority of the intruders. Extra golems should be banned, really. It's not fair, the 3rd elder grumbled, delivering a forceful strike with his Naginata blade to the face of his captive, knocking him out. Don't be a grumpy old man, now let's see who this is, the patriarch said, reaching his hand towards the human face mask worn by the invader he had captured. However, before he could remove it, a massive meteorite hurtled towards their location. Watch out, George, the 5th elder shouted, but the meteorite descended faster than expected, resulting in a thunderous impact as it crashed down on both the Patriarch and the invader Mage in his grasp. Not only that, but following the attack on the Patriarch, the rest of the outer region was soon bombarded in a meteorite shower. I thought we were going in to rescue the guys. This could get them all killed. One of the mages who had arrived beside the city lord, who was now wearing a mask, questioned, expressing his surprise that the city lord had launched a direct attack like this. I'm not interested in killing them all. I just want to ensure that the one in the hands of the Gordon's Patriarch is dead. We came here to extract people, but I don't think you'll be able to forcefully retrieve anything from that man's grasp. He's a dangerous individual. Now that I've disoriented them, swoop down and save those you can, and kill those you can't. The masked city lord barked out his orders to the two mages who had flown over with him. They swiftly descended, administering pills to some of the rescued invader mages before assisting them to their feet. Without hesitation, they began to fly away, but as soon as they were rising back to the air, they realized that they had lost 4 mages from the meteorite bombardment. They had arrived as a group of 10 mage, but now only 6 remained. Devastated by their swift defeat at the hands of the Gordon's clan, their once towering confidence, due to their high tier rank, crumbled within minutes of battle. As they escaped, the city lord watched their backs, dragging meteorites down to the outer region of the Gordon's clan to hinder any form of pursuit from the Gordon's clan. Don't think you can come and go as you please. Leave behind your life. A raspy voice broke through the chaotic aftermath of the explosions. The Gordon's Patriarch burst forth from the lingering smoke, emerging from the fog that had shrouded the outer region of their homes due to the meteorite bombardment. When the city lord laid eyes upon him, he could hardly recognize him. The Patriarch had fused with his Cyclops' eyes Golem, transforming him into an intimidating figure resembling a black knight clad in armor. The Golem's body had transformed into an armor that tightly enveloped his body, with the distinctive T-shaped helmet on his head and the bull horns protruding from both sides of the helmet. Even while levitating in the air, he held the deceased invader leader firmly in his left hand. Despite the invader's severely charred body, George maintained a strong grip on the dead body. The city lord, looking at George, couldn't help but smile. He had been certain that such an attack would be incapable of eliminating George. That's why he is playing all these schemes, as he is not ready to tear down all pretense yet. Just how strong are you, taking a tier 8 attack so effortlessly, without even a concussion? You truly are full of wonders, the city lord thought. But his musings were abruptly interrupted when he saw George raise his right hand, causing hundreds of earth spikes to shoot up into the sky. These spikes were engulfed in what appeared to be red-blackish flames. While the earth spikes were likely a result of his elemental control, the flames were undoubtedly an attribute of the golem he had merged with. High-tier spell Earth and Fall from Heaven. The Patriarch roared out his spell, and the hundreds of flaming earth spikes seemed to vanish. Fuck, the city lord cursed as he bolted away in a streak of light, not waiting for the attack to reappear near him. In the night sky, the spectacle of hundreds of red lights chasing a single white light was visible at such a high speed that those who witnessed it felt as if they were seeing a falling star. Many were quick to make wishes upon the perceived falling stars. Meanwhile, back at the Gordon's clan, the Patriarch descended slowly to the ground, audibly cracking his neck. The golem that had enveloped his body vanished, dissipating along with his 2 other accompanying golems. His 3 brothers, the Gordon's elders, approached, seemingly harmless in their demeanor. However, it was evident that during the city lord's relentless assault, it was the Patriarch who had borne the full brunt of the attack, defending against everything. Evidence of his resilience was displayed on his right hand, marked by burns that extended up to his elbow. As he planted his feet on the ground, his eyes, which had flashed with a myriad of black and white hues, returned to their usual state. His cold demeanor vanished as he tossed the charred corpse to the 5th elder. "Give this to Old Second, see if he can extract any useful information from it," he commanded. "No problem," the 5th elder responded. "Are you okay?" "Why didn't you let us give chase?" the 3rd elder asked. "Because we wouldn't be able to catch them," the Patriarch replied. "Those who came with the one in the middle were tier 8. The first 2 escaped using portal stones, and the last one was pursued by a combined spell even I can't outrun. And I can only cast that spell while merged with my Cyclops golem, and you know I can't maintain that form for long. I don't have golden forged bones like you. Since they came with an intention to retreat, we won't be able to catch them easily. Tier 8 mages are slippery, you know, when they are escaping. But whoever it was will have their own wounds to heal," he added, glancing at his right hand before snorting. "You all can head out now. I'll handle the rest of the trouble here," said the 1st elder, who had arrived silently. The other elders nodded, but the Patriarch had a different glint in his eyes. "Is the fight still going on?" George asked, causing everyone present to look at him, puzzled. "No, it's over, but Alec's team won anyways," the 1st elder informed him. "Oh no, I missed it. I swear I'll kill that intruder all over again when I get him," The patriarch bellowed in frustration as he realized he had missed the rest of his grandson's match. Alec returned to the amulet worlds, enveloped by the darkness that no longer gave him a sense of emptiness. Instead, the space now teemed with a multitude of objects. The three doors of the beast forest floated on one side, the majestic primordial tree towered on another, and the carcass of a demonic beast that he had accumulated also draped over the primordial tree's root. Adjacent to them is a small mana spring adding a touch of vibrancy, as everything seemed more vivid and vibrant compared to the moment Alec was first summoned to the amulet world, filled with nothing but void. As Alec gazed at the primordial tree, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. Perhaps his preoccupation with the ongoing competition had diverted his attention. Nonetheless, after achieving Tier 5 Mage status, it meant he was now capable of growing a fifth branch on the tree. The thought of growing another branch spurred a prompt system notification. Pay 100,000 spirit points to grow another branch of the primordial tree. Considering the considerable amount of system points Alec had acquired through his exploits in the Beast Forest, he didn't hesitate. Without a moment's doubt, as he selected, yes, why, in an instant, a surge of light manifested and flew towards the tree. As the light dissipated, a new, elongated branch appeared on the primordial tree, reaching the same length as the existing level 1 branches. Don't stop there, take it all the way to the second level. We all know I need a free level 2 tree branch to bring anyone's consciousness here. Alec commanded the system's spirit through his mind. As he spoke, another notification materialized before him, awaiting his response. Pay 50,000 spirit points to upgrade branch to level 2. Without hesitation, Alec quickly pressed the yes button to upgrade the newly developed branch to level 2. However, Alec's satisfaction did not end there. With an abundance of spirit points from his recent exploits, he had a new plan in mind. Level up the remaining 3 branches to level 2 as well, Alec commanded, and before his eyes, the system panel interface presented him with the option to pay 150,000 system points to upgrade all the remaining branches. And a wide smile spread across Alec's face. Never did he anticipate the ability to upgrade multiple branches simultaneously, but as the option appeared, he knew it was legitimate. With confidence, he selected yes in his mind, initiating the process, as another 3 bright lights flashed towards the remaining branches, merging with them. They grew longer, became more flexible, and even developed small buds of flowers, and became quite energetic, mirroring the newly upgraded level 2 branch attitude. Only the branch that was leveled up first still kept its calm. It curled up calmly on Alec's left fingers. Alec, engrossed in his experiment, was unaware of when it had assumed this position on his arm, but decided to overlook it for the time being, as he still had other matters to test. Eat. Alec commanded his new 3 leveled-up branches, excluding the newly formed branch. Without much instruction needed, the 3 newly upgraded, longer and more nimble branches burrowed their way amidst the mountain of corpses. As they seemed to search for the corpses of high-ranking demonic beasts, driven by an instinctual desire. Now at level 2, the branches of the primordial tree had the ability to devour the corpses of mid-ranked demonic beasts without any concerns or time constraints. With each branch devouring around 10 more demonic beast corpses, the space in the amulet worlds became slightly less cramped, although it still felt confined. I've figured out how to upgrade the primordial tree, but since I arrived here, I haven't discovered how to upgrade the spirit pond. Can you give me some clues? Alec mentally questioned, hoping for a response from the system spirit. To his relief, a bubbling light blue light materialized before him, taking on the form of the golem-like figure that the system spirit typically possessed. Alec was taken aback by this progress. I thought you couldn't influence this space. How is it possible that you can now appear before me in this form? Alec complained, initially thinking that the system spirit had been ignoring him all this time. Relax, sport. Its simple explanation, this is called an astral form. It allows me to project myself in places where I can't physically be. What you see now is a small piece of my consciousness that remains connected to me, the system spirit explained. It seems the amulet world now welcomes anything related to the system now a little, after it has confirmed that you are the master, and not the other way around. The bluish figurine-shaped system spirit spoke nonchalantly, observing its surroundings with curiosity piqued. Well, while it's nice to know that you can now appear, it's about time you answer my question. How do I level up my mana pool? Boy, you're so lucky. Your amulet seems determined to create a cultivation world tailored just for you. It's a tremendous advantage on your side, seeing as you broke the system spirit first, made jest of Alec. And to raise the level of your mana pool, it's quite simple. You just have to feed it corpses. Lots of corpses, considering the way this world is created. Any high-level corpses can be converted to energy and used to fuel the growths of anything here, the system spirit explained. Alec, seeing the shock on Alec's face, the system spirit felt compelled to say something to bring him back from his trance. You'll need a significant amount of corpses for that matter in order to level it up quickly. Now, I must go as manifesting and maintaining a form here consumes a lot of energy. Goodbye, the system spirit abruptly disappeared, leaving Alec to gaze up into the dark emptiness of the amulet world, lost in thought. Why does everything in the amulet world revolve around the devouring of corpses? Alec pondered in deep thought, before sighing in resignation. With the assistance of the new branch, Alec was able to relocate some of the demonic beast corpses closer to the mana pond. He closed his eyes and tried visualizing the pond absorbing the carcasses, causing him to witness the emergence of tentacles made of luminous light elements. These tentacles stretched out from the sides of the pond, piercing into the bodies of the dead beasts and extracting their essence. Within minutes, Alec observed over 200 Tier 3 demonic beast corpses being drained until they turned to dust. Lifting his head, Alec noticed a small bar flickering like it was about to go off, and it was almost halfway filled. He interpreted this as a measure of the pond's progress towards the next level. Intrigued, he instructed the free branch to bring another set of roughly 300 corpses near the mana pond. Alec was keen to see how much the pond could devour before ascending to the next level. The free branch obediently moved back towards its roots where the corpses had been left laying, and extended about 20 sub-branches that curled around different demonic beasts. These branches skillfully transported the corpses towards the mana pool. The process continued until all 300 corpses were positioned near the pond. Eat, Alec commanded the pool. This time he tried it orally instead of using his thoughts. And like before, the mana pool released its light element tentacles to absorb and drain the demonic beast corpses, leaving only dust in their wake. This time, however, a brilliant flash of white light surrounded the pool after the process was complete. Causing the atmosphere above the pool grew stronger, and the water within transformed into a milky form. Intrigued by the new development, Alec approached and dipped his hand into the water. Ding. Name Heavenly Pool. Level 2. Tier Mortal. Alec mused, placing his hand on his chin as he scrutinized the details of the mana pool. He discovered that its name was Heavenly Pool, and its current level was 2, likely due to his recent upgrade. However, based on his understanding and the sensations he felt when he touched it, Alec recognized that it would be more effective for Tier 2 or lower mages, a level he had clearly surpassed. Now Alec grasped why the system spirit emphasized the need for numerous corpses to level up the pool, contemplating the need to let go of over 500 demonic beast carcasses to reach level 2. He pondered how much more he would have to pay to eventually make the pool reach level 5, where it would truly start to benefit him, or even level 6. Look on the bright side, you won't always have corpses littered around. You now have a corpse grinder. Try your best to quickly upgrade it to the mid-tier stage. There should be a surprise for you then. The voice of the system spirit resounded in Alec's mind, as it seemed to understand Alec's concerns and aimed to emphasize the advantages of the pool. Having listened to the system spirit, Alec made the decision to let go of his focus on nurturing his little garden within the amulet world. This was because Alec viewed tending to the pond and the primordial tree as his own farming endeavors. He likened it to sowing seeds and reaping rewards, whereby the rewards could be utilized to aid his cultivation growth. This amulet seems determined to turn me into a farmer, Alec complained, half-jokingly. With this realization, Alec prepared himself to step into the beast forest and commence his daily quota of hunting. He had confirmed the limited time he could spend in this space and was determined to make the most of it. Inside the beast forest, if he was killed, he would be expelled from the area. However, if the limited time allotted to him expired before his demise, he would also be forced out. The same logic also applied when he spent time tending to the primordial tree in the void space, which he amusingly preferred to call loot sorting to downplay the mundane nature of the task. Alec's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he realized his system points had reached an all-time low. He had to grind relentlessly to accumulate such a substantial amount, and now it had disappeared in an instant. Trying to remember why he was suddenly deprived of system points, Alec recollected the hefty cost of 500,000 points he had paid to evolve his Earth affinity level to the manipulation stage. Slapping his head in frustration, Alec hurriedly made his way toward the second door of the beast forest, as he was eager to start farming points again, since he was feeling quite vulnerable without an adequate reserve. He never knew when the next emergency would arise, just as it had with the evolution of his Earth element, but Alec was determined to gather as many points as possible before his flame element began to act up. He had a strong intuition that it was only a matter of time before that element, too, would break through. Alec couldn't fathom how he was advancing rapidly in cultivation. All he knew was that after reaching the mid-ranks and undergoing the system-assisted baptism that transformed his entire body into a mana pool, everything seemed to effortlessly fall into place. As Alec passed through the door, he closed his eyes and concentrated on envisioning the golden horned drake in his mind. Alec had a premonition, and in that moment he was eager to put it to the test. Suddenly, a deafening bang reverberated, causing Alec to exclaim in frustration as he was violently slammed onto the ground. Fuck. He quickly turned on his back and glanced up, only to realize that the portal which had transported him had already vanished. After a quick moment of regaining his bearings, Alec decided to survey his surroundings. The beast forest had done more than just transform him into a formidable fighter. Since he was constantly teetering on the edge of life and death, it had also honed his skills as a hunter. As Alec explored the cave he had landed in, he immediately noticed the intense heat radiating from its walls. Grrrll. Suddenly he heard a menacing growl behind him. Slowly turning around, he came face to face with a colossal mouth, gaping wide as it unleashed a deafening roar. Bang! The resulting bang caused a powerful shockwave, propelling Alec forcefully out of the cave and into the forest just beyond. Rolling on the ground, he swiftly regained his footing and assumed a defensive stance. Alec swiftly summoned his Changdao and katana into both hands. As he crossed them in front of him, even the demonic beast tattoos on his back seemed to come alive, moving as if ready to jump out any second. Alec squinted his eyes, fixating his gaze on the entrance of the cave, patiently awaiting the beast's appearance. He was not ready to run and expose his vulnerable back to the beast until he was confident in his inability to vanquish the creature inside the cave. The beast's footsteps echoed ominously as it gradually emerged from the darkness of the cave, causing the ground to shake ever so slightly. Finally, it stepped out into the light, towering over Alec from a higher vantage point. As Alec laid eyes upon the beast, a mischievous grin curled upon his lips. Before him stood another demonic creature, distinctly resembling the golden horned drake that he had thought of before entering the beast forest. Excitement surged through Alec's veins, and he couldn't contain his exuberance any longer. Kamiyi, Alec shouted with unbridled enthusiasm, his emotions exploding forth. In an instant, he summoned all of his golems, forming an imposing army around him. As he could sense the watchful eyes that surrounded them, and he was prepared for whatever awaited them in this encounter. Alec had long suspected that by visualizing a specific beast in his mind, as long as that beast resided within the beast forest, he would be dropped off close to it, or, at the very least, right in front of it. However, he had once found himself in an unfortunate situation, dropped amidst a pack of shadow wolves, when he thought about it before entering the beast forest door. In that perilous moment, Alec had been solely focused on escaping the gaping jaws of the alpha shadow wolf, giving him little opportunity to contemplate the decision that had led to his predicament. However, since that incident, Alec had deeply pondered about the matter, because whenever he entered the beast forest with a clear mind, he found himself transported to random locations, encountering a variety of different demonic beasts each time. And Alec knew that if he had to face unpredictable beasts every day, it would hinder his progress in evolving his devourer bloodline beasts. And he firmly believed that the beast forest would not leave him in such a helpless situation, seeing its connection to the devourer bloodline. With all this in mind, it was why Alec was determined to dive straight into the beast forest, holding the image of the golden horned drake in his thoughts. As he hoped that with him successful conjuring of the beast soul as part of his bloodline, he would be able to locate the similar beast within the forest. And this is what really sparked the immense excitement showing on his face, cause not only had he validated his theory, but he also saw a new opportunity to grow stronger at a faster pace using this method. A deafening roar erupted from the golden horned drake, sending shockwaves in every direction. Alec instinctively braced himself, expecting another forceful expulsion. However, to his surprise, he quickly realized that the cunning beast wasn't attacking him. Instead, it was summoning reinforcements. As the sound waves passed harmlessly by, Alec detected the vibrations within them, confirming that the beast before him was calling for backup. This caught Alec off guard, as he was not prepared to face additional adversaries just yet. Kill him, now. Alec commanded confidently, feeling incredibly fortunate to encounter a low Tier 5 golden horned drake in his initial trial. Had it been a Tier 6 or peak Tier 5 golden horned drake he met, Alec would have quickly made his escape, hoping to vanish without much chase, as he can't outrun a beast of that level. However, believing he had a chance to defeat this particular beast, Alec was determined not to let it slip away his fingers. He was prepared to hunt it down before its minions could come to its aid. To execute his strategy, Alec divided his golems into two groups. Some remained with him for perimeter defense, while he selected a few that would lead the attack against the drake. Legion, Titan, Butcher, and Oni swiftly encircled the golden horned drake, while the Mage Hunter Golem positioned itself slightly behind the group, mirroring Alec's stance. Following Alec's order, Butcher, being the quickest, was the first to move. Crackling with lightning, he disappeared from his previous position and swiftly reappeared above the golden horned drake, bringing his axe down in a powerful swing toward the creature's head. Bad idea, grumbled Titan in response. Before the electrified axe could make contact, a blinding golden light burst forth from the drake's horn. With incredible speed, the light slammed directly into Tempest Butcher's chest, sending him hurtling even faster than before. Butcher's fate served as a stark warning to the rest of the team, who were already closing in on the drake. Bang! Alec's mouth hung open in shock as he watched the drake effortlessly swat away Oni and Legion with a single strike of its tail. It was a profound moment of disrespect endured by his team of golems, something Alec had never witnessed before. Although Alec was aware of the swift and formidable nature of the demonic beasts within the beast forest, but he also knew that his golems were not inexperienced themselves. He observed as Titan held onto the tail that had been swiped at him, but it appeared that Titan was slowly being overpowered also. "Ah!" Titan shouted in response, and to Alec's amazement, Titan began to grow in size, enlarging once again as his smaller form proved inadequate to resist the strength of the drake. It's because the drake possesses a lesser dragon bloodline, the system spirit golem pointed out. Alec exclaimed, realizing that when he summoned all the golems, the system spirit golem must have had the chance to come out, because now it also had the ability to manifest its form in the void space. It was a new discovery for Alec, as the amulet had gradually started accepting the system slowly, enabling new abilities that were restricted before. Directing his focus back to the fight, Alec witnessed Titan regaining his former size, but more perfect-looking body as it was still in a humanoid form. With ease, Titan swung the drake's body, forcefully slamming it against a nearby rock and causing another resounding noise. At that moment, even the beasts a little far away from that surrounding area became aware that a big battle was underway. The beasts, particularly those affiliated with the Golden Horned Drake, attempted to breach the line of defense created by Alec's golems and their minions. However, they were met with the full force of the golem army, staunchly defending their position. Meanwhile, another set of beast groups awaited the outcome of the clash between Alec's golem army and the Golden Horned Drake's minions, hoping to take advantage of any opportunities that arose. Alec had learned a valuable lesson through his encounters in the Beast Forest, and that was that all Tier 5 demonic beasts in the second level of the Beast Forest acted as mini-bosses, accompanied by other subordinate beasts. On the other hand, the Tier 6 demonic beasts served as the main bosses, commanding sub-Tier 5 demonic beasts as their generals. Alec referred to the Tier 6 demonic beasts as generals because they were always accompanied by their own armies, as each Tier 5 under them had minions. This was precisely why Alec had not yet attempted to confront a Tier 6 demonic beast, because not only did they possess Tier 7 battle power, but it would be akin to waging a full-scale war to take on any one of them. His only stroke of luck would be to come across a rogue Tier 6 beast that operated alone, or one that had strayed from its usual territory. However, for the time being, Alec remained focused on swiftly defeating the Golden Horned Drake before him. He weighed the options of whether to personally intervene or let his golems handle the battle while he conserved his mana. The clash between Titan and the Drake became increasingly chaotic, as Titan relentlessly delivered powerful blows to the Drake's body with his reinforced ice fists which had spiked knuckles. With each strike, the spikes shattered upon impact against the Drake's hard scales, but Titan's attacks continued to inflict significant damage. Before his fist could even pull back, Titan would conjure another set of spikes, never relenting in his assault. Alec observed as Titan abandoned all defensive measures, attacking with unwavering determination, his eyes blazing red. It seemed as though the tail, claw, and bite that had been delivered on his body was failing to hinder his relentless onslaught. "How much longer, newbie?" Titan shouted, startling Alec. Now, a metallic voice sounded behind Alec. In the next instant, he watched as Titan swiftly closed the distance to the Drake and wrapped his hand around its neck. Before exerting all his strength, Titan lifted the Drake into the air, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. A slick sound followed as the Mage Hunter Golem's left hand, equipped with a metallic hook, swiftly flew through the air with immense speed. The hook burst into the heart region of the Drake upon impact. Causing the Drake's blood to cascade down onto Titan's icy body, he exerted a forceful pull, successfully yanking the heart of the Drake from its chest. As Alec observed with amazement as the metallic hook swiftly returned to its original position, securely holding the yanked heart in its grip. "Target eliminated," Hunter announced, and Alec's ears were filled with the sound of numerous notification noises from the system. However, he paid little attention to them at that moment, because they were surrounded and had no way out except inside the caves. As Titan tossed the Drake's lifeless body to the ground, it was immediately swallowed up by the earth. "And here I was hoping I could remain behind the scenes," Alec complained, frustrated by the increasingly frantic behavior of the demonic beasts that now attacked their line of defense with even greater ferocity after the drake's death. But that wasn't the end of their challenges. With the drake's demise, the neutral beasts in the vicinity began to stir, now targeting Alec and his group. "You all better prepare to meet your end," Alec declared, his hair transforming into a fiery crimson. Finally, he allowed his excitement to consume him. He let go of both of his weapons. However, before the weapons could even touch the ground, fiery chains manifested from Alec's hands, wrapping tightly around the Changdao and the bone katana. At this moment, Alec's killing intent surged forth, having discovered a way to tap into his blood-killing intent at will. He no longer needed the Changdao as a medium, but his demeanor becomes slightly more wild when his hair turned red. With a swift motion, Alec's leg propelled himself with an earth pillar from the ground, which launched him into the air. As he spiraled through the sky, the flaming chains dragged his weapons along with him, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Alec leaped directly into the midst of the minion demonic beasts that served under the golden horned drake, which his golems had just slain. He danced and twisted among them, swinging the dual fiery chains that were wrapped around his hands with deadly precision. With each swing, the blades at the end of the chains decapitated a beast, leaving a trail of blood in his wake as he tried to clear a path through the encirclement he jumped into. His dual weapons, which were blazing with scorching heat, cleaved through the beasts as he swung the fiery chains that extended all the way to his elbows. "This proficiency really pays off," Alec muttered as he yanked the fiery chains, pulling the airborne weapons down towards the neck of a bull demonic beast that was charging towards him. As both blades lodged themselves on either side of its neck, the beast cried out in pain as the blades pierced deep into its flesh, the heat burning it from the inside out. But Alec wasn't finished yet. He flicked the fiery chains, sending a streak of black flame along them to the hilts of the blades. Both the bloody Changdao and the bone katana blazed with black flames. "Sever," Alec commanded, swapping the position of his hands. And the blade sliced cleanly through the bull demon's neck, and its blood splattered across Alec's face as he knelt on one knee. It was a gruesome scene, but just as Alec finished off the bull demon, his danger senses flared as two wolf-type demonic beasts lunged at him from different directions. Caught in a split-second decision, Alec didn't hesitate at all as he pulled back his right hand, gently tugging the fiery chain, and the bone katana retracted back into the grasp of his hand. In a blur of motion, he spun and thrust the blades into the chest of one of the wolves, and without pausing he withdrew the weapon and in one smooth movement, swung it horizontally to the other direction, slicing the throat of the second wolf. As both demonic beasts collapsed with heavy thuds, their bodies joined the carnage Alec had caused. Alec wore a wild smile as he surveyed the demonic beasts surrounding him. He knew his golems were likely working to clear a path to him, but in that moment, he didn't care. The thrill of his blood-killing intent urged him to be more daring. 10 minutes later, Alec snapped out his right hand like a whip, sending the fiery chain connected to it slap against an iron-back ape's face. The beast bared its teeth in a furious snarl, but Alec had already coiled the other chain around its leg as he dragged his left hand back. The ape stumbled and slammed onto its back, the fiery chain retracting back and pulling the creature towards him. Just as it drew near, an earth spear that blazed with flames at the tip was conjured by Alec and impaled into the beast, ensuring it wouldn't rise again. "Last one down," Alec announced, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. He was encircled by his golem army, which had spent the past 10 minutes decimating the demonic beasts that had mistakenly thought they could prey on a weakened team fresh off their battle with the golden horned drake. But they had been sorely mistaken. The golems had shown no sign of fatigue. Alec's hair returned to its tricolor form as he felt the strain of using his killing intent mode for long course through his body. The ground began swallowing the corpses of the last fallen beasts, repairing itself, but the heavy scent of blood lingered in the air. Although Alec knew the nearby Tier 4 and Tier 5 demonic beasts would hesitate to approach, but he felt it was best to leave before another group dared to challenge them. After all, he was completely exhausted. "Let's make our way out of here," Alec turned and said to his golems, but he noticed their gazes slowly shifting towards the skies. It was unusual for them to ignore him, so he turned his head slightly to see what had caught their attention. "Oh, fuck." Alec cursed as he spotted another golden horned drake gliding down, its small wings flaring behind it. It wasn't just the presence of another golden drake that unnerved him, it was the overwhelming aura it exuded. This beast was clearly at the peak Tier 6 realm, one of the few pinnacle predators in the second level of the beast forest. Following the drake's gaze, Alec suddenly realized he was in serious trouble. While he might not have known the nature of the relationship between the drake he had killed and this one, the blood and scent of slaughtered beasts on him told him all he needed to know about his fate. "Die!" The golden drake roared as it swung its right claw, unleashing a brilliant three-light slash that appeared to obliterate anything in its path as it cut through the air toward the entire squad. Alec raised his hands in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but when the light finally reached him, all he found next was complete darkness. Ah! Alec screamed in pain as he jolted awake. His body felt as though it was on fire, but the heat was unlike anything produced by normal flames. The light slash from the Tier 6 Drake had a burning attribute attached to it. It was clear the beast wanted Alec and his golems to suffer before they died, but they were too weak to endure that fate. Unfortunately, some of the residual pain had followed Alec back to the real world. While Alec was certainly impressed by the Drake's strength, what truly captivated him was the realization that he had encountered the first demonic beast capable of speech in the Beast Forest. As he opened his eyes to this astonishing possibility, he pondered the reasons behind its ability to talk. Was it due to its peak Tier 6 status, or perhaps its dragon bloodline? Alec thought. But regardless of the reason, Alec felt a surge of excitement at the thought of pursuing the top Drake. However, he wasn't quite ready to dive headfirst into that challenge just yet after all. He still had a lot to process. The next day, Alec stepped out of his room only to find the main room completely empty. This was a surprising development, as he had never encountered a time when the space felt so deserted. Curious, he closed his eyes and attempted to use his mental energy to probe for any hidden presence, perhaps planning a surprise for him. Unfortunately, the other room's barrier blocked any mental power interference. Regardless, he was able to confirm that no one was there. Determined to find someone, he made his way to the training room as he was sure he would meet either Lucas or Brandon there. When Alec opened the door, he was taken aback to see everyone gathered inside, except for the instructors, Selene, and the dean. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone battled, clearly venting their energy, although they couldn't see it. But every time Alec used his inspect skill on them, he noticed just how they were progressing even if it was little percentage. He understood that the cultivation pills had enhanced their systems, and as long as they faced situations that got their blood pumping, they would be advancing gradually. He was pleased to see them sparring with such intensity, which would only bolster their cultivation. Without further delay, Alec approached Beatrice, who was observing the group. "Good morning, my beautiful vice-captain." He called out, causing Beatrice to turn towards him with a blank expression, causing Alec to question whether she had any real feelings apart from the cold one and the blank one she wore all the time. He rarely saw her smile, and it seemed there was a reason for that, but since he wasn't sure if she considered him a close enough friend to discuss her past, he opted not to pry. "Good morning, Alec," Beatrice replied, omitting the captain title that would have made the conversation feel more formal. Alec felt a surge of pleasure at the small sign of progress in their relationship. "So what's going on? What's got the whole team so pumped up? I've never seen them this serious about anything before. I don't know what the wacky instructor team promised them, but they're definitely making me look bad for sleeping in," Alec remarked. "It's simple, our third-round opponents have been confirmed, and will be the first match fighting tomorrow morning," Beatrice replied. "Wow, first again. Whoever we face better be ready, we have a team with full morale," Alec said, enthusiasm bubbling in his voice until Beatrice turned to look at him. "That's not what's got them hyped, it's the fact that the third round in the finals will take place at the Royal Palace." "Are you serious?" Alec gasped, completely stunned. He had been unaware of such developments. "Well, it's been confirmed. We'll be facing the Onyx Academy in the Royal Palace Square Arena in an all-out battle with no holds barred. It's a full-team matchup. That's why everyone's so pumped they get to fight and determine whether we advance. I think none of them want to let the team down, so they're doing their best to be in top shape," Beatrice explained. Now, Alec felt the weight of pressure settle on his shoulders. He realized he would need the full strength of his team. He couldn't take on the entire Onyx team alone, just like he did in the second round. Just facing 4 members of the Vajra Academy team had left him feeling strained, and he wasn't ready to be in that state during an open all-team fight. Because the captain of Onyx Academy commanded an undead army, making him more of a one-man force than Alec could ever be with his golems. When the match began, Alec's main mission would be to keep the captain in check so he wouldn't eliminate any of their teammates. This meant that for the first time, his entire team would have to fend for themselves without his help, a heavy realization for him. On the bright side, Beatrice interjected, "They've reinstated some measures from the first round. We'll be fighting on a magical stage again, one that can expel anyone killed without causing real damage. It seems you scared them with your display in the last round. Gather round," Alec called, drawing the entire team to his side. He started tossing bottles of Tier 4 pills mixed with a few Tier 5 ones around, reserving the bottles filled only with Tier 5 pills for Beatrice and Lucas. "Inside these bottles are 10 pills each, distributed based on my evaluation of your endurance levels," Alec explained, pausing to let the information sink in. Caught up in his rush to prepare them, he didn't notice the shocked expressions on his teammates' faces. They were all perplexed by his generosity with the pills. Even Pale thought that if he were in Alec's position, there would be no way he would be sharing. He would rather hoard the pills for himself. It was this selflessness that earned Alec his respect. Before, Alec had only been able to provide at least 10 Tier 5 cultivation pills at a time, and Pale recalled how much they had to haggle over who would get the most. But now, Alec was able to offer even more, though no one asked, but they all suspected that Alec had learned the path of an alchemist mage even if he didn't share it with them. They felt this way because he rarely left his room, leading them to believe he wasn't acquiring the pills from anyone else. They figured he would excel as an alchemist mage if he focuses on it, accumulating both wealth and respect, as the War God Academy would easily elevate his position, as the team believed he had solidified his rank as a mid-rank 2 alchemist. Even a mid-rank 1 alchemist is extremely rare and highly respected, let alone a young mid-rank 2 alchemist like Alec. In the Northern Kingdom, alchemist ranks were categorized into 3 levels, low, mid, and high, with each rank further divided into 3 tiers. Alec was at mid-rank 2 in their face because he could now produce Tier 5 pills with ease. He would be considered a mid-rank 3 once he could produce Tier 6 pills, but many other mid-rank 2 alchemists struggled to provide Tier 5 pills like he did. Alchemists typically received their ranks when they first created the particular pill rank, but this didn't necessarily imply they have high proficiency. It simply meant they had improved from their previous rank and can produce pills of the lower rank more easier. Just when the team thought they had seen it all, Alec revealed bundles of Tier 4 random spell cards he had been saving. He didn't have much use for them, considering he was far more powerful than a Tier 4 mage, thought the powers of the spell card can reach Tier 5 battle powers due to the beast coming from the beast forest, but Alec still didn't really care about them as he had other ways to deal with his opponents. However, the same couldn't be said for the rest of his team. Most of them were still weak and in the early stages of their development. And Alec believed that if they had the chance to cast an extra spell for less mana, they wouldn't hesitate to take it. With the thought that these spells were significantly stronger than those of a Tier 4 mage brought a sly smile to Alec's face, and he couldn't wait to see the surprise on the faces of their next opponents when they faced such unexpected attacks. Normally, he was hesitant to bring out the random spell cards, but they resembled talismans to anyone else except from him, so he was not bothered about anyone finding out the true form. He was just hesitant because he had already given the team the assumption that he was an alchemist, though he didn't tell them so, but that is what they believed. And he didn't want to add Talisman Master to the list of suspicions surrounding him. But in order to defeat Onyx Academy, Alec knew he had to bring out the big guns and go all out, so he could no longer afford to hide anything now that the finals were approaching. With that in mind, Alec began distributing at least 5 cards into the hands of each team member present. This meant he was parting with 50 Tier 4 random spell cards, each crafted from different species of demonic beasts that he had slain from the beast forest. The entire team looked perplexed as they watched Alec place these mid-grade talismans into their hands. They were completely at a loss. Even mages like Lucas, Beatrice, and Pale, who proudly hailed from ancient clans, had never witnessed their clans distribute talismans of such an amount to anyone in their younger generation. Such gifts were typically reserved for the ones they deemed the most promising, and those that are chosen as worthy of inheriting the clan responsibilities in the future. Because the talismans didn't only serve as an offensive tool, but also as a defensive mechanisms, designed to save the lives of their chosen ones in situations they couldn't handle, or when they are in danger such as assassination and other type of dangerous situations. Typically, protective talismans would act upon activation, or if imbued within the wearer, they would activate to shield the clan's selected genius. While ancient clans mostly distributed high-grade talismans, it still didn't change the fact that they often deemed it unnecessary to provide even the lower-grade ones to the rest of their young generations, viewing them as a waste of their resources. Even though the talismans Alec handed to them were mid-grade 1, which ranked lower than what the ancient clans provided for their top talents, they felt no disappointment at all, as Alec was making significant sacrifices for them, and this small gesture demonstrated how much he genuinely cared. That realization meant everything to them in that moment. Alec then brought out another batch of talisman after he was done with the Tier 4 own. This time the talisman was not as much as the previous one, and he began distributing the Tier 5 random spell cards to his teammates. He ensured that each member received 2 cards, except for Lucas and Beatrice, to whom he gave 5, believing they needed them more than anyone else on the team, and he was also relying on them to do the heavy hitting when he would be busy taking care of the captain of the other team. In total, he distributed 26 Tier 5 random spell cards, although he still had more, but he saw no reason to give away more than necessary. In fact, the main reason he was cool with sharing these items came from hearing about a member of the Battle Mage Academy using rune stones in battle, which was deemed acceptable. Alec concluded that talismans should be embraced as well, after all it fell in the same category with the rune stone and pills. He just felt their rarity and the cost of production were the only reasons they haven't been used yet. So he didn't mind sharing them with his teammates, even if it could be perceived as flaunting wealth by the other academies. He would let his broke dean deal and take care of the matter. Considering that everyone viewed the War God Academy team as broke due to their poor equipment and defensive uniforms, Alec hoped to change some fans' perceptions with this move. While he was busy making plans and preparing his team with instructions on how to activate the talismans and use them to their advantage, Selene rested by the training room door, silently observing the team as she fell into deep thought. First an alchemist, now a talisman master, and he can cultivate in his sleep. Just how many secrets does Alec Gordon have? If he ever becomes capable of creating tier 6 pills, I might even have to beg him for some. Well, one step at a time, let me see how far you can go in the tournament. With that, Selene walked away, deciding not to intervene and disturb them. She had been summoned by the dean, along with the other 2 instructors, and she had been expecting a discussion on how to help the team improve their chances of winning or perhaps purchasing better equipment. Instead, they gathered for what felt more like a celebration, as the dean was reveling in the joy of winning a bet and had called them together. Offended by their laid-back attitude and their apparent faith that the team would lose the next match, Selene decided to excuse herself. She couldn't sit with a group of people who disparaged her team's accomplishments simply because they thought they had reached their peak. Selene had aspirations to lead the team to the finals, or even win the tournament. In fact, she had once considered it impossible. But Alec had proven her wrong time and again, and she decided to place her faith in him and help him achieve his and the team goals, which was the dean's duty on the first place. The dean, on the other hand, seemed content with merely having the team rank in the top 4 academy, believing it would restore some prestige to the academy, give them better fun from the royal treasury this time, and elevate his own name as the one in power during this pivotal moment. Want to go out for a little betting? Selene heard a familiar voice call out to her as she walked down the hall outside the designated area for the War God Academy. She turned back to see her sister, Selena, hiding in the shadows with her back against the wall. The stakes better be worth my time, Selene replied with a small smile as she began to walk away with her sister. The team spent the whole day cultivating after Alec distributed the pills, and now night had fallen. Most members were shadowboxing, testing their spells, or engaging in light sparring to vent any residual medicinal properties that hadn't been fully digested. This practice helped create space within their bodies, allowing for the complete absorption of what remained of the medicine. Arthur, Brandon, Knight, Agnes, come with me, Alec called out to his clansmen as he stepped out of the training room, with his clansmen following closely behind him. They all followed Alec into his room as he locked the door behind them, ensuring it was secured properly. He then instructed them to sit down, forming a semi-circle with him at the center. What I'm about to show you, or where I'm about to take you, has to do with one of the special abilities I've awakened. Because of how powerful I find this ability, I've kept it a secret all this while. But now you're my only family here in the competition and you need my help, so I don't think this is the time for me to hold back on any of you. Just know that my ability must remain a secret. It should never be disclosed by any of you. Because the day that happens, it means you've betrayed me, and I will cease any form of relationship with you. Is that clear? Alec asked, his seriousness palpable as they exchanged shocked glances. After considering his words and the gravity of how he described his powers, they composed themselves, realizing they had no reason to betray Alec. He was family. Once they confirmed their loyalty with eye signals, they turned back to him. We understand you loud and clear. Your secret is our secret, which means it's safe with us, Brandon declared as he was the first to voice his thoughts. As he placed his right hand across his chest, as if taking an oath, to emphasize their commitment not to betray Alec by revealing the secret he was about to share with them. You should know by now that we are your generals. You yourself said how could we be the ones to betray you, when he used to call both Brandon and Arthur his reliable generals, and while Brandon caught the humor in Arthur's words and smiled, Agnes and Knight looked utterly confused. Nevertheless, Arthur's speech seemed to strike a chord with Alec, who finally smiled back. You've spoken well. What kind of leader would I be if my generals couldn't improve? Prepare yourselves, I'll begin now, Alec declared, a new determination settling over him. When Alec told them to get prepared, it felt like a rush, and they all straightened, their expressions growing serious as they awaited his next move. Suddenly, a small crack appeared behind Alec, catching them off guard. Agnes gasped, covering her mouth with her right hand as the rift in space widened just behind Alec's back. The crack continued to expand until the branch of the primordial tree, which Alec had intentionally left free, began to stretch out from the void. The 4 of them sitting across from Alec stared in disbelief, as they quickly realized that the branch seemed to be connected to Alec, like an additional arm at his command. It just wasn't physically attached to him instead, it sprang from empty space, giving it a shady, suspicious appearance. However, trusting their leader, they resolved to give this new development a chance. Okay then, here we go, Alec exclaimed as he focused his mind, sending orders to the branch. Almost instantly, as he relayed his wishes, the branch moved closer to those sitting in front of him. Shock washed over their faces. Knight instinctively wanted to jump back, but Agnes placed her hands on his shoulders to hold him in place. She knew how nervous Knight could get in situations like this, and since Alec was trusting them with an ability they had never seen him use before, she was determined to place her trust in him as well, despite how eerie the black tree branch appeared. Puchai. Alec watched as the branch sprouted 4 smaller sub-branches and shot them toward Brandon, Arthur, Knight, and Agnes. In an instant, they all collapsed to the ground, sound asleep. Seeing this, Alec also closed his eyes, surrendering himself to the sweet embrace of darkness. The gang all felt their consciousness being dragged out of them as they were all transported to the amulet world. When they appeared, they found themselves standing right in front of the primordial tree in all its glory. The sight caused them to step back in fear, realizing that the long branch responsible for bringing them there in the first place was just a small part of the massive tree looming before them. Their fear intensified as they noticed the multiple demonic beast corpses littered around the tree's roots, making the already imposing presence of the tree feel even more alive and menacing. They instinctively felt that any sudden movement might provoke the tree to attack. Confusion spread among them while they decided to survey the dark void of space as Alec had not informed them of anything. His voice suddenly broke through. "Welcome to my amulet world," Alec announced, appearing behind them and prompting them to turn around in surprise. Right now, you are all at the Tier 4 Mage realm. While this is a significant achievement for first-year students, I understand that you might not be entirely pleased about being designated as second-team figures in the Intruder Academy competition, Alec began. However, I do believe you are in no way inferior to those other mages from the larger clans who possess both talent and abundant resources to enhance their cultivation. Let's be honest, cultivating a mage faster than their peers often requires substantial financial backing. It's clear that we don't have that, but I have something even better, a battle zone that will hone your skills and help you reach the next realm quickly. Given that you've all taken the cultivation pills I gave out, it means your bodies should be refined enough to handle the challenges that life or death situations will present, which would stimulate your fast cultivation speed. Now, if you don't mind, float towards that first door. Once you enter, remember that except for each other, every beast inside is your enemy. Don't be tempted to show mercy to even the meekest-looking creatures. They're capable of killing you if you expose a weak point, Alec commanded, pointing at the first door of the beast forest while providing them with crucial insight. Just survive, Alec replied, swatting his hands, which propelled all 4 of them through the first door. Once they disappeared, Alec found himself compelled to communicate with the system spirit, which manifested as a small blue form once again. Why do they get to keep their clothes? Will I still get here in nothing but my underwear every time? Alec questioned, with a perplexed expression. The process is confusing for me too, the system spirit explained. But if I had to guess, I think it's because the primordial branch brought them here, while you as the main owner, you can arrive here purely on your own, without any external factors. Alec sighed in relief. He was genuinely glad they had all been focused on the tree when he appeared, giving him a chance to quickly summon his salamander armor set to cover up, knowing that otherwise, the situation could have become quite awkward. With that thought put aside, he turned his attention back to the first door as new concerns began to brew in his mind. It was only after Alec had pushed them into the beast forest that he realized he hadn't thoroughly considered the consequences of tossing them in. As for instance, he was quite uncertain about how the reincarnation process truly worked. From what the system spirit had just explained, it was clear there was a significant difference between him and them, as he was the main owner of the amulet, while they were brought into the amulet space due to external factors. This left Alec unsure whether their consciousness would return to their bodies if they died in the beast forest. As he pondered about this, he felt deep down that it wasn't possible for them to actually perish in the first level of the beast forest. As the strongest beast, there has a tier 3 realm. Although the beasts were stronger than their current levels, but his gang had all reached tier 4 mage status, and Alec believed that if they worked together, they would be able to survive inside the forest. However, weighing various factors, he decided against jumping into the second level of the beast forest just yet. He resolved to wait for them to return, eager to learn about their experiences, and see if there was anything he could suggest to help them improve faster before considering bringing them to the next level. Well, it's not all bad. I guess I finally have some time to myself now, Alec said as he prepared to summon for the soul of the golden horned drake he had been saving. After hunting the low tier 5 golden horned drake the night before, he was ambushed and killed by a Tier 6 golden horned drake that seemed to be related to the one he had killed, abruptly ending his hunting experience. The encounter had been alarming enough to make him wary of pursuing any Tier 6 demonic beasts anytime soon, as they were significantly more dangerous. Fortunately for him, the system had been kind enough to retrieve the soul for Alec. Alec had been reluctant to bring out the soul and use it, as he was feeling cautious now that he knew the other two instructors, Selene and the Dean, had probed him last time. This left him tense about summoning the golden horned drake's essence, as even the slightest fluctuations could give him out, causing someone like the Dean to come rushing to his room again. While he didn't think he would actually get into trouble, the thought of having to explain himself felt exhausting. He wanted to avoid any questions that he wouldn't be able to answer, which kept him focused on staying calm and not doing anything foolish, like bringing out the soul. However, now that he was alone in his amulet world space, he decided to finally devour the soul. The golden horned drake's essence appeared in his palm, shimmering gold like the last one. But unlike the previous essence, this one didn't resist or emit the same pressure, and Alec attributed this change to the amulet world even as it lay still in his hand. It radiated a significant surge of energy. Without further thought, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the soul, closing his eyes to savor the lingering sweetness. Alec murmured, crossing his legs and levitating in the air due to the space's unique gravity. He could feel most of the energy flowing into his body was being absorbed by the soul form of the golden horned drake inside his microcosmic universe, while the rest of the energy was just tossed around in his body, so Alec was trying to cultivate so he could properly distribute the energy throughout himself, pushing himself closer to the next realm. Just as he thought he might finally enjoy a peaceful session of cultivation, the system rang with a notification, prompting him to open his eyes with the intention of quickly closing the notification to avoid distraction. However, the moment he opened his eyes and saw the notification, he found himself unable to ignore it. He was eager to understand what was in front of him. 200 bloodline points gained from residual energy. Bloodline section now opened in the store. Store is officially opened. Not all sections are available yet. The first thing Alec noticed was that something related to his bloodline had triggered the opening of his store. For a long time, he hadn't known how to operate or understand it, and its functions were still a mystery to him. Although he had taken advantage of a few time-limited deals of the store, but he had always felt as though the system was simply compensating and encouraging him since he hadn't discovered the true way to access the store. But now he had officially opened the store, and while the notification stated that it wasn't fully accessible yet, Alec was too excited to care about the unopened sections. His curiosity grew as he sought to explore the store's tab, eager to see how it differed from the status tab. Knight killed a Tier 2 demonic Gale Wolf. Knight killed a Tier 3 demonic Gale Wolf. Earns 20 of all experience your group members gain due to the team leader title being active. Before Alec could proceed with his plans, another series of notifications suddenly popped up on his screen, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then he remembered that he used to hold a group leader type of title that allowed him to earn a portion of the experience points his gang gained whenever they benefited from Alec's system. This had happened during the Blood Moon Wars they fought together, but the title had evolved beyond just team leader then. It reached the commander title, due to the amount of mages under him back then. It has also appeared when they were in the second dimension, as long as the gang were close to him and they were working together. The team leader title comes into play, allowing them to share experience and level up faster. However, Alec hadn't realized that the percentage had increased. And if he had to guess what caused it, the only reason he could give for this bump was because they were currently in the Beast Forest, which operated under Alec's amulet, granting him more priority. Well, good luck to me, but I still need to check the store ASAP, Alec said. Just then, another interruption occurred. Not the system again, but this time it was Knight being knocked out of the first door of the Beast Forest, causing Alec to stare in shock. Alec wore a look of surprise because, no matter what he had imagined, Knight being knocked out of the Beast Forest was never one of the possibilities running through his mind. He hadn't even realized that one could access the Black Void space after entering the Beast Forest, because once he entered, he fought until either his time ran out or he was killed, both of which always resulted in his consciousness being transported back to his body. This meant that he thought there was no way back after entering the Beast Forest all this while, whereby there might have been a way. With many questions swirling in his mind, Alec couldn't help but move closer to Knight, who looked pale and exhausted. Without omitting anything, tell me exactly what happened to you in the Beast Forest, Alec demanded, staring directly at Knight, not even caring if he was still tired or not. Okay, Knight nodded, trying to catch his breath. Beast Forest. Agnes cautiously walked through the forest, initially believing that when Alec sent them flying toward the portal, the whole gang would reappear in the same location since they all entered together. It was only after she fell into a large pool that she realized how mistaken she had been. Even Alec had not expected that they would all be teleported to different parts of the beast forest. Fortunately for her, unlike the others who encountered demonic beasts upon entering, she spawned in a location devoid of any immediate threats. And as she wandered, she felt somewhat clueless, unsure of what to be on guard for. Grrrr. However, in the beast forest such leisure would never last long, as the sound of growling reached her ears, forcing Agnes to take a defensive stance. She summoned her spirit equipment set, which swiftly encased her body. Within seconds, the woven tide set enveloped her, draping her in tideborne robes and aquatic stride shoes. After fully summoning the defensive aspects of her equipment, she drew out her wand and pushed her hand forward, watching as its form began to change. In just 2 seconds, her wand transformed into a staff. Without wasting any time, she lightly tapped the staff on the ground, with her eyes closed just so she could cast a wide area spell, low-tier spell Earth Resonance. As she cast the spell, a wave of seismic energy radiated outward from her, centered on her position. It was as if she were using a scanner to locate the source of the growl echoing through the forest. After about 5 seconds, Agnes's eyes shot open not because she had pinpointed the source of the growl, but because she realized she had been completely surrounded. Fortunately, she quickly spotted a black panther lunging at her neck, its claws outstretched in a vicious swipe. Agnes deftly twisted her body to the side, narrowly avoiding the panther's attack, but she didn't let herself be flustered by a single sneak attack. Instead, she kicked off the ground with the aquatic stride shoes, creating distance between herself and the panther. Mid-tier spell Earth Lock. Mid-tier spell Water Bomb. Even while putting space between herself and the demonic beast, she didn't forget to unleash 2 mid-tier spells in quick succession, showcasing the advantages the magic path mages had over the other mage paths. The ground beneath the panther who had landed on the ground skill fully caved in, forcing its legs deeper into the earth and trapped. But that was just the beginning. The panther struggled, as its legs became ensnared in the sand, leaving it vulnerable to the incoming water bomb hurtling toward it. Boom, the panther's head exploded, killing it instantly after being hit by a mid-tier attack, its body landing in the ground with a thud sound. What the hell is with the strength of that thing? Even if it was just a tier 2 beast, its moves and power were on another level entirely, Agnes muttered, quickly surveying her surroundings. Her Earth Resonance spell had alerted her that more demonic beasts had closed in, so she tried to locate them with her eyes. And as she scanned the area, she noticed several creatures lurking in the bushes, some hiding behind the trees, their deep red eyes watching her from a distance. They weren't attacking yet, just observing, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. Agnes could feel the tension building, because they weren't just going to let her leave peacefully, though the beasts appeared wary of her power after the last attack, but it was clear they were all waiting for one of them to make the first move. Agnes' attention was drawn to the last panther in the group surrounding her, 7 in total, but one in particular stood out. It crouched atop a tree, staring down at her, its presence almost imperceptible. She had nearly missed it entirely, and even her Earth Resonance hadn't detected it, its aura expertly concealed. Only by noticing one of the other panthers glancing toward it did she spot the creature perched on a gnarled branch of the nearby ancient tree. This panther was different, its massive form crouched in the shadows of the huge leaves, blending seamlessly. It was also larger than any of the other panthers. Its inky black fur absorbed the surrounding light, making it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Its molten amber eyes glowed with an eerie intensity as it fixated its gaze on Agnes below, watching her every move. Muscles coiled beneath its sleek coat as the panther's barbed tail flicked silently, and razor-sharp claws gouged deep grooves into the bark of the tree. The air around it thrummed with malevolent energy as it finally revealed its aura as Agnes locked eyes with it. Great, just what I needed. A tier 3 demonic beast leading a pack of tier 2s, Agnes cursed under her breath. She had barely managed to handle the tier 2 panther she had just killed, and now not only was she facing 6 more, but the leader itself, a cunning creature willing to sacrifice one of its own to gauge her strength. If anything unnerved Agnes, it was the intelligence behind the tier 3 panther's tactics. I guess it's time for plan B, she muttered, slamming her staff onto the ground, causing a pool of water to spread out around her, the liquid shimmering as it rippled across the terrain. With a second strike of her staff, runes began to etch themselves into the wet earth. Arise, my clay golems, Agnes commanded, slamming her staff down a third time, and this time the ground trembled as a hand made of clay emerged from one of the pivot points in the array, the first sign of her summoned army beginning to take form. So what you're telling me is that you were killed just a few seconds ago, and the next thing you know, you're being forced out of the beast forest back into this void space, Alec asked Knight, who had just finished recounting his encounter. Knight had gone from being randomly spawned among a full pack of beasts to fighting until he was eventually eliminated. It was a short and intense story. Yes, Knight replied, nodding his head. Alec said, falling into deep contemplation as he considered various options to explore. Well, immerse yourself in that pool over there. It might not have a significant effect on you, but you should be able to recover to some extent. I want you to try entering the door again just for experimentation purposes. Alec gestured toward the mana pool at the side, which emitted an ethereal glow. Okay, Knight agreed, dragging his tired self toward the pool and submerging himself. Just as he dove in, Agnes was unexpectedly thrown out of the beast forest door, prompting Alec to look at her in surprise. Let me guess you were killed, Alec asked, noticing the shock on Agnes's face as it mirrored Knight's pale expression when he was knocked out too. Yes, I was. I thought I was a goner for sure, Agnes replied. It seems things are different for those of you brought in with external help. I'm guessing that as long as I'm still alive, your consciousness won't return to your body, Alec started to explain, but then he stopped, staring at Agnes in astonishment. You've reached the peak of Tier 4. Tell me how you accomplished that, because you would need to kill a lot of demonic beasts to reach this level. Alec asked, recalling the notification about Knight defeating demonic beasts and learning that he had a 20 share of the experience they all earn, so he had shut down the notifications, because he wanted to talk to Knight without distractions. But at the moment Agnes was facing off against a group of panther demonic beasts, Alec hadn't seen any of her notification prompts. And after hearing Knight mention that they were teleported to random locations, Alec didn't hold out much hope for Agnes, especially since most beasts in the beast forest hunted in packs. Alec's advantage was that he was never alone. He always had his golem army at his side. This made him particularly curious about how Agnes had managed to kill enough demonic beasts to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time while still being on her own. My golems, Agnes replied. Alec's expression shifted to one of total blankness. He had been persistently encouraging the entire group to explore the golem path, but due to the clan's limited resources, everyone had only created one golem each, as they didn't hold much hope for upgrading the golems, with all the costs related to golems. But since it was a compulsory requirement for all clansmen of the Gordon's clan to have at least one golem, whether they wanted to use them or not, that was the reason they had made actions to craft at least one golem. Alec had not had a chance to speak with any of his clansmen since the training for the Intruder Academy competition began, so he wasn't fully aware of the changes. The only thing he knew was that Arthur had crafted a bronze golem that followed the path of the third elder's golden golem refining method. Now that he considered it more deeply, since Arthur had reached the Tier 4 Mage realm, he could finally undergo the second refining for his golem, which meant it should have attained the Silver Body realm. Alec realized that not only had he been growing stronger, but his team had also been making progress. But Alec was fully committed to supporting his team until they could stand against the mages of the ancient clans. After all, he had been accumulating many enemies, and now was not the time for them to be lacking in strength. Agnes felt a pang of worry when she saw Alec's blank stare. However, after about 5 seconds of contemplation, a smile finally blossomed on his lips. What type of golems were you able to create, and how many do you control? Alec asked as his curiosity for golems started to ignite again, while extending his hand to help her up. Clay golems and rock golems. I have about 5 different types under my command, Agnes replied. That's great. I see you magic path gives you more control advantage. Well, just go rest in the pool first, would talk later, Alec said, gesturing toward the spot where he had directed Knight, only to see Knight's face radiate sheer ecstasy as he sank deeper into the mana pool, his hands resting on the edge. You really need to check out this pool, Agnes. I feel like all my fatigue has disappeared, and I believe I can go again after about 10 more minutes of rest, Knight said, looking towards Agnes, who seemed to have wrapped up her conversation with Alec. Hearing him speak finally brought Alec's attention back to Knight, prompting him to ask a question that had been bothering him. What about you? Have you created a golem, and which path did you choose? Alec inquired, looking directly at Knight. There's a little problem with that. I haven't found a golem that resonates with me yet. I'm struggling to commit to creating a clay, rock, or iron golem, which are the basics. I just don't feel any affinity for them, Knight replied, nervously chuckling and scratching his neck. And to create those advanced golems, I would need a lot of help from the elders, which I don't have since we're not back at the clan. You could have come to me. But it's all good after we finish this tournament. I want all of you to come to me with any questions you have about golem creation, Alec said. Though I might not be an elder of the clan, but don't forget I'm the heir to the patriarch, and I have way more knowledge about golem crafting than most seniors in the clan. Plus, I took private lessons with the 5th elder, so hit me up later, all right? Alec added, watching as they both nodded their heads, though it was clear they weren't fully listening. Seeing the expressions on their faces piqued Alec's curiosity, about how amazing the mana pool must be for them to look so pleased. However, now he could access the store that was all he wanted to do, so he levitated away while they looked so peaceful. Meanwhile, back in the beast forest, Arthur and Brandon were sprinting ahead, a full pack of demonic beasts hot on their heels. Hey, how can you be so shameless? You're the stronger one between us. Aren't you supposed to hold the fort while I run ahead? Arthur, encased in shining silver armor that appeared to be his upgraded golem, shouted at Brandon, who was running beside him without a care. Hey, I'm not Knight or Agnes. We both learned the art of running away when the odds are against us from Alec. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to face this horde alone? What did you even do to that stupid wolf for it to have the whole pack chasing after us? Brandon shot back, keeping pace with Arthur. Don't ask, just run. Arthur replied, regretting that he hadn't run into either Knight or Agnes, because he felt they would have likely been easier to fool in this situation. The horde had initially been chasing Arthur. Brandon was simply unlucky to have spawned closer to him. So when Arthur spotted him, he tried to lure the beasts toward Brandon, hoping to leave him to face them while he ran free. The only flaw in his plan was that he hadn't anticipated Brandon would abandon any thoughts of acting like a hero, and instead join him in fleeing. Arthur and Brandon ran until they reached a towering cliff, leaving them no choice but to look back at the slowly advancing wolf pack. The beasts were taking their time, encircling them, as if trying to mount some sort of mental pressure on them. Fuck, it's a dead end. Arthur cursed, staring down to see just how deep the drop was. A shiver ran through him as he caught a glimpse of the sheer height. Brandon, who was beside him, conjured a small stone in his hand, making both Arthur and the wolves think he was about to throw it at them. But they were all shocked when he instead aimed his hand toward the cliff and tossed the stone down, causing him abs. Arthur watched its descent. After about 20 seconds when it reached the bottom, both Arthur and Brandon exchanged anxious glances. Hell no, there's no way I'm going down like that. I'd rather be torn apart by wolves in fighting than jump to my death from this height. I can't even imagine the state my body would be in after such a fall, Arthur exclaimed, as if he could already read Brandon's mind. Well, blame me later in the underworld. At least there's a better chance of survival down the cliff than facing this entire pack, Brandon replied, dragging Arthur along as he jumped off the cliff. The wolves lunged to reach them, but it was too late. Brandon had propelled himself off the ground using a small earth pillar he manipulated beneath his feet. Shit, Alec, was the last word Arthur shouted as he and Brandon plummeted from such a height. When Alec opened the store, he was amazed by what he saw. 4 sections were already accessible, and though more were still locked, he didn't feel too disheartened by it. As Alec browsed through the store, he realized that everything he needed could be found within its offerings. What piqued his curiosity most was the Power Stones Power Crystals section. When he opened it, he noticed an array of elemental power stones that could potentially enhance the elemental affinity of his team members. While there weren't many power crystals available, each one seemed crucial to an armor set he had crafted using the system's help. He spotted a golden horn drake crystal and a golden salamander power crystal, both essential things he needed for upgrading his red salamander equipment to a Tier 5 set, especially since they were indeed Tier 5 power crystals, and the fact that the currency for these was system points made the process even easier for him. Aside from the bloodline section, where he could purchase bloodline-related skills, demonic beast souls, and equipment effective in bloodline transformations with bloodline points, all the other sections accepted system points. Now, I can think of a couple of things I want to get my hands on, Alec mused just before he heard a thudding sound that compelled him to close his system and glance towards the first door of the beast forest. He saw Arthur and Brandon groaning in pain as he levitated toward them. When they looked up at Alec, who stood over them, Arthur complained, "What a way to go. You didn't tell us that if we die in that space, we'd be teleported here. I could have just died the easy way. Brandon threw us off a massive cliff." "Oh, I see you managed to reach the cliff region. There are some grumpy wolf packs around that area," Alec replied. "As for not informing you about the ability to be teleported back here after death, honestly, I wasn't sure it would work for you guys. There was a lot of my calculations which actually went wrong. Additionally, if I had mentioned that you could be brought back here no matter how you were killed in the beast forest. I didn't think you would take this seriously," Alec said, primarily staring at Arthur, making it clear that his words were aimed at him. "So you mean you sent us there without knowing if we could die for real?" Arthur began to fume, on the verge of throwing a tantrum, but Brandon quickly chimed in. "Look on the bright side, I've stepped into the Tier 5 Mage realm. And you, Arthur, just need a little push to enter it, too. We might not be in the same realm as those from Onyx Academy, but we won't be useless or helpless when the group battle begins," Brandon said, eliciting a smile from Alec at their progress. While neither the Knight nor Agnes had the chance to enter the Tier 5 Mage realm before the match, Alec was confident that Arthur would have reached the Tier 5 Mage realm beforehand. and would be able to solidify his rank alongside Brandon, providing a significant boost to the team, especially considering it was an all-out battle next. However, his thoughts drifted as he realized he hadn't yet considered how to explain his team's rapid breakthroughs. He anticipated many questions when the team realized the Gordons had fast breakthroughs in just a night and didn't want anyone, especially Indrik and Sophia, to feel left out. Since he had integrated them into his clan without his grandfather's knowledge, because he was sure they would benefit the clan, but he was uncomfortable exposing the secrets of the amulet to them. But after thinking long and hard without landing at a solution, he decided to set those thoughts aside for now and focused on his immediate goal, which is the fact that he still wanted to dive into the second door of the Beast Forest and see if he could secure a decent kill before his daily time ran out. He needed mid-ranked beast carcasses to refine mid-tier pills, gather system points, and assist with the evolution of various aspects within the amulet space. The Tier 3 and other low-ranked demonic beasts his team had already killed wouldn't suffice, so he pressed on, guiding Brandon and Arthur toward the mana pool. Alec opened his eyes and stared at the four figures before him, hearing their gasps as they returned to consciousness. After they were fully awake, the first thing they did was remove the small branch of wood that had pierced part of their bodies, causing a trickle of blood to flow from the wounds. However, within seconds, the injured areas began to heal since these weren't critical injuries, and their high realm meant that such minor bruises and wounds typically didn't last long. Alec watched them closely, finally confirming that it was only upon his death that they would be forced out of the amulet world space. He had clearly entered the second level of the Beast Forest to hunt down some Tier 5 demonic beasts. He had initially been searching for a golden horned drake to continue the progression rate for his second soul demonic beast, but while he was on the hunt for a Tier 5 golden horned drake demonic beast, the Tier 6 golden horned drake that had killed him last time was also hunting him, and as if it could sense his unique scent, as soon as Alec appeared and began pursuing another Tier 5 drake, he found himself being chased by the Tier 6 predator. Though his golems attempted to sacrifice themselves to allow him to escape, but the formidable drake proved too much for them. After about 30 minutes of running, he was finally eliminated. Following this experience, Alec vowed to steer clear of the golden horned drake's territory for a while, and there was no way he would visualize the image of golden drakes again before he stepped into the second level of the Beast Forest without the means to stand toe-to-toe with a Tier 6 beast, since he was being hunted by one. That was crazy. I was enjoying that pool. Why were we ejected? Arthur, ever the straightforward one, asked the question as the others looked at Alec, waiting for his reply, cause they were all feeling the mana pool. Simple, I died now, aren't you supposed to be cultivating? You're just a few hours away from the Tier 5 Mage realm. I believe you still have some Tier 5 cultivation pills left. This is the perfect time to take them and try to reach that level, Alec urged, facing Arthur. Time is of the essence, even for you, Brandon. You need to stabilize your realm. I know you'll be a big help during the next match. Do that quickly, and I'll show you some moves before we get called, Alec said, eyeing Brandon while inspecting his data. Inspect. Name, Brandon Gordons. Tier 5 low 25. Affinity, Earth Manipulation, I Sand Control, I. Alec was confident Brandon would be an asset, as he had finally evolved his Earth element to the manipulation level. He had always sensed that Brandon's Earth element leaned towards the sand side, and given the fact that he awakened with a peak affinity, he should have been the first to reach the manipulation level even before Alec. However, Alec suspected that the system's interference had caused these changes not only for himself, but also for Brandon. Because from what he'd learned, it was unusual for a mid-tier mage to evolve their affinity. Most achieved this only during their breakthrough to the high rank. Those with peak affinity tended to grasp it during their breakthroughs to the high rank, while others with lower affinity required time to gain the insight needed for their element evolution after they entered the high rank. Brandon had finally evolved his element too, and Alec felt it was likely due to either the system or the amulet's influence, as it seems he had just been pushed to make that final step, since he had been at peak level before entering the Beast Forest. Though Alec couldn't imagine the pain Brandon must have endured during the evolution, he felt relieved to have one more person to rely on for the next match. With that thought, he turned to provide some advice to both Agnes and Knight. He quickly reviewed a few details with Knight, prompting him to begin cultivating before turning to Agnes. Summon your golems, Alec exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Agnes was taken aback by his eccentric behavior. She had only seen him this animated when facing a large number of enemies on Blood Moon Day or within the second dimension. It was almost as if the serious attitude he had maintained slipped away once the boys delved into their cultivation, transforming him into a curious child as he balled his fists and shook them impatiently in front of her. Okay, wait, Agnes responded, sliding her right hand off her left palm. Magically, her wand appeared, since her wand had been integrated with her equipment. It could also transform into a tattoo on her body, and can be retracted easily without wasting any time. She morphed the wand into its staff form and slammed it on the ground 3 times. In an instant, runes illuminated the room as 5 golems materialized before them. 3 of the golems were made of pure clay, robust in build and taller than Alec, who was already impressive for his age, while the stone golems were a bit larger and equipped with massive stone shields. As he observed them, Alec realized they were all peak Tier 3 golems, and Agnes seemed unsure of how to advance them past this level. From what he could see, they should have evolved into Tier 4 by now. Inspect. Name: Golem. Type: Stone Golem. Tier 3, Peak 100. Rank: Normal. Affinity: Earths. Evolution path: Stone Guard Golem. Tier 4, Rare Golem. 50,000 System Points. Stone Gunner Golem. Tier 4, Rare Golem. 60,000 System Points. Inspect. Name: Golem. Type: Clay Golem. Tier 3, Peak 100. Rank: Normal. Affinity: Earths. Evolution path: Mud Golem. Tier 4, Rare Golem. 60,000 System Points. Ice Golem. Tier 4, Rare Golem. 60,000 System Points. Alec first wore a shocked expression when he saw the options that the system brought up, but within seconds, his face broke into a wide smile as he turned to Agnes, who laughed nervously in response. She had never seen Alec so animated before. Her initial concerns flew out the window as she watched him move around, touching the bodies of her golems and complimenting the craftsmanship. While she observed him, Alec was lost in thought. He had never expected to be able to evolve someone else's golems, and he felt it might have to do with the new changes in the system, and he was loving every bit of it. He realized that even if Agnes didn't reach the Tier 5 Mage realm, helping her evolve her golems with the system's assistance would significantly boost her battle power, especially if she could control her golems to create great synergy. Without wasting time, he decided to share the good news with Agnes. Get ready. I'm about to evolve your golems, and I think I'm going to need your help, Alec said, grinning widely, causing Agnes to freeze in place. This time it was joy that left her speechless. Her father, the first elder of the bloodline, had told her that only a selected few could upgrade others' golems in the Gordon's clan, and those individuals were seen as absolute masters. One was the 5th elder, who specialized in beast golems, the 2nd elder, who focused on elemental golems, and the patriarch, who dealt with all humanoid-shaped golems. While there were others, these 3 were the undisputed experts. Given that most others had only created one golem, they weren't particularly esteemed in the golem crafting aspect. An example of this was the 3rd elder, who focused on one golden golem refinement method. So when Agnes found herself at a dead end with her golem's progress, she had planned to seek help upon returning back home to the Gordon's clan house. However, hearing Alec claim he would assist her in evolving them left her in shock. A smile broke out on her face, and a small tear slid down her cheek, cause even though Alec appeared younger than the elders of the Gordon's clan, Agnes had blind faith in him. After all, he was the only member of the younger generation from the Gordon clan with extensive knowledge about golems. Alec didn't want to waste any more time and quickly explained the 2 available upgrade options for the stone golem to Agnes. Though the paths had different costs, but Alec didn't feel the need to burden her with those petty details as he could afford it, and now they could enter the beast forest, she could work back that amount for him with the same golems. He simply believed she had the right to choose the path her golem would follow, and Agnes chose for Alec to pick different paths for both golems, making him nod in approval, as that was exactly what he had in mind. Because if it were him, he would want to have both the Stone Guard Golem and the Stone Gunner Golem too, because he believed that leaning too far in one direction would ruin any chance of creating synergy between offense and defense he wanted her to have. From the names alone, Alec guessed that the Gunner Golem would focus on attack, while the Guard Golem would prioritize defense. He figured that if Agnes were forced to choose just one path for both golems, she'd end up with golems that were either too defensive or too offensive, creating an imbalance in her strategy. No problem, be ready to be dazzled and surprised, Alec said as he selected the options for the golems. Expecting a brilliant flash of light to mark the upgrade, but Alec was puzzled when nothing happened even after waiting for about 30 seconds. Ding, materials have been sent to the inventory. Alec's confusion grew when he saw the notification. He quickly opened his system menu and noticed new materials in his inventory that hadn't been there before. Realizing something was off, he mentally reached out to the system's spirit for clarification. What's going on here? Normally, I can upgrade my golems with just one click from my thoughts. Why the sudden change? Alec asked in his mind, feeling both stumped and frustrated. Well, it's time for you to learn to get off your training wheels. After all, you've completed all the basic training in golem crafting and have created many golems. Why are you getting lazy just because the system helps you automatically evolve them? Lazy bum. Just know there's a difference between the system upgrading your golems by itself and helping you evolve ones that don't belong to you, and hope you were not expecting the system to magically evolve something with her watching that closely. How would you explain that? In fact, the only reason you were assisted in the first place is that it was for your development, and all these materials in the inventory all came from the system shop. So it's like you paid for them, now you're on your own, so try evolving the golems yourself. The system's spirit snapped back, clearly irritated that Alec had interrupted whatever it had been doing. Well, what am I supposed to do? Even though I have some knowledge, any small mistake on my part could make her lose her golem in the process. It's not easy to nurture a golem to this level. Not everyone has a system. I can manage my golems well because I'm completely familiar with their body structure, as I crafted them myself. Alec shot back heatedly, causing the system's spirit to go silent for a moment. Still, the system cannot help you right now, you're all alone, but here's a piece of advice. Don't underestimate your inspect skill, you should try working with it. The system spirit replied before its voice completely faded from Alec's mind. Agnes, who had been about to speak to Alec as he seemed frozen, just standing there, but she finally saw him move. He walked toward the two stone golems, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin as he stared intently at them. To Agnes, it seemed like Alec was evaluating the golems to determine what was needed for their upgrade. In her mind, she thought he would definitely go and request something expensive from the instructors, just as he had done before. She assumed it would be costly, as no resources for upgrading golems in the mid-rank came cheap. But she was taken aback when Alec began to materialize various golem resources from thin air. While she thought he might have stored them in his space ring for later use, witnessing Alec easily summon earth elemental cores, one-time elemental rune pens, enchanted items, and earth spirit resources made her wonder just how he had gathered such materials. She was certain that all of these items were extremely valuable and were of very high quality considering the strong elemental energy radiating around them. Just standing near those materials, she could feel the potent currents of elemental air swirling in the vicinity. Just where are you getting the wealth to acquire all this? Not even the Gordons flaunt their riches like you do. Agnes questioned in her mind, reflecting on how Alec had been consistently providing pills, and now it was talismans and these costly resources. Inspect. Alec finally decided to take a chance and use the only skill the system had granted him at the beginning. This time, when the status of the golems appeared, only the chosen paths in the evolution section became visible. This change grabbed his attention, making him focus more on those evolution paths, and right before his eyes, the two separate tabs for the stone golems transformed, displaying a step-by-step process to help them evolve to the next stage without much hassle. Whoa. Alec exclaimed, quickly reading through the detailed instructions. He was astonished at how thoroughly the usage of all the resources he had summoned was explained, making the process of evolving the golems seem almost effortless. Without hesitation, Alec got to work. As he raised both hands, his palms glowing with blue light, and slammed them onto the chests of the two stone golems, channeling a mana shock of about 5,000 units into each of their bodies. This effort cost him around 10,000 mana. While this would have been a significant toll on his previous self, his new mana pool gave him the confidence to complete the golem upgrade process he had just read. This was why he chose to work on both golems simultaneously, as they had similar steps with just a little difference. Agnes watched in awe as Alec materialized earth above his hands in the shape of small rods, and he began to pierce these rods into the joints of both golems, causing their stone forms to break apart and levitate while maintaining their overall shape. At that moment, Alec plunged his hand into the gaping openings in their chests to remove the cores. After successfully extracting the old cores, he swapped them for the new Tier 4 earth cores provided by the system. As he placed the new cores into their central chests, light returned back to the golem's eyes. However, Alec wasn't finished yet as he picked up the one-time earth rune pen also provided by the system, after he paid the system point fee. Alec began to draw the spell runes corresponding to the evolution path on the new cores. Starting with the core, he continued to etch runes along the levitating bodies, creating defensive and attacking runes based on the instructions from his inspect skill. In that moment, Alec realized he might actually excel at this. He effortlessly drew the runes from memory after reading their names, feeling the culmination of all his reading about golems and past failed experiments finally paying off. The golden light of the runes flowed smoothly from his hand, illuminating the air around him, as Agnes watched his every move in awe. After Alec finished drawing the runes on the first stone golem, its body began to shine golden light, though not as brightly as when he used the system to automatically evolve his golems. But still, It indicated that the real evolution process was commencing as it started to glow and levitate. Observing this development, Alec quickly moved to the second golem as he didn't want to waste any more time. Delaying at such a crucial moment could be fatal and lead to the destruction of both golems, so he hurriedly added the finishing touches to the second stone golem, causing it to levitate into the air also and emit a similar radiant light like the first. Once the rune engraving was complete, Alec felt a bit fatigued and opened his status tab to check his remaining mana. Shit, Alec cursed as he saw what little mana remained after the time-consuming engravings. He had tried his best to ensure that Agnes would receive nothing short of perfection in the breakthrough of her golems. However, in his focus, he had overlooked a vital aspect of his plan. His mana was what powered the one-time use rune pens, which had now run out after serving their purpose. Agnes, we've reached the final and most critical stage of this evolution, and I'm going to need your help. Alec called, turning to face her. What is it? As long as it's within my power, I'll provide it, Agnes replied, causing Alec to realize she had misunderstood him, likely thinking he needed something expensive, so he quickly decided to clear the air. All I need is a little bit of your mana. It seems I've overestimated myself a bit when I decided to take the breakthrough of 2 mid-rank golems at once, and right now, to make sure there's no mistake in the final stage of crafting your golems, I need you to send me all the mana you can, Alec explained, still focused on the task at hand, without looking back at her. Agnes nodded in response, understanding his request. She stepped behind him and gathered her raw mana into her palm, pressing it gently against Alec's back, sending the energy into him. The moment her hand made contact, Alec flinched slightly but quickly regained his composure. Due to their frequent work with arrays and mana transfers, his team had become quite skilled at sharing mana without causing any harm. After all, this wasn't the first time they'd done something like this. As Agnes's mana entered his body, Alec didn't bother refining it. Instead, he immediately directed it toward the 2 levitating golems in the air. His gaze narrowed as he focused on reshaping them, using the dotted image provided by his inspect skill as a guide to ensure the golems were crafted into their correct forms. For the first time, Alec was witnessing a golem's evolution firsthand, not as a bystander, but as the one actively shaping their transformation. As he carefully poured his mana into the 2 golems, compressing their large forms into the proper state that matched the dotted outline from the inspect skill instruction. 5 minutes later, Alec finally completed the full body reshaping of the golems. As he stopped the flow of mana, exhaustion overcame him and he collapsed to the ground. The golems erupted in a blinding light, much brighter than before, forcing both Alec and Agnes to raise their hands to shield their eyes. After a few moments, the light receded, and earth element particles swirled around the 2 golems as their feet returned to the ground. Bang! Agnes stared in disbelief as her 2 golems knelt on one knee, saluting her with one hand across their chests. Unlike the clay golems standing at the side, which needed her direct commands to act, these golems exhibited a rare level of intelligence. But that wasn't the only thing that stunned her. Their intimidating new forms and powerful aura were overwhelming. Rise, Agnes commanded, and the golems obeyed, standing tall. As they did, she finally took in their full appearance. The stone guard golem stood at an imposing 6 feet, its body no longer the bulky, chubby form it used to be. Instead, it now had a powerful, robust physique, resembling a heavily armored warrior. Its stone exterior was shaped like iron armor, though it was entirely made of rock. In its left hand, it held a large, legionary-style shield, so wide that Agnes felt it could easily cover her entire body if she held it in its right hand, a broad stone sword pointed downward, crafted with precision and designed for battle. The golem radiated the aura of a heavy armored knight. Turning to the stone gunner golem, Agnes noted that it also had a robust humanoid form, though it lacked the armor-like appearance of the stone guard golem, but its overall design seemed simpler, more utilitarian, except for its hands, which were far from ordinary. Its 2 hands were massive from the elbow down, cylindrical in shape. To Alec, they resembled large gun launchers, with the areas where fists should be left hollow, revealing ominous black voids. Although Alec wasn't entirely sure about the golem's specific abilities, he guessed it could shoot projectiles from both hands. He hadn't expected the golems to evolve this way when he followed the instruction from his skill, but regardless, he had successfully helped both golems ascend to Tier 4, unlocking possibilities he hadn't previously considered. Ding! Created a new Tier 4 golem on your own plus 10,000 system points. Created a new Tier 4 golem on your own plus 10,000 system points. Alex smiled as he lay on the ground, trying to rest and recover enough mana to assist with the evolution of the remaining 3 clay golems. When he checked the system notifications, he felt a sense of pride. Although the points he received for creating the golems were insignificant compared to his total system points he currently had, but the real satisfaction came from accomplishing the task himself. Though he had experimented with the evolution of his golem, Legion, but this time he had applied knowledge to help others. What he had just done opened up new possibilities. As Alec realized, he could potentially increase the battle power of all his clansmen by aiding their golems in breakthroughs, especially those who had given up on their golem's evolution, as they weren't sure which path they could evolve their golems. Now that he understood another way to earn system points, Alec felt eager to further explore the evolution of his own golems by himself without the system's help, as he was certain there was more to it than just a few simple rewards. In the end, Alec successfully helped Agnes evolve all 5 of her golems, before collapsing onto his back with a loud thud that echoed around them. Agnes squealed and rushed toward the new forms of the 3 golems Alec had just worked on. As usual, before starting the evolution, Alec had explained the paths available for her to choose from, just as he had done when he worked on the stone golem's evolution. Alec believed that as the master, she should have a say in what path her golems would evolve into, and she decided that 2 of them would follow the mud golem path, while the last would become an ice golem. Alec was surprised by her choice of the mud golem over the tank attacking control type ice golem. However, upon further reflection, he began to see a connection, as he recalled that in the past, when he wanted his golems to focus on a specific path, he created something to steer them in that direction. For example, crafting earth spears for his early batch of golems had resulted in the creation of Legion, who awakened the origin spear technique due to his wielding a spear, and still maintained an intermediary mastery in it. It was as if Alec had intentionally set him on that path. Putting 2 and 2 together, he realized that Agnes just happened to possess both water and earth elements, which seemed to exert a pull on the choices within their evolution routes. Although he couldn't fully articulate it, he now understood that the owner's preferences could shape their golems' potential future paths, so he felt Agnes choosing the mud golems worked better for her due to her dual affinity. As Alec began creating the ice golem, he experienced a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Titan. This time he decided to evolve each golem one at a time, avoiding any risks. He was certain Agnes's mana wouldn't be enough to save him after reading the new instructions, and he didn't want to mess up 3 golems at once, so he chose to proceed one at a time, even though the slower pace felt tedious. He first delivered the mana shock to the first clay golem he planned to work on, split its body as he watched the mana threads that held the body of the golem together. After that, he smoothly removed the earth element core embedded in its chest. He exchanged it for the Tier 4 Ice Demonic Beast Crystal, turning it into the golem's new core. The moment he placed the core inside, the clay golem's body appeared to be on the verge of disintegrating into snow dust, as the properties of the 2 materials were fundamentally different. At this point, even Agnes began to fear she was about to lose the golem. However, having read about situations like this from his inspect skill, Alec had taken precautions. He instantly summoned Titan from his space pouch. This time, instead of stabilizing the golem's body by himself, he directed Titan to freeze the parts of the clay golem that were already breaking apart. This action solidified the fractured part of the clay golem's body, allowing Alec to crush some ice materials and insert them into the new rune pen he had acquired from the system store. Unlike the previous rune pens, this one was not a one-time use, however. The process of using it came with significant stress and effort, something Alec knew he would need to adapt to if he was serious about his endeavor as a golem doctor. That's what he decided to call what he is doing now. After the rune pen was filled with ice properties, Alec had Titan unfreeze some of the frozen parts of the golem one by one, before he started drawing ice spells, both offensive and defensive as well as related spells. The ice golem was meant to learn on the crystal positioned in its chest, which now acted as its core. Slowly, Alec inscribed the ice runes all over the golem's body one at a time after he was through with the core. With each stroke, he left behind an intricate ice pattern on the clay golem body surface. Once he completed the engraving, the runes began to shine with light, and the golem started to levitate. Alec then asked Titan to pass his mana to him. This time, however, it wasn't like the raw mana sent to him by Agnes. Titan was infusing Alec with ice-attributed mana. As a result, specks of ice crystallized appeared behind Alec, where Titan placed his hand. In return, Alec was able to channel ice-attributed mana after Titan's energy mixed with his own, as he gradually crystallized the rest of the clay golem's body. This transformation turned it into a pure ice golem, and with the new ice core regenerating in its chest and drawing ice element particles from the air, the process accelerated. The evolution finished with one final flash of light before the golem returned to the ground. Unlike Titan, however, Agnes's ice golem bore no weapons. It embodied the quintessential image of an ice golem, with a bulky body, broad arms adorned with spikes, and a chilling aura surrounding it. The transformation of the mud golems was less complicated. After breaking down its body, changing the core and engraving the necessary runes, Alec shattered another crystal that was gotten from a said creature that was able to use mud element due to the system store. And he had directed it toward the levitating golems, controlling the energy from the crystal to reshape their body, which then underwent its own transformation. When the evolution finished, Alec struggled to determine whether the mud golems was a liquid type or a solid form golem. However, after observing it for several minutes, he gave up the debate and concluded that the mud golem had the ability to shift between solid and liquid states. What the hell happened here? Arthur's voice jolted both Alec and Agnes from their admiration of the 5 new golems, as they turned to see the rest of the team, which had finally completed their cultivation. Brandon and Arthur radiated a tier 5 mage aura, though Brandon's aura felt significantly heavier. Meanwhile, the knight appeared to have solidified his foundation, looking as if with a little bit more time, he too would soon step into the low tier 5 mage realm. The group looked over at Agnes, noting that her aura still felt quite unstable, indicating she had not yet solidified her new realm. However, when they glanced at the 5 golems beside her, which emanated the same air as her but with heavy aura, they sensed that she might possess the greatest battle power among them. Note, for those wondering where the runes go after the evolution is complete, they sink into the body, becoming integral to the golem's ability to cast spells. Golems are magical beings made from materials like clay, iron, or stone on a fundamental level. This is how they function. Move out, Seleni's voice rang out, calling the team to attention. Beside her stood the dean and 2 other instructors, all dressed in fine attire. The team began to assemble one by one, and Selene nodded in approval as she noticed that those who were coming out had made significant progress. Her eyes quickly skimmed over Lucas and Beatrice. Lucas appeared to be on the verge of reaching the mid-tier 5 mage realm, exuding a type of pressure that Beatrice lacked, despite the both of them being in the low-tier 5 mage realm, which showed just how close he was to the mid-realm. However, Selene knew that despite Lucas being in a higher realm than Beatrice, her battle power still surpassed his. It was akin to how Alec, despite once being at one of the lowest realms in the team, he had still managed to hold the number 1 spot, because battle power consists of a lot of things and not just realm. This was the main reason Selene wasn't too concerned about Beatrice's slower progress, as she had learned that Beatrice preferred her puppets to be at a higher realm than her own. Beatrice believed that only then would she feel truly safe, as she relied on her puppets to do her bidding. While those 2 prominent figures who held significant authority after Alec had made impressive strides, Selene was neither bothered nor intrigued by them. She cared more about the progress the rest of the team had made. Her gaze shifted to Intrigue, who had just emerged, radiating the aura of a low-tier 5 mage. Although he still seemed somewhat unstable, but it was another victory for the team in Selene's eyes. As the next person walked out, she gave a nod of affirmation to Pale Zero, who had also entered the low-tier 5 mage realm, his aura already stabilizing. Selene had heard that Pale met with the Grand Elder of the Zero clan after their last match, and although she didn't inquire about the specifics of their meeting, she knew it was primarily to compensate him for the head enforcer pursuing him because of his own ulterior motives. It was clear to her that the visit had gone well for Pale. Caused despite the fact that he was already at the peak of the tier 4 mage realm, and with the help of the pills from Alec, she had no doubts he would soon step into the tier 5 mage realm, but not stabilizing his realm this fast. So seeing that he had stabilized his realm only confirmed her suspicions, and that as the fact that the Grand Elder of the Zero clan must have played a role in it. Given the variant Ice ability Pale had awakened, it was evident he would become a pillar for the Pale clan if nothing unfortunate happened to him, making their increased investment in him all the more expected. Not wanting to lose focus, Selene shifted her attention to the remaining members in the room, eager to assess the overall strength of the team before they headed out for their match. Her gaze landed on Sophia, who was already in the high tier 4 mage realm. Although her aura was a bit unstable, Selene was confident in her abilities. Sophia had the best control over her mana on the team, second only to Alec and Beatrice. Katie, on the other hand, was already a peak tier 4 mage with a solid foundation. After Selene finished assessing everyone present, she realized that Alec and his main group still had not emerged. Just then, she turned her attention to his door, which slowly opened to reveal the Gordons walking out. When Selene spotted Brandon, a smile lit up her face. She could instantly sense his aura had shifted, indicating he had entered the tier 5 mage realm. The fact that he had stabilized his aura came as a surprise to her, but Selene was pleased to see that the team had gained an extra heavy hitter. However, as her gaze shifted to Arthur and the rest of the team, she couldn't help but be astonished by their progress. The Gordons hadn't just made a breakthrough, each of them had achieved double breakthroughs, especially if considering the time it took for Arthur and Brandon to stabilize their realms, which could be seen as another minor achievement. While Brandon and Arthur had made one realm breakthrough, Both Knight and Agnes had jumped multiple small realms to reach the peak of the Tier 4 Mage realm, which was quite impressive. The Gordons' auras and morale were both at an all-time high. Witnessing such improvements raised questions in Seleni's mind about how Alec had managed to facilitate this transformation since they all emerged from his room. In fact, that was what the entire team was pondering. What had Alec put them through to prompt multiple small realm breakthroughs? Just as these thoughts raced through their minds, Alec finally stepped out from his room. Looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes, he was completely spent. "I'm guessing you didn't get your much adored sleep," Selene remarked with a smirk, as she believes Alex likes sleeping after she had noticed since she became their coordinator. "Yeah, we're all set now. Let's get this over with. I have an appointed nap after the battle," Alec replied, starting to walk toward the door. "That won't be necessary," the dean said, gazing proudly at the team of the War God Academy. Seeing them fully attired in their academy uniforms filled him with a sense of pride. "Before we depart, I'd like to share a few words," the dean began. "I have to admit, when you all left the academy, I never imagined you would come this far. I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart how extremely proud I am of each and every one of you. When you return to school, you won't need to make up for all the exercises you missed during the competition period. Just take the final test with the rest of the first years, and then go home to spend your month-long holiday with your families. You deserve it. You are all heroes of the War God Academy in your own right." The dean's words brought smiles to the faces of the Gordons, who had started to feel quite homesick. However, for some like Pale, Lucas, and Beatrice, it was almost as if they detested the thought of going back home. "With that said, let's head to the Royal Palace Coliseum," the dean declared, swiping his hand to summon a space door. He then proceeded to slam a coordinate talisman against the side of the door, causing the portal to change to a shimmering gold. "No matter whether you win or lose today, remember to always hold your heads high. You are the finest representatives of the younger generation that the War God Mage Academy has produced," the dean continued, stepping through the door and disappearing into the swirling golden portal. People from all corners of the kingdom had purchased tickets to the third round, and these tickets happened to be coordinate talismans. This meant that anyone wishing to attend the third round of the competition in person needed either to own a teleportation device, like the dean of the War God Academy, or to locate one of the local teleportation businesses around the capital. These were the only means of access to the venue, which was situated within the royal palace. However, the coordinate talismans given as tickets differed significantly from those issued to the teams. Because each ticket was designed for one individual, not only did the colors vary, but the talismans also vanished after the user passed through the teleportation device, unlike those provided to the academy teams. Each ticket talisman was also linked to a specific seat in the Royal Arena Coliseum. After the dean passed through the golden swirling portal, the rest of the team followed behind him, with Selene being the last to step through the teleportation door. As soon as they all emerged, the dean stretched out his hand toward the portal door that appeared behind them, retracting it gently until it shrank back to a small form, causing its summoning to be cancelled. Once in the new space, the team took a moment to look around, only to realize they had arrived at what resembled a well-designed tunnel entrance. Standing before them was a middle-aged man who greeted them with a warm smile. "I'd like to welcome you all for arriving on time. You'll be called in the next 15 minutes, so we're glad you made it. All you have to do is wait until your team is called. The Royal Arena is still filling up." In the adjacent tunnel, facing the one occupied by the War God Academy team, the Onyx Academy was teleported in there, receiving the same speech given to their opponents. However, there was something palpable in the air around the Onyx Academy team. A scornful expression painted their faces, as if they were preparing for a training session rather than gearing up to face another top 4 Academy team. The competition committee had done everything in their power to ensure the War God Academy's elimination, but Alec had consistently thwarted their plans with his brilliance. This led them to resort to drastic measures requiring the entire team's participation. Such a match layout was rare, as this method was typically saved for the finals, but was being implemented now, just before them. 2 out of 3 academies from the previous year's Great 8 had only one academy in mind to face, the War God Academy team, which they viewed as the weakest overall, based on their analysis of both the team's composition and the fighters' realms. Only the Battle Mage Academy seemed unfazed by this assessment, but it was clear that such measures were taken to finally eliminate the War God Academy team before they could reach the finals. For years, the Great 8 academies had built a respected legacy of being untouched, and now the War God Academy team just started Great 8 ranked academies. It seems the committee were desperate to end that run once and for all. As long as the War God Academy team didn't reach the finals, the committee believed they could preserve some face for the Great 8 academies. They had even stationed mages at pubs and other venues, ready to spread rumors that the War God Academy team had never been truly skilled and had merely benefited from the competition format. This plan depended entirely on the War God Academy team losing, which was at the heart of the conspiracy. They had also decided to bring a safety factor back into play, as none of them wanted their star student's side lined for months due to injuries. Having witnessed the fate of Vajra Academy's captain, Yama, they were more cautious, even though they felt confident in the rest of the academy's chances of winning against the War God Academy. But still yet the various deans were unwilling to gamble on the health of their top students. Because after months of training had passed, the prospect of their elite fighters being sidelined while their rival elite fighters advanced was a risk nobody wanted to take. 14 minutes later. The arena was nearly filled to capacity, with no empty seats in sight as people materialized through teleportation. A small portal appeared at each empty chair, and in an instant, someone would occupy it. This continuous influx of spectators resulted in a packed arena, with the VIP section boasting 3 levels. The third level was on par with the rest of the audience, but featured more luxurious seating and floating water screens, designed to create a sense of separation from the rest of the royal arena. This area was occupied by teams from the previous Great 8 academies, along with their coordinators, medics, and other personnel. The only notable presence was that of the War God Academy 2 instructors, which now found itself among them, claiming a prime spot in the center. This placement seemed to infuriate many of the teams the War God Academy team had previously eliminated. On the second level of the VIP section, just above the third, sat the deans of all the academies that made the top 8, including the dean of the Royal Mage Academy. Elders from high and ancient tier clans that had received direct invitations were also present in the second section. The 2 sections were divided only by a staircase, allowing those on the second level to see those below. But the second section appeared more luxurious than the third and offered a better view of the arena. The first section was reserved for the main VIPs. Patriarch of all the clans in the capital were in attendance. In the center of this section stood an empty throne, left untouched. This throne had been brought in because the king of the Northern Kingdom had not only decided to host the matches from now on, but also to attend. That was why the arrangements had been so strict. All the patriarchs had been ordered to attend, not just for appearances but also for added protection. The king approaches. A loud voice, infused with mana, rang out, signaling the crowd to rise. Silence fell over the Grand Royal Arena as every eye turned toward the ornate entrance of the first VIP section. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing the figure of the king, adorned in resplendent robes that shimmered under the blazing sun. Slowly he stepped forward, his gait measured and regal, each stride echoing softly against the polished marble floor. Courtiers, nobles, and patriarchs who had previously engaged in quiet conversation stood in unison. Their expressions were blank, making it difficult to determine their thoughts. As the king approached the empty throne, a magnificent seat intricately carved and draped in rich fabrics, he settled into it with deliberate grace, the weight of his authority palpable in the space around him. Only then, with a subtle yet commanding gesture, did he raise a hand to signal the crowd. It was a simple movement, but it carried the weight of tradition, indicating that they could now take their seats. As the audience complied, the atmosphere shifted, a rare moment of unity among the fans of various academies unfolded, reflecting the deep respect held for the sovereign. After the crowd finally settled from the king's appearance, it was now time for the third round to begin. In the middle of the battle ring, a small circular hole opened up as the red-haired referee, who had provided insights at the start of the academy competition, rose from this small opening. The spectators, curious about the spectacle, finally saw an earthen pillar beneath his feet slowly rising him to the air, creating an ethereal entrance to the stage. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the royal arena. Are you ready for the first match of the third round? The referee exclaimed, instantly igniting enthusiasm in the audience. As a deafening roar of yes erupted, causing the royal arena to vibrate from the intensity of the cheering. It's clear that you're all quite excited, so I won't waste any more of your precious time. The third round will begin in just a few minutes, he added. But before that, join me in welcoming one of the participants' teams, the dark, the eerie, the mysterious Onyx Academy. The red-haired referee enthusiastically introduced the team, doing his best to capture the essence of the academy in that little introduction. As soon as Onyx Academy was announced, a wave of cheers erupted from one side of the Royal Colosseum. It was evident that the seating had been arranged to separate the supporters of each academy. This was because the competition committee was against any unruly scenes before the Majesty, the King of the Northern Kingdom. However, it was undeniable that the supporters of Onyx Academy outnumbered those cheering for the War God Academy team. Their fans were particularly vocal, convinced that the War God Academy team was destined to lose this time. No one thought Alec would be able to waltz his way through this challenge, although he had defeated 4 mages on his own in the last round. but few believed he could replicate such feats against Onyx Academy. Many felt that Alec would be preoccupied with the captain of Onyx Academy and his undead summons, as they were unaware of the numerous golems under his command. Meanwhile, a set of Onyx Academy supporters seated close to the middle raised their hands high, igniting sparks of black and white mana that filled the air with vibrant images showcasing the images of the mages in their academy team. The display was wide and beautiful, resembling a massive banner, only that it was crafted from magic. Such feats should have been impossible, yet it was evident that Onyx Academy had invested significantly in their image, purchasing batches of tickets for their students who knew how to activate this enchanting display that thrust Onyx Academy into the spotlight. As all of this unfolded, one of the tunnel doors swung wide open. Moments later, the Onyx Academy team began to march in, stepping forward one by one with impressive poise. They were led by a male mage, whose rough-looking long sword hung heavily behind him. A tattered cloak shrouded his body, but beneath it was the sleek, clean uniform of Onyx Academy, a deep dark color accented with dark blue trim. Beside him stood Dorian Voss, the captain of Onyx Academy, also clad in the Academy's uniform, distinguished by 5 dark blue stripes on his left shoulder, indicating his rank. The rest of the 10-man team followed closely behind their captain and the coordinator of their team. Dorian sported an undercut hairstyle, with the majority of his hair pulled up and tied back, while the sides and lower portion were cut short. His stride was confident, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of fatigue. As the team emerged into full view, the cheers swelled, fueled by the fact that even with the designated seating arrangements, Onyx Academy still had a larger fan base. Some of their supporters had even taken seats in the area reserved for War God Academy fans, a subtle display of the influence the Great 8 academies had amassed over years of dominance. With a raise of the referee's hand, the audience fell silent once more. He looked around and saw that Onyx Academy had reached the center of the battlefield, where a line was drawn in between the two sides and just a few steps from his earth pillar. From the other corner, let us welcome the opposing team, the underdogs, the record breakers, the one-man army team, War God Academy, the referee announced, drawing attention to the other side of the arena. Fanatical cheering erupted, taking the larger crowd of Onyx Academy supporters by surprise, although they still vastly outnumbered the fans of War God Academy. Despite the fact that the supporters didn't attend the same academy, these supporters shared a common bond. They had all fallen in love with the rugged charm of War God Academy's Captain Alec. He had captured the hearts of many students from various ordinary academies. To them, he was more than just another participant. He represented hope for the ordinary academy students. They felt if Alec could achieve such greatness, they could do too if they worked more hard. A section waved brown flags, another flaunted black, and the final group raised red flags. It was almost as if they all understood what to do despite being from different academies. This tricolor scheme mirrored Alec's hair color, which had become a significant symbol for the War God Academy. After all, their uniforms were primarily black with red accents. As the drama unfolded among the War God Academy supporters, the dean of the War God Academy in the second section smiled, feeling their supporters' determination to make a statement that rivaled the Onyx Academy fans. This is going to be interesting. If we're going down, let's at least go down with a bang, he said, turning his attention to the tunnel entrance that had just opened, the Golem Mage. 633, calling out the team's 633, calling out the team's 2, the War God Academy team began to emerge from the newly opened tunnel door as they were greeted by a raucous crowd. Leading the team's charge were Selene and, surprisingly, Beatrice, both waving enthusiastically at the audience. They were all dressed in sleek black uniforms with red trim. The War God Academy team looked undeniably cool and badass. The only downside to all of this was the fact that their uniform was of low quality. Yet it was clear their entire fan base was eagerly anticipating one individual. And when he finally appeared as the last member of the War God Mage team, the cheers intensified, with his name Alec, echoing throughout the grand arena coliseum. Alec walked forward slowly, waving as he and his teammates approached the center of the battlefield, just a few meters from the dividing line that divided both teams. Bo commanded the red-haired referee, causing the both teams to bow toward each other, extending their hands cupped forward in a gesture of respect. As Alec bowed, he caught the unsettling gaze of the Onyx Academy captain, whose dark circles made him appear more zombie-like than human. After this brief exchange of respect, it was time for the teams to introduce themselves. The referee tossed 2 small talisman tickets to the instructors, who tore them open on the spot, causing a portal materialized behind them, swiftly pulling them in as they vanished from the stage, only to reappear on a assigned seat in the third section of the VIP region, where they would watch their teams compete. It is time to introduce yourselves, the referee announced, directing his attention first to the Onyx Academy corner. Dorian Voss, Peak Tier 5 Mage, Captain of the Onyx Academy Team. Morgana Voss, High Tier 5 Mage, Vice Captain of the Onyx Academy Team. Draven Nightshade, High Tier 5 Mage, member of the Onyx Academy Team. One by one, each member of Onyx Academy introduced themselves, sharing their realm and position within the team. By the end, it was confirmed that every single member of Onyx Academy was a Tier 5 Mage. This revelation sent a chill through the audience as some of them pondered whether they had been that impressive in their first year or if this generation was simply exceptional. Among the team, the 6 reserve members were all low Tier 5 mages, while the other 2 main members were Kale, a mid-Tier 5 mage, and Grimwood, a low Tier 5 mage. After the introductions of the Onyx team concluded, some supporters of War God Academy began to doubt how their team could possibly secure a victory. However, any concerns were quickly dismissed by ardent fans of Alec, who believed he would lead the War God Academy team to a comeback, as he always did. Alec Gordons, low Tier 5 mage, captain of the War God Academy team, Alec announced, although he was the captain with the lowest mage realm, but the crowd seemed to overlook that fact. His previous performances had made many forget that he wasn't on the same level as the other captains from the Great 8 academies, and due to his achievements, they had forgotten that there was a 3 small tier gap between him and the other captains. His victories against the Great 8 Academies members had overshadowed his status as a low Tier 5 mage, but now, as he made this announcement reminding them of his realm, it became apparent just how remarkable he was. The crowd began to envision how the competition would have unfolded if he had ever reached the peak Tier 5 mage realm like the other Great 8 Academy captains. If Alec were in the same realm as the other captains, forget it, no one would be foolish enough to challenge him. If there's anyone who could match him in the same realm, it would only be Dragov or Vincent, one of Alec's hardcore fans said with such confidence, as though he could predict the future. Beatrice Marionette, low Tier 5 mage, vice captain of the War God Academy team. Despite the admiration for Alec, the announcements continued. Lucas Blade, low Tier 5 mage, member of the War God Academy team. Pale Zero, low Tier 5 mage. Endrick Gordons, low Tier 5 mage. Arthur Gordons, low Tier 5 mage. Brandon Gordons, low Tier 5 mage. Initially, after both Lucas and Beatrice introduced themselves as low Tier 5 mages, the crowd erupted in cheers, having known about their breakthroughs to the Tier 5 mage realm for some time since the last match. However, when the next member, Pale, declared himself a low Tier 5 mage, the War God Academy supporters roared even louder, thrilled by another major upgrade. While they didn't expect him to have a massive impact given the opponent's strength, they at least believed he could hold his own long enough for Alec or someone else to take advantage. But as Indrik announced his realm, the crowd's cheers began to wane. This included the staunch supporters of War God Academy. Then, when both Brandon and Arthur revealed their low Tier 5 status, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Is it just me, or did most of the War God Academy team just leap into the Tier 5 mage realm in a matter of days? Has Tier 5 suddenly become that easy? Someone in the crowd whispered, voicing the collective disbelief. That's not even the scary part, we are all of them in the same realm. Low Tier 5, including the captain Alec. Is this some kind of trend for the War God Academy team? Someone else remarked, confusion lacing their voice. I don't know, but seeing how many Gordon's clan members are on the team, maybe it's one of the executive clans controlling the War God Academy, another mage speculated. But that can't be right. The War God Academy doesn't allow outside clans to meddle in their affairs. So, if that many members of the same clan are on the team, it means that clan is strong on its own. The weird thing is, I've never even heard of the Gordons clan until when this competition began. Another person chimed in, baffled. Agnes Gordons, peak Tier 4 mage Agnes started to announce her realm. As Agnes stepped forward, a collective sigh of relief swept through the royal arena. It seemed as though many had started to suspect that the War God Academy had done something illegal to boost their team to the Tier 5 mage realm just to secure a chance of victory in the third round. But after hearing Agnes' realm, they all settled down and started to feel things were normal again. The War God Academy team had finally finished announcing their full names and realms. In the VIP section, the other deans exchanged surprised glances with the Dean of War God Academy. They all assumed he must have sacrificed a considerable amount of wealth to boost his team's strength. The War God Academy Dean could only offer a nervous smile outwardly in return, while inwardly, his mind was in turmoil. He knew that he didn't possess such wealth, neither did he have any idea how his students had advanced so quickly, although he had seen them just minutes before, but he had been so thrilled to attend a prestigious ceremony inside the royal palace that he forgot to question their rapid progress. Now that he thought about it, the leap in their battle realms was extraordinary. Even if he doubted they would win, he was proud to see that the War God Academy team hadn't given up. Their morale and confidence were still remarkably high, and his gaze couldn't help stopping at Alec. The secrets that revolved around Alec were so much that he just wanted to cut him open. "I assume you're all ready," the red-haired referee said, his voice booming across the battlefield. "In 1 minute, the match between both teams will begin. The rule for this match is quite simple. There are no rules. Do whatever you can to eliminate the other academy's team. The last person standing from either team will determine the winner." As he spoke, the referee began to levitate higher into the air, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of expertise. The stone pillar that had elevated him slowly sank back into the ground, making a strange sound as it descended, until the entire battlefield was level once more. Clank, dome cover, energy shield, emergency teleportation. "Pain level activate," the red-haired referee declared as he reached a certain height. In an instant, a shimmering dome of light enveloped the entire battlefield, as if to protect the audience from the imminent clash that was about to begin. But that wasn't all. The crowd watched in awe as both teams were teleported to the far edges of the arena, their backs pressed against the wide tunnel entrances on either side. The smooth, sandy ground transformed before their eyes into a bush-covered battlefield. Unlike the first round, which took place in a magical forest with towering trees, this terrain had knee-high bushes. The tallest shrubs barely reached waist height, allowing each team a clear view of their opponents on the other side of the battlefield. "Begin." The referee's voice echoed through the arena, giving out the signal the audience had been waiting for all along, which triggered an explosion of cheers from them in return. Without hesitation, 10 members of the Onyx Academy sprinted across the bushy terrain, racing toward the War God Academy team. Their captain lingered behind as his teammates surged forward, dark abilities and shadowy elements swirling around them. The air grew colder, filled with the chilling, negative energy they brought in their wake. "Don't forget the plan, move out," Alec commanded. The War God Academy team sprang into action, streaks of colorful magic trailing behind them, each hue representing a different elemental affinity. Unlike the Onyx Academy, which boasted only dark and shadow abilities, War God Academy's mages wielded a dazzling variety of elemental powers. "Why did you attack my team before it was even confirmed we'd be facing yours?" Selene asked, staring out at the arena battlefield before her. The coordinator of Onyx Academy, sitting beside her, couldn't help but react to her words. "You can drop the act. You may have worn a mask the last time, but I can always recognize an aura I've faced before, the dark green flame pulsing deep within you and that sword at your side. It's clear you were the skeleton-masked individual who attacked my team on the same day as the Zero Clan enforcers did." Selene tilted her head slightly towards him, a smile on her face. "I never expected Onyx Academy to be so concerned about my team, given how weak we were back then. Why go through all that stress? Well, despite everything it seems you saw ahead in the future, cause we still made it here. You're interesting and so is your team, but if you think I attacked with my Shadow Core out of concern for your pitiful squad, you're sorely mistaken," he replied, his smile widening. "I was under contract. However, since your thoughts have drifted elsewhere, what better way to show you that we're not bothered by your team than by beating your team to pulp? Let the best team win then," Selene declared, refocusing her attention on the battlefield. "How are you planning to win this one, Alec? I'm sure you can't keep hiding your powers for long. Show the capital of the Northern Kingdom just how strong the pillar of the War God Academy team truly is," Selene thought. Both teams finally clashed in the middle of the battlefield, with each fighter pairing off against an opponent. In an instant, it became clear to everyone present that War God Academy was struggling, and were the weaker team only a few members, like Lucas, Beatrice, and surprisingly, Arthur were managing to hold their ground. Meanwhile, most supporters in the crowd were eagerly anticipating Alec's next move, hoping he would rush in to assist his teammates. Instead, he advanced slowly, taking one deliberate step at a time. With each passing second, he summoned his main golems, Titan, Legion, Tempest Butcher, Hive Queen, Magneto, Oni, Sword Saint, and finally, Hunter. Alec's gaze remained fixed on Dorian, who had his head down, and the next second Alec noticed a dark, eerie portal materializing behind Dorian, and he realized that Dorian was summoning his undead army. And when he does soon, they would swarm the battlefield, making it difficult for his team to maintain their footing, especially since they lacked the limitless stamina of the undead. Without hesitation, Alec bent his legs and dashed toward the other side of the stage. If Dorian wasn't coming to meet him, then he would go to Dorian. His mind drifted to this thought as he used his left hand to grip the sheath of his Chandao strapped to his waist. "Our main opponent has always been the captain of Onyx Academy, the rest are just side characters. I'll take the lead," Alec's voice rang out confidently, never even glancing back as he advanced. His team had strategized the day before, and the plan had been quite simple and daring, because if it worked out it would cause an uproar, according to Pale. From all that Alec had observed, he knew that although Onyx Academy had a formidable squad, but they were perceived as an insurmountable enemy primarily due to the presence of a single entity, Dorian, a mid-tier mage capable of casting a spell that is so powerful that it is only reserved for high-rank necromancer mages. Mid-tier spell Undead Horde. Mid-tier spell Undead Commanders Summon. For the first time since the match began, Dorian finally made his move as he finished casting his spell. In an instant, hundreds of skeleton soldiers, low-rank ghouls and banshees began to emerge from the eerily portal behind him. Within seconds, Dorian was completely blocked from Alec's view by the sheer number of his undead army, which also blocked the view of the undead summoning portal. Yet, Alec knew that Dorian was no longer behind the horde. While he hadn't witnessed how Dorian defeated the captain of the Gate army, he had heard from Agnes about how Dorian had used the shadow element to sneak behind him and make him surrender by placing a blade at his neck. Alec had felt the flickering of shadow elements around. This was due to his linked connection with his shadow wolf. That is why he concluded that Dorian was no longer at the portal's location. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate and continued his dash forward, intent on confronting the undead commanders first, and seeing if he could eliminate any of them swiftly enough, each of whom possessed a low-tier 5 mage realm. Dorian had summoned 8 undead commanders with a huge horde larger than he had ever summoned, and casting such powerful spells must have drained him significantly of his mana. This was likely why he had retreated into the shadows to regain his mana while waiting for the perfect moment to strike at Alec, despite all his mana accessories. Alec knew Dorian would try attacking him with this strategy, since he had already employed similar tactics against the Gate Academy's captain before. At the forefront of the horde stood 8 undead commanders: Alec, an undead knight seated on a spectral horse, a ghoul, a greater zombie, a skeleton knight, a Dullahan, a specter, and a draugr. As Alec advanced, he intentionally left his golems behind instead of bringing them along, hoping that the Onyx Academy team would be defeated quickly. This was all because the Onyx Academy squad had gained the upper hand after the initial clashes and had been pushing the War God Academy team back. However, once Alec drifted toward their captain Dorian, on the other side of the battlefield, the members of Onyx exchanged knowing glances. They understood that after casting the Undead Horde spell, Dorian would be in a weakened state. Typically, Dorian wouldn't strain himself to such an extent. He always ensured he had enough mana in reserve for subsequent moves. Yet he had done something different in this match. Given the sheer number of undead creatures on the battlefield, it was clear to anyone watching that despite the rumors about Onyx Academy claiming War God Academy would be easily defeated, their captain was going all out from the beginning, not even underestimating their opponents. "I'll go after him to prevent any disruption to the captain's casting cover for me," Kale, who was facing Pale Zero, said. With a swift movement, he swiped his arm, unleashing a demonic claw that emitted dark smoke toward Pale. In response, Pale clapped his hands together, generating a frozen shockwave. But his spell lacked the necessary power, and the black claw tore through Pale's attack, forcing him to retreat a step in order to escape the claw range. But as he raised his gaze, he realized that Kale had abandoned their clash and was dashing toward Alec from behind. Pale kicked off the ground, attempting to rush after him to stop his advance, but just as he moved, another figure blocked his path. "Your opponent will be me," Draven declared, holding dual swords pointed downward as he locked eyes with Pale. Pale, frustrated, glanced over at Lucas in surprise. "Why have you let your opponent disrupt the plan and balance?" Pale snapped, his frustration evident. He had messed up his own engagement with Kale, and now he felt the weight of failing Alec's strategy in his shoulders. "It's not easy fighting him alone. Less talking, help me subdue him quickly," Lucas replied, his body flashing with blue tattoos as his longsword transformed into a glaive. He twisted mid-air as his spirit equipment set covered him. He struck down, unleashing a fierce combination of wind and lightning. Bang. Lucas's powerful strike forced Draven backward, his legs digging into the ground as he struggled to absorb the blow. Just as Draven was regaining his footing, Pale had dashed forward, hands behind his back, ready to capitalize on Lucas's attack. Draven, seeing him from the corner of his eyes, also charged to meet him head-on, slamming his shoulder into Pale, who braced himself by crossing his arms. The impact sent Pale back. As he slid backwards, he left the ground covered in frost, but as he lifted his head, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Draven's right hand was weighed down by his weapon that suddenly got heavier, forcing him to look at his sword in surprise. He realized the center of the blade was encased in black ice. He slowly grunted as he was aware that he wouldn't be able to lift the weapon for the next few minutes, causing Draven to abandon the sword, knowing the ice's effect would render his sword heavy and affect his speed, which made it useless for the time being. After Pale had demonstrated the black ice ability in his previous battle against Liam, other teams had scrambled to study the ice attribute, recognizing how dangerous and tricky it was. Yet, despite their research, no effective countermeasure had been found. All those who researched Pale's ice ability concluded that anyone fighting against him should never allow the black ice to attach itself to them, and if it latched onto any equipment of theirs, they were advised to abandon it immediately before it led to their elimination. This was why Draven let go of the sword in his right hand, transferring the blade on his left hand to his right as he swung to counter Lucas, who had closed in and was attacking him with a horizontal swing of his glaive. Sparks ignited where their weapons clashed, and it seemed Lucas was about to overpower him after the augmentation from his spirit equipment set. Then, Draven did something shocking. No matter how much physical strength you have, your mana pool will never be as refined as mine. I still surpass you in realm. Let me show you my power. Mid-tier spell Shadow Prison. Draven casted a spell with his left hand as he bit down on his left thumb before smearing the blood from the small injury on Lucas's body. An ominous feeling washed over Lucas after he did that, and the next second a shadowy hole appeared beneath his feet. As countless shadowy hands reached out, dragging him into the abyss, despite his desperate struggles, he was unable to halt his descent. Once he was fully consumed, the shadowy void vanished. Now that the troublesome one is gone, let me deal with you, Draven declared as he dashed toward Pale. He swung his blade directly at Pale's neck, clearly intent on decapitating him before anyone could intervene. However, there was a critical flaw in his plan. Pale wasn't hoping for someone to come rescue him. Instead, he quickly summoned the talisman, a random spell card that Alec had given him, infusing it with mana just as he saw Draven charging forward. Nothing can save you, not even an augmentation from a talisman. There's no bridging the gap between us. Raven shouted, thinking Pale had brought out an augmentation talismans to boost his strength, but as his sword neared Pale's neck, it was at that precise moment that the random spell card activated. In just a split second, a hazy mental image of a Tier 5 Shadow Alpha Wolf materialized before Pale. It resembled a drawing, but one sketched with dark elemental hues, outlining every shape and contour, giving a feeling of flesh and blood despite just being a manifestation. Without hesitation, the Alpha Shadow Wolf swiped its claws, unleashing its whole dark element in one swipe. It had sensed that its summoner was in danger, and that is why it had just attacked first. Not only did it deflect Draven's attack, but it also sent him flying backward until Draven's back crashed onto the ground. Draven forced himself to rise to his feet, but he was taken aback by the unexpected move. He hadn't anticipated a beast manifestation talisman that was known as one of the rarest talismans. His eyes widened as he contemplated the strike that had just sent him flying, wondering who could have crafted such a talisman if it had been given to Pale by either the War God Academy or the Zero Clan to protect him. Because even though the manifested beast was at the Tier 5 realm like him, the force of the claw felt as if he were facing a genuine Tier 6 mage. In that brief moment of the attack, he had gathered all his mana to transform into a shadow body to escape the attack, while using his chi to protect himself before the transformation concluded. Yet the claw strike not only disrupted his transformation, but also shattered his chi armor, leaving his body marked with deep claw cuts from the wolf's image glaring at him. "Hey, dreamer, help me make a sliding track." Legion's commanding voice reached Pale from way back, as he woke the still dazed Pale from his astonishment of the wolf's move, causing him to turn, and he saw the golem who issued the command still far behind. Though he disliked taking orders from a golem, but he quickly realized that all of Alec's golems had stayed behind to ensure the first stage of the plan was completed on time. So despite his reluctance, he complied. On the other side, Draven was surprised to see a golem rushing to join the fray. It was then that he noticed Pale extending his hands forward, freezing a direct line toward him. Legion wasted no time as he approached. He leaped onto the ice path created for him by Pale, sliding swiftly toward Draven until he was directly beneath him. Draven looked down, only to be met with an unexpected attack. A blazing laser spear pierced through his head, obliterating everything in its path as its white light flashed downward. He had moved his hand to block the sneak attack of Legion, but against an intermediary spearmaster, such effort at close distance was futile, especially when they were in the same realm. "I'd just been defeated by a golem in mere seconds," Draven muttered, unable to believe his eyes as the light enveloped him, marking him as Legion's first kill, and the first in the match. One down, 9 more to go. Legion laughed, sounding maniacal to Pale due to the mechanical nature of his laughter. Although Pale had grown accustomed to Alec's talking golems, but Legion still gave him the creeps. A black hole appeared in the sky, dropping Lucas to the ground. With the caster of the shadow prison dead, it was no surprise that he was released from the shadow prison holding him captive. Legion quickly composed himself, kneeling on one knee, unconcerned about the ongoing battle, confident that the other golems were handling it. His focus was on someone who had gone after Alec, someone he intended to eliminate. Legion was determined not to let anyone interrupt his master. As he prepared, the laser spear in his hand began to transform. Countless mechanisms from the gauntlet on his right hand disassembled and attached to the spear, reshaping it. In the next moment, it had transformed into a mechanized sniper rifle that was imbued with mana-infused laser bullets. Legion raised the newly constructed weapon, aiming by placing the scope close to his right eye. He didn't even squint, as his cyborg golem design allowed him to see all the details clearly, perfectly programmed and crafted for such precision. "Say cheese," was the last thing Pale heard before a resounding bang filled the air. In an instant, he watched a bullet fly faster than anything he had ever seen. The next moment, the head of the guy chasing Alec exploded into pieces, and the body hit the ground with a heavy thud. The white light shone down again on the battlefield, taking away the body of the newly eliminated member of the Onyx Academy, making it 2 out of 2 for Titan in just a few seconds. The Golem Mage. 636, Explosive Encounters 636. Explosive Encounters. Pale was still in shock at how quickly Legion had dispatched 2 Tier 5 mages, and Legion's calm demeanor made it seem as if eliminating them had been effortless. "Hey, Ice Boy, cast an Ice Wall spell for me, fast." Pale frowned upon hearing another golem giving him orders, but he gritted his teeth in anger. Because despite his frustration, the golems were actually stronger than him, so he chose not to retaliate and instead cast the Ice Wall, reassuring himself that he was doing this for the sake of the team's plan. As soon as he finished, loud banging echoed from the other side of the ice wall, as if someone were smashing their fist against the ice wall. Crack! After about 6 thunderous blows, the ice wall finally shattered, creating a mist that obscured Pale's view. When the fog finally cleared, he saw Titan gripping the head of a Death Knight. The realization then hit him. No one had been pounding on the wall. Titan had been forcefully smashing the Death Knight's head against it until it crumbled. Before Pale's eyes, Titan's hand slightly expanded, crushing the skull of the Death Knight, sending it back to the embrace of darkness. Morgana Voss, just like her younger brother, had awakened their family's necromantic talent, but while her abilities were not as exceptional as Dorian's, they still posed a significant challenge for other mages, as Morgana could summon up to 5 Death Knights just one small realm lower than her. With each of the Death Knights commanding about 10 low-rank skeleton soldiers, so when Morgana faced Beatrice was forced to focus only on her. This left Beatrice unable to assist the rest of the War God Academy team, another part of Alec's plan, as her 3 puppets had to remain close to her, forming a protective circle around her to prevent the attack of the small undead horde from reaching her. When Alec deployed his golems, Titan took it upon himself to confront Morgana, who controlled the larger group of undead against the War God Academy vice-captain, leading him to face 50 undead, along with their commander, the Death Knights directly under Morgana's control. But he was not alone. He had summoned his minions, the Ice Golems, which swiftly dispatched the skeleton soldiers. With their unlimited stamina and battle prowess, they became the perfect counter for the skeleton soldiers, as they had no living chi to be restrained. While Titan engaged 3 of the Death Knights himself, the entire audience fell into shocked silence as it became clear that Onyx Academy was not only losing, but doing so at a rapid pace. With the Golems joining the battle, it quickly became easier for the Onyx Academy team to meet their end, as the Golems exhibited impressive combat experience and capability. "When will you stop with those cheeky catchphrases?" Titan grumbled, swinging the body of a Death Knight to the ground as he stared at Titan, who was blowing off the smoke from the mouth of his sniper. Talk to me when you've killed as many as I have. I'm heading in to help Master handle those undead." Legion replied, as the weapon before him disassembled and the components moved along his body, till a jetpack formed behind him as he propelled himself into the air as he was making his way towards Alec. "I've taken down 3 Death Knights. You've only killed 2 mages. How dare you act superior to me?" Titan shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to make himself heard to the snobbish Legion. "Those are just summoned creatures. I could take them down in my sleep," Legion retorted, turning mid-air and extending his hands forward, from which tiny laser nozzles emerged. Ting! Legion fired 3 precise shots, instantly eliminating 3 skeleton soldiers that were surrounding Morgana. With a satisfied smile, he resumed his flight toward Alec, though he didn't voice out anything. But at that moment, Titan understood what Legion implied his action. While Titan took care of the Death Knights, which were Morgana's summons in a bid to assist Beatrice and her puppets, Legion, on the other hand, had eliminated 2 mages from the Onyx Academy team on his own. So when Titan challenged him, he felt the need to clarify that he was superior in a way, as Titan had only defeated a summoned creature, so Legion had merely taken down 3 skeleton soldiers, which were also summons. But what infuriated Titan was that he had killed Death Knights, while Legion had only dispatched skeleton soldiers under the Death Knight's command. To Titan, he felt like Legion was making his achievements look insignificant simply because he hadn't taken out a mage from the Onyx Academy team. That piece of metal, Titan exclaimed in frustration as Legion had gone far. He too turned and dashed toward Morgana, no longer concerned about giving the War God Academy team members a chance to experience battle hardships. As the undead noticed him approaching their master, they surged forward to intercept him. Low-tier skill shield bash. A huge reinforced ice shield materialized in his left hand as he charged ahead, slamming into the skeleton soldiers trying to stop him and scattering them left and right. Just as he was nearing Morgana, he spotted the flaming swordsman puppet, which had also decapitated its opponents, 2 Death Knights, and was heading toward Morgana as well, getting closer to her than he was. "No way you're stealing my kill," Titan thought, conjuring an ice mace in his right hand. But this weapon was different from the ice mace he usually wielded. It was retractable, featuring a short ice chain connecting a small spiked mace head to the handle. Sling. Reacting swiftly, Titan swung the mace downward at Morgana's leg, infusing his mana into the weapon. This little action caused the chain to expand and grow longer continuously until the small mace head coiled around Morgana's leg. Simultaneously, as the mace wrapped around Morgana's leg, she clashed with the flaming swordsman blade. Swiftly sensing something encircling her leg, she frowned and glanced down. Her eyes locked onto the mace just before a powerful force pulled her into the air. Bang! The spectators at Onyx Academy gasped as Titan's body grew taller, slamming Morgana from side to side, causing her to cough up blood. Despite appearing to have sustained internal injuries, Morgana showed spirit and why she was the vice-captain of the Onyx Academy, as she exerted strength in her capture leg, breaking the ice chain connecting to the mace head, which caused her to be free, though even if she hadn't done that the chain would have snapped under the intense pressure from Titan's relentless assault anyways. Mid-tier spell Shadow Body. Morgana cast a spell, shrouding her body in shadow, giving it a liquid-like appearance. Unperturbed by her move, Titan advanced towards her, attempting to grab her neck, but he was surprised when his hand passed through her body without causing any harm. In response, Morgana struck Titan's broad ice chest with her tiny hands, but her palm strikes seemed to have no effect. Titan was left perplexed by Morgana's intentions after her strike didn't hurt at all, but he swiftly noticed small black ink spots on his body where she had struck, which began to spread. Dark explosion, Morgana exclaimed as she somersaulted acrobatically away from Titan. In the next moment, another deafening explosion erupted, propelling Titan into the air as a series of explosions continued, sending him flying far from Morgana. After Morgana sent Titan flying, she didn't even bother to check if he was truly out of the fight. This was all because she was overly confident that he would not survive her full attack while she was in shadow form. Instead, she focused on those surrounding her, determined to eliminate a few members of the War God Academy team to even the odds, especially since Legion had already taken out 2 Onyx Academy members in a swift manner. With that resolve, she dashed forward. As she moved, she disappeared into the shadows on the ground, sending a shiver down Pale's spine as he feared she might come for him next, due to the fact that he was closer to her, and Lucas still seems knocked out from his fall after he was released from the shadow prison. The very next second, the wolf beast summoned from the talisman lunged forward, surprising Pale with its behavior. He had never been able to control the manifestation of the alpha shadow wolf. He only knew it would act to protect him, so he felt if it was moving now, he realized, it meant he was in danger. Right before his eyes, the manifestation of the shadow wolf alpha also lunged into the ground, following the same path Morgana had taken, as it disappeared into a cloud of shadow on the ground. Moments later, a loud explosion erupted, forcing Morgana out of her shadow form and back to the surface. "Fuck," she cursed. "Fuck." Pale voice also echoed the same swear word, but for a completely different reason. His exclamation came as he realized the talisman on his hand had finally burnt out, indicating that the protective shadow wolf that was summoned through the talisman had either reached its time limit or had been killed. But due to his analysis and a closer observation, he concluded that the alpha shadow wolf had sacrificed itself, self-destructing so Morgana could resurface and give Pale a chance against her. But he wasn't trying to downplay his own abilities, but he knew deep down that he could never defeat her, even with all her Death Knights defeated. Meanwhile, Morgana had cursed as she encountered a shadow creature that not only managed to trace her movements in the shadows, but also nullified her shadow body form, stripping away her greatest advantage in combat now. Her shadow form was on cooldown. "I've got your back. Let's take her down," Intrigue said, drawing closer and reminding Pale that he was not alone. "This will be fun," Morgana replied, standing up as dark tattoos flickered across her body. In an instant, her clothes transformed, and she summoned her spirit equipment. On her waist, a short blade was strapped, which seems to be part of the spirit equipment set, but she didn't even reach for it as she took a battle stance. A standoff formed between Pale and Indrik against her, but just as they prepared to charge, a deep, cold, and nonchalant voice broke through. "Don't you dare touch her, she is my prey." Morgana was taken aback because of the voice. The fog surrounding the spot where Titan had crashed seemed to emanate it, and slowly a human figure began to materialize from the mist as Titan emerged from it. His body had shrunk back to a smaller stature, but his eyes were sharper and more focused as he muttered to himself, "I felt pain." Titan muttered as he charged toward Morgana, but to her, Pale, and Indrik, he merely flickered and disappeared before their eyes. In the next instant, he materialized directly in front of Morgana, his right fist hurtling toward her jaw. Pale and Indrik caught a glimpse of Titan's movement out of the corner of their eyes, but their bodies couldn't keep up with the speed of their reactions. They were certain that if Titan had targeted them instead, no matter how closely they tracked his movements, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Although Morgana was caught off guard by Titan's sudden change in speed, but her reaction time was quicker than Pale or Indrik, as she managed to deflect Titan's punch with a swift slap of her left hand, narrowly avoiding the blow. Bang! Titan immediately followed up with a headbutt, forcing Morgana to stagger backward. "This damned summoned Golem," she tried to curse, but her words were cut short as Titan grabbed her head with both hands, pulling it down while raising his right knee to strike her nose. Quickly, she brought both hands together to block the knee strike, making it difficult for Titan's knee attack to connect with her face. Using the momentum from Titan's assault, she propelled herself backward, breaking Titan's hold on her. Meanwhile, Pale and Indrik had recovered from Titan's initial threat and dashed in to take her down, indifferent to his feelings. Seeing the two mages closing in from both sides infuriated Morgana, especially since she was already under pressure. Her primary mission was to stop Beatrice, the lady from the Marionette clan. The Onyx Academy coordinator had made it clear that while Dorian was the only one who could stop Alec, only Morgana could handle Beatrice. Despite the fact that they underestimated the War God Academy team, Beatrice was a member of the ancient Marionette clan, which was feared, so they decided to put extra attention on her, because they felt that her true battle power must exceed her current realm. Due to the fact her clan excelled in puppetry, initially Morgana had managed to push Beatrice to her limits. However, since Titan's interference, he had not only dispatched 3 Death Knights on his own, but also diverted Morgana's focus from her target. And now she realized that not even the flaming swordsman puppet had not come after her again, which means Beatrice was free, while Morgana found herself caught in a chaotic 3-on-1 battle. That's why her frustration was directed at Titan, as he was the reason for her predicament and the main reason for her headache at this moment. Low tier spell Frozen Fist. Low tier spell Wooden Fist. While Morgana contemplated how to deal with Titan, Pale and Indrik sprang into action, launching their fists at her from both the left and right simultaneously. Pale's hand was encased in ice, while Indrik's on the left was covered in wood, resembling a wooden gauntlet. In response to their combined attack, Morgana switched her hands to the opposite sides, coating them with a dark, shadowy element. The eerie aura sent a chill down their spines as both Pale and Indrik's strikes landed against her palms. It felt as though they were hitting not flesh and blood, but instead something soft and yielding like cotton or foam. Bang! Undeterred by the initial setback, they followed up with kicks, aiming to take Morgana down from below since they didn't really feel comfortable striking her upper body. Morgana deftly flicked her right leg, first kicking away Indrik's leg before stomping down hard on Pale's leg. Amid the chaos, she noticed Titan charging toward her. With a swift motion, she dragged both mages together, causing them to slam into each other as she stepped back, preparing to confront Titan, the real source of her troubles. Without even caring about Pale and Indrik, who had fallen to the ground, Titan just dashed forward as he leaped over their bodies, sending a fist flying toward Morgana. Mid-tier spell Dark Suction. As usual, she reacted swiftly, stretching out her right palm to cast the same spell she had used to contain both Indrik and Pale's earlier attacks. But just moments before Titan's hand was supposed to be engulfed by her Dark Suction defensive spell, she noticed him withdraw his right fist slightly as he changed the position of his body. His previous movements had all been a feint to make her react to his attack, while he would attack differently than she had envisioned. Morgana's mind raced as she tried to predict which body part Titan would target next, or which angle he would attack from. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her jaw as she was lifted into the air by a left-handed uppercut delivered by Titan. She could almost feel her consciousness slipping away due to the power behind the strike, as ice was starting to spread around her face from the place Titan's hand had made contact. However, when she felt his cold hand gripping her neck and dragging her back down forcefully, and she was rudely awakened from the dazed state the punch had put her in. Bang! The next scene was not favorable for Morgana at all, as Titan had slammed her onto the ground, causing her body to bounce off the floor. The audience watched in shock as the vice captain of the Onyx Academy was being overpowered by a golem. Morgana tried to stand up by shaking her head to clear her vision, as she was seeing 3 flattering images of Titan approaching her. "Wake up, Morgana," a loud shout rang in her ears. She turned to see who was warning her, only to witness a long blade protruding from the chest of her teammate, who had taken the liberty to alert her. Another golem. Morgana spat through gritted teeth as she finally managed to rise. But as she turned, her vision was filled with the sight of a massive, spiky ice mace aimed directly at her face. At that moment, she knew she couldn't evade it. Pale and Indrik watched in shock as Titan ruthlessly smashed Morgana's head, the force causing her body to soar into the air before crashing to the ground. "Ah, I will kill you," shouted another member of Onyx Academy, witnessing Morgana's elimination as the white light flashed down again. He pushed back Arthur and dashed toward Titan, followed closely by another mage charging in from the opposite side of Titan, their anger fully unleashed. Swing. Titan's left hand transformed into what looked like a round launcher, firing ice spikes at the mage approaching from the left. The spikes impaled him in the chest area before he could get close, and he fell, lifeless and remorseful. The mage on the right managed to evade the spikes when Titan redirected his left hand towards his side. Realizing that his surprise tactic wouldn't work again, Titan's hand returned to normal and conjured a round ice shield as he dashed forward to confront the student of the Onyx Academy team. When they were close enough, Titan bent low and surged forward with increased speed, catching the mage unprepared, and using the ice shield to lift the mage up in the air as the mage was slammed to the ground. The mage attempted to swiftly stand, but his head was smashed by an ice mace, painting the scene red. Pale and Indrik felt the terrifying aura emanating from Titan and silently thanked their stars that they were on the same team as him, rather than facing him as an opponent. Titan was indeed a formidable force. As they looked around, they realized that the falling light signaled the completion of the first half of Alec's plan. All the mages of the Onyx Academy team, except for their captain, had been eliminated. In the middle of the undead horde, Dorian hid, frowning at how events had unfolded. Many of the Onyx Academy fans in the audience were still waiting for him to emerge from the shadows and attack Alec, believing he was still lurking there. However, Dorian had dismissed that option long ago when Alec charged toward his undead army, but was facing his location even while in hiding. It was at that moment he suspected that Alec seemed capable of detecting shadow energy, so Dorian decided to remain hidden within the horde, avoiding the use of his shadow powers altogether. Initially, Dorian had thought Alec's charge was naive, so he instructed his undead commanders to send their minions to deal with him first. With over 100 Tier 3 undead attacking, Dorian was merely waiting for Alec to exhaust his mana and stamina before swooping in to finish the job. But Alec had managed to keep the undead at bay using only his sword techniques, which was astonishing to Dorian. He had expected to see flashes of spells or explosive attacks, but Alec relied solely on his raw strength. What most people didn't know was that Alec's physical prowess was as formidable as his spells. So in such situations where he was faced by multiple low rank, he stuck to only his raw power, minimizing his use of his mana, making his only concern about conserving stamina until his team dealt with the rest of the Onyx Academy team. Fortunately for Alec, his team accomplished this quickly, and now the entire War God Mage Academy team surrounded the undead horde. "You know, whether you choose the easy way or the hard way, you would still have to face me, so why don't you just come out and face me? You know, if you could defeat me, my golems will be out of the game, giving you a better chance of winning this for your whole eliminated team. Think of how glorious that is," Alec taunted. "But if I defeat you, my team wins and all the undead under your control will perish, so what's it going to be? A single honorable battle with a chance at victory, or should we just obliterate your undead army, leaving you no choice but to die with them?" Alec continued, casually punching the face of a low-rank ghoul that lunged at him, sending it bouncing off the ground before it died. Seeing Alec's display of strength and realizing how cornered he was, Dorian didn't doubt Alec's words. His team had lost, and they had underestimated the War God Mage Academy far too much. At that moment, the undead army ceased its attack and parted to create a path. Dorian began to walk forward, his steps creating a rhythmic sound. Alec smiled as he saw Dorian, disguised in what appeared to be undead armor. "Let's do this one last battle for the win," Dorian declared. "Yeah, let's do this," Alec replied, waving his hand to signal the rest of the War God Academy team and his golems to move back and give them space. Legion was the last to retreat, keeping his sniper rifle trained on Dorian. The entire audience in the grand arena was completely perplexed as they watched the battle unfold. The Onyx Academy had been nearly wiped out, and their prospects looked grim. If Alec defeated their captain, they would not even advance to the next stage of the competition. Is the War God Academy team that strong, or has the Onyx Academy been overrated, managing to climb the ranks just because of being lucky? One spectator from an ordinary academy blurted out, in which his friend beside him immediately covered his mouth and shushed him. Don't let the fans of the Onyx Academy hear your slander. They seem to be on the verge of losing, and it's clear they won't be in the best of moods. Aggravating them would not end well for you. But I'm just saying what I think. Why should I get in trouble for that? It's not like I'm wrong. They've nearly had their entire squad eliminated in under 15 minutes, and now their captain is being cornered. It kind of feels like they've been hyped up, and maybe they don't deserve the title of Great Eight considering how the War God Academy team is trashing them, the spectator replied, unable to hold back his criticism of the Onyx Academy while feigning innocence. His friend could only chuckle nervously, while glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Thankfully, everyone else was too engrossed in the fight to pay attention to what they were saying, as no one wanted to miss a second of the fast-paced action that could determine the outcome of the competition. A lot was being decided in mere seconds. You see, the Onyx Academy is in no way weak. If you ask me, they're incredibly strong, though some believe that in a one-on-one against the Holy Grail Academy, they might not have made it this far, as they believe the Holy Grail Academy to be stronger. But I guess it's their own luck. They reached the third round through their own strength and luck, which deserves recognition. You have no right to shame them. The only reason they seem weak is that they've encountered a bigger monster. Though the War God Academy team may have improved significantly, but the defeat of the Onyx Academy ultimately hinges on one man, Alec Gordon's. His golems eliminated the team members of the Onyx Academy, while he held the line against a horde of undead all by himself. Let me be clear, not many could replicate what Alec Gordon's has done. His influence on the battlefield is immense. He alone can be said to be a whole team. Add his academy mates into the mix, and it's evident why he has been able to push the Onyx Academy to the brink of defeat so quickly. He's simply much stronger and came up with a better tactics. This makes the impending defeat of the Onyx Academy look quite ridiculous in your eyes, as they had just charged forward with no plan whatsoever. His friend continued, carefully explaining everything he had observed from the fights so far. He wanted to prevent his friend from running his mouth and risking trouble with an angry mob of fans who hadn't expected their team to lose here with the mages who had bet on Onyx Academy and stood to lose. He felt that if his friend wasn't cautious with his words, he might be in for a ruthless beating. In the VIP section, a rare silence enveloped them there as they watched the match unfold before them. Even the dean of the War God Academy couldn't conceal his shock by just nervously chuckling like before. He was just like everyone else around him, perplexed. Although he had entertained the thought of victory for a brief second, but he never expected that just a few minutes into the battle, the War God Academy team would display such a dominating performance. Old Dean, my academy has a high-ranked mage with an earth affinity who has evolved to the manipulation stage. I believe Alec should definitely come under our banner so we can nurture him from the outset. The representative standing in for the Dean of the Battle Mage Academy said while staring at Alec. The Dean of the War God Academy merely smirked at the mage's statement, as he was not one to lose in a battle of words, and still had a few tricks up his sleeve regarding the matter of those trying to poach Alec. I have a few words for you, Mad Dog's grand disciple, he asserted, pulling out his Mad Dog card once again, a warning to those who had their eyes on Alec. He had been relishing the fact that Alec's mentor was none other than the infamous Terran Dunce, but his own was a small matter as his own master was the Mad Dog of the War God Mage Academy. This connection rendered Alec a sort of grand disciple, and it was widely known that the Mad Dog didn't tolerate interference within the War God Academy or anything related to him. The Dean of the Bloodline Academy wore a sly smile as he observed the match in the arena, while the other deans and academy leaders attempted to persuade the Dean of the War God Academy to trade Alec for their own interests. It wasn't that he also didn't want to try poaching Alec, he simply felt unfortunate in this situation, as he typically focused on mages with bloodlines. Given everything Alec had demonstrated, the Bloodline Academy Dean doubted Alec possessed any such lineage power, as if he did he felt Alec would be too overpowered. Dorian, who had been granted the opportunity to face Alec one-on-one, began to circle him while summoning a long sword that appeared heavier than his own frame. However, despite the comical image, Dorian wielded the weapon confidently, conveying that he had mastered its power and wouldn't be dominated by it. Alec merely stared at him, not yet drawing his blade. His chandau remained sheathed, his right hand hovering just above it, poised to strike at any moment. Are you going to come at me already? Alec finally complained, growing bored with Dorian's circling. Unexpectedly, Dorian dashed toward him as soon as the words left Alec's mouth, thrusting the tip of his sword upward from below. Thus began the final moments of the match, one that might decide the fates of who advanced to the final of the competition. As the undead army retreated and Alec's teammates moved back, a clear space opened up for him and Dorian to engage in their battle. As Dorian's long sword lunged toward Alec with such speed that the crowd gasped, seeing him aim for a vital spot on his very first move. Just when the tip was mere inches from its target, Alec raised his hands and slightly drew his Changdao from its scabbard, just enough to defend against the attack but not fully unsheath his weapon. Bang. A small shockwave erupted as Alec defended against the thrust, but he was sent skidding backward about 10 steps before managing to stabilize himself skillfully. Don't even think of underestimating me, that could lead to your downfall. I didn't become captain of one of the great 8 academies for nothing, Dorian declared as he kicked off the ground, showcasing an impressive foot technique as he advanced on Alec. With his head bowed, Alec made it difficult for the audience to see his expression, but he paid no mind to Dorian's statement as he began to weave around Dorian's strikes effortlessly, evading each attack with minimal effort while keeping a certain space between them. I've never underestimated anyone since I stepped onto this stage. In fact, it seems I've been the one who is greatly underestimated, Alec replied, shifting his stance. Without much hesitation, he lightly stomped the ground twice and moved forward this time instead of retreating and defending like he had been doing since the duel between them started. What truly captivated the audience, however, was the sight of 2 massive rocks rising up from the ground due to Alec's stomp. This display from Alec sent the crowd into yet another frenzy, cheering wildly. Though Alec might have been using a low-rank skill, as it had been a long time since he last practiced it and his level seemed stagnant, but the crowd perceived his display as infatuation drug, as his prowess was purely for their entertainment. He tilted his body slightly, preparing to slam his leg into the first rock still suspended in midair. Ah, what stance is that? It looks so unbalanced. Is it true what the rumors say, that he's being hyped and has no real skills? Dorian thought as he saw Alec's unbalanced stance as he braced himself for a counterattack. But before he could react, Alec had already kicked the first massive rock toward him. The speed at which the boulder curved and flew through the air towards Dorian startled him as he scrambled to evade it. However, Alec wasn't finished. He lifted his body off the ground, rotating in midair to gain momentum before slamming his right leg onto the second stone, as if attempting to score a volley goal. Bang. While Dorian managed to narrowly escape the first boulder, he was less fortunate with the second, which targeted the location he was evading to and sent him flying into his undead army. The stone crushed against his chest, causing him to spit out blood. Alec murmured, feeling that this shouldn't be the end of the battle. If it were, he would be quite disappointed. He expected the level of the 8 captains from the Great Academy to be all top-notch, and so far, aside from Dorian's exceptional summoning abilities, he hadn't found anything in terms of combat skills that intrigued him. This was why he was eager for Dorian to get back on his feet. Seeing Dorian struggle to get up, Alec sighed. I guess I had higher expectations. His summoning abilities are already top-notch, placing him among the elite. It's just me who imagined a climactic final battle in my head, he murmured, lost in thought, his gaze unfocused on the ground. Then the Draugr, one of the undead commanders, began to slowly approach Dorian, and no one could discern its intentions. But as it got closer, it dissolved into what appeared to be a black fog and surged into Dorian's body, which was still pinned to the ground by the massive rock. At that moment, an eerie dark aura began to emanate from Dorian, prompting Alec to lift his head, as his eyes flashed with interest again. The rest of the crowd also observed Dorian with newfound intrigue, having never seen anything like this before, as they noted the remaining 7 members of the undead commanders advancing toward Dorian's motionless form. Alec, we can't let that happen. I don't know what he's planning, but judging by that aura he released from just one entering him, we can't allow the other undead commanders to assimilate with him. Agnes shouted urgently. Alec's brow furrowed as he went into thought, all while he locked his gaze on her before sprinting forward towards Dorian. However, he was still a bit slower, as Dorian had been crushed into the midst of the undead army by the boulder, making him closer to the undead commanders than Alec was. As Alec charged forward, the commanders erupted into a cloud of dark smoke and entered Dorian's body, followed by an ear-splitting scream that echoed through the arena. As a shockwave erupted from the arena following that scream, a black aura surged forth with Dorian as a center figure. The energy he emitted was so powerful that it forced the rest of Alec's team to step back, while even the undead army near him began to crumble under the weight of the shockwave. Alec, who was the primary target of Dorian's attack, pressed his hands against his ears, but still felt blood streaming from both sides. Quays a high-tier spell, Undead Overlord. Dorian's voice echoed, having completed his spell casting. This time, however, his tone carried a chilling resonance as the stone pinning him down flew back toward Alec at an alarming speed. Bang! The boulder collided with the earth wall, momentarily halting its momentum. While Alec looked up to see Dorian levitating, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was no longer the same person. The previously quiet, innocently handsome Dorian had transformed now. He radiated a devilish charm laced with an overwhelming amount of death chi that only undead have. Alec felt a chill run down his spine as the danger radiating from Dorian intensified, although he couldn't pinpoint how. But he now sensed that Dorian no longer exuded the aura of a peak Tier 5 mage instead. He now emanated the unmistakable presence of a low Tier 6 mage. It was a whole new realm, a significant level above Alec's realm, and he began to realize that winning might not be as easy as he'd assumed. "What do you say? Let's do this again. Round 2, Dorian said while staring at Alec, spreading his arms wide as the remaining undead on the ground knelt before him in a show of reverence. In the center of the War God Mage Academy, the same place where the academy-wide arena that connected all the other part of the academy was located, a large mirror screen was there now, displaying the events of the third round of the Inter Academy competition unfolding at the Royal Grand Arena. For the first time in a long while, the War God Academy arena was packed to the brim. Even some of the newly enrolled students, who started alongside Alec and the others in the team, were taken aback by the sheer number of spectators that had turned up, as many of them are just seeing some faces for the first time. This was something even the new dean, all the way in the capital, was unaware of and hadn't anticipated. He had sent one of the captain-level black-armored mage guards to deliver sufficient funds to Elder Alfred, along with a message instructing him to purchase the mirror crystals that would broadcast the War God Academy team's next match. Elder Alfred, known for his laziness, felt targeted by this duty. He nearly wailed when assigned such a task, lamenting heavily. He had thought that with the new dean gone, he could finally slack off. Yet the old dean, who had vanished for some time, seemed to return like a specter, interrupting his cherished nap time. However, since the command came directly from the old dean, he couldn't afford to take it lightly or slack off. After all, beyond just being his superior, the old dean was also his master. Reluctantly, he dragged along Taryn, who seemed free at the moment, to help him fulfill this new errand. Although Taryn was irritated by being roped into running errands, but he recognized that the old man that was acting eccentric for the first time didn't have many friends in the academy. It could be said that he was one of the most disliked individuals, seen as a lazy bum who offered no benefit to anyone. Despite this, Taryn willingly tagged along since he was his partner in crime anyways, as he used his prestige to have some younger disciples spread the word that the next round would be displayed in the arena. The news even reached all the cities of the Shadow Rift, formerly referred to as the Space Passage connected to the War God Academy. Given that the academy was in a bind and couldn't afford to send a large contingent of students to cheer the team on in the capital, he felt it would be better if they at least came to witness their team's performance and see how they were helping to elevate the War God Academy's name to new heights. What Taryn had envisioned would be a modest turnout turned out a full arena. This stunning reality dazzled him, so much so that he wouldn't have been surprised if someone told him this was the entire student body present. Senior students, who had long since vanished from the academy, returned from various shadow rifts, eager to see the mages who had taken their academy to the top 4 academies rank, a feat none of the current students had thought possible. Even instructors who had been in seclusion emerged to watch the battle. A few minutes after the battle began, Taryn stood with his mouth agape, staring at the screen in disbelief, questioning whether what he was witnessing was real or simply a hallucination. He had been on the verge of madness from all the rejected proposals he had received while trying to secure time to cultivate in the mental cultivation rooms, so he pinched his hand to confirm if he was truly present, with the painful sting making him realize everything he was watching at the moment was indeed real. Fast breakthrough, stable foundation, unmatched martial abilities, and a very strategic mind, a predator in the skin of a human, remarked the Centaur Prince, who had quietly appeared beside Taryn and Elder Alfred in the corner they watched from, both of whom were staring at Alec on the screen with astonished expressions. "Old man, I think my eyes might be playing tricks on me because I'm seeing my own disciple executing moves and techniques I didn't even teach him. Please help me confirm. Maybe the person I'm watching isn't really him, and I'm just delusional from missing my disciple's company," Taryn said, slowly turning his head toward Elder Alfred, who was sitting beside him. Elder Alfred turned toward him with a weak smile. "What you just described is indeed what you're seeing. Then it means you are not the only one delusional. I must also be out of my mind for buying the mirror crystal of another team, thinking it was the War God Academy's own, because why would I be seeing someone who looks just like my little bee?" he replied, half jokingly and half mockingly. As both he and Taryn tilted their head back towards the large 70-foot-wide crystal mirror, they confirmed that their disciples were indeed the ones on the screen. But how? Elder Alfred pondered aloud. Just before Beatrice had left the academy, she seemed to have hit a bottleneck, and he was confident she would break through, because that was his belief in her as a genius mage still young with a lot of potential. However, his expectation had been that this breakthrough would be a small realm own. He still remembers, hearing that the War God Academy team had reached the top 4. This had baffled him as such an accomplishment had seemed impossible. Having attended those tournaments himself while accompanying his master, the old dean, in the past, he knew that the standards of the 8 great academies were well above that of the war god Mage Academy. But now, seeing the level displayed by the entire team and the captain especially, he finally understood why they had come so far, as his gaze locked onto Alec. Able to summon multiple golems at once, always a one-man army, you're still waving the War God Academy flag brilliantly even out of the Academy's grounds, Elder Alfred mumbled as he recalled what he had heard Taryn say earlier. This caused him to turn back toward Taryn for a moment. Hope you don't mind, but I want to ask you a quick question. Did you just say you weren't the one who taught him those incredible sword techniques? Elder Alfred questioned almost instantly. Of course not. You know I'm more of a great sword user. Still, I would have loved to spar with my students and help him identify some flaws. But his sword technique looks so flawless, all that's lacking is power and realm to make him one of the most feared swordsmen in the Northern Kingdom, Taryn replied, ensuring his eyes remained glued to the screen. If you're not the one who taught him those techniques, then who did? Alfred pressed. Well, I heard that his grandfather is skilled with the katana, and his basic sword skills were learned from a skill book his grandfather gave him. In a way, you could say his grandfather is his teacher, but this technique just seems too good, Taryn answered rapidly, clearly eager not to be interrupted again. Meanwhile, at the Gordon household, the patriarch of the Gordon clan was similarly questioned about whether he had taught Alec the incredible sword techniques he was using. His response was, there is a slight resemblance to the katana techniques I taught him, but the fundamentals have been completely altered. It's almost as if he's been training with a sword for a very long time. I think this is the work of his new instructor at the academy, the patriarch replied to his brothers, the elders of the Gordon's clan. In that exact moment, both individuals, separated by who knows how many cities and distance, coughed simultaneously, as they both felt that someone must have been speaking ill of them somewhere, as coughing was peculiar for mages to do out of nowhere. Alec fixed his gaze on Dorian, who was now floating before him, radiating a Tier 6 aura. A deep frown etched across his face. Dorian had clearly undergone a significant transformation after casting the Undead Overlord spell. In fact, discussions were erupting not just among the regular audience, but also within the VIP section. The Undead Overlord spell was a high-tier spell that only mages who had reached high-rank realm could cast. Yet it seemed the spell had been modified by an expert close to Dorian. The expert had clearly modified the spell with preference of Dorian creating some type of lower version of the spell, so it was at a level where it would be possible for Dorian to cast it as long as he had enough mana. However, one nagging detail tugged at the back of Alec's mind. He was certain that all these necromancy spells required immense amounts of mana to activate. The previous spell that summoned the undead army had nearly drained Dorian to the point of exhaustion, forcing him to hide among his own army like a regular undead to avoid detection. But now, he had just cast a spell close to high rank, so there was no way Alec could believe Dorian had enough mana left to maintain this form without some severe consequences. Determined to act quickly, Alec resolved to move in and ensure Dorian didn't take any pills to recover his mana or maintain the undead overlord form. But before he could spring into action, he watched in disbelief as the remaining lower-ranking undead from Dorian's army began to disintegrate. Just as they were about to vanish completely, streaks of eerie death chi and mana rushed toward Dorian in the sky, causing the color on Alec's face to drain. And there goes my theory. Alec cursed, feeling Dorian's mana surge in real time. Although he desperately wanted to strike Dorian, he hesitated, wary of making any rash moves that might inadvertently endanger his teammates. Hey, all of you who haven't entered the Tier 5 Mage realm need to move further back. You're no longer qualified to spectate this fight from such close distance. If you get caught up in this, there's only one outcome, immediate death, Alec warned, turning his head to address the rest of his team. Without wasting a moment, most of his team swiftly retreated, while Lucas, Beatrice, Indric, Pale, Arthur, Brandon, and the rest of his golems remained behind him. I thought you claimed this was going to be a one-on-one battle, just you and me. Yet when I look behind you, all I see is a group of shameless mages planning to gang up on me, Dorian called down from his elevated position. Look who's calling us shameless. If you had truly followed the dual rules I set, then why have you absorbed your entire undead army? Alec shot back, not wanting to lose out on the exchange of words. At that moment, that could also be seen as a breach of the rules. A crown made of black thorns rested atop Dorian's head, with his long sword levitating nearby. Moreover, the armor he had worn to disguise his aura as an undead had undergone a transformation. It appeared to have evolved, fully encasing Dorian's body, and exuding an otherworldly presence that oozed out death chi constantly. I see it's a spirit equipment set, not just a low-level one like mine, but a mid-rank Tier 4 spirit equipment. This situation just keeps getting messier. Do I really need to go all out here? Alec thought, mentally running through simulations of just how much power he'd need to show to be able to finally rid himself of Dorian. "No need to wait any longer, all of you, come at me," Dorian shouted as he propelled his body down to the ground, causing a slight tremor. Yet this display of strength didn't deter the War God Academy team from charging forward. Lucas was the first to reach him, leaping into the air with his right hand drawn back. As he drew back ready to swing his glaive, his aim was clearly to cleave through Dorian. Meanwhile, Beatrice's flaming swordsman puppet approached from the left, as it was being controlled by Beatrice due to the mana strings attached to its back. Though it was a tad slower than Lucas, but it synchronized its attack well with Lucas as it swung its flaming broadsword towards Dorian's right ribcage. Bang! In an instant, it seemed as though time slowed around Dorian, with both weapons advancing toward him at a crawl. He extended his right hand, and his long sword slid back into his grasp. With both hands, he turned the blade till its tip point downward, mid-tier spell Overlord's Domination. With an eerie smile tugging at the corners of his lips, he slammed the blade into the ground while casting a spell linked to his new form. A shockwave rippled outward, flinging those who charged at him backward. But for Lucas and the flaming swordsman puppet, the situation was even more dire. Due to being closer to Dorian when he unleashed the spell, they were slammed to the ground as if a tremendous gravitational force had been activated around them. They struggled to rise, but it became increasingly difficult with every second they lasted under the force field of the Overlord Domination. Dorian released his right-hand grip on the sword hilt, as he raised the same right hand up as if summoning something. Soon dark fog coalesced around his outstretched hand, reshaping into a dark spear adorned with lines of eerie green energy, resembling runes. Swish. With two swift flicks of his wrist, Dorian sent the two spears hurtling toward Lucas and the puppet on the left. They were struck down instantly, without any chance of resistance. The white light flashed down, but this time it wasn't for the Onyx Academy, it was for a member of the War God Academy team. It marked their first elimination, and Dorian had orchestrated it all while maintaining eye contact with Alec, who glared at him from a distance with a look that promised retribution. But Dorian didn't care, as he stared back at Alec as if he was daring Alec to make his move. Dorian didn't want to take any chances, and that was why after eliminating Lucas, he turned his attention to the next person in the War God Academy team that he believed could truly his chances of victory over Alec when they clash, and that person just happens to be Beatrice Marionette. Feeling the intensity of Dorian's gaze, she felt a wave of dread wash over her, and quickly decided to cast a defensive spell as mana threads swirled around him. Both her wooden spider puppet and even the crocodile moved in front of her instinctively in an aim to shield her. However, her efforts appeared to be mere child's play in Dorian's eyes. He thrust his left hand forward, and despite the distance between them, he surprised the audience by launching a punch that unleashed a long dark chain materializing from his hand and flying directly toward Beatrice. Mid-tier spell Overlord Shackles. The dark chains, glowing with eerie green light, zipped through the air at breakneck speed. The crocodile, sensing its master's danger, instinctively lunged forward, trying to intercept the attack. Yet the rotating chains slipped effortlessly around both the crocodile and the spider-shaped wooden puppet's body as it continued heading straight for Beatrice. Even her mana thread defense was shredded upon contact with the chains, which coiled around her body, ensnaring her completely. "Ah, now I've had it," Alec exclaimed, dashing forward. However, ahead of him were Pale, Arthur, Brandon, and Intrigue, who were closer to Dorian and seemed poised to reach him first, as they were all aiming to attack at once. "Tusk, pests are so annoying. Let me deal with all of you so I can finally have that one-on-one duel with your captain in peace," Dorian said, his voice dripping with contempt for the rest of the War God Academy team. He used both hands to retract his longsword from the ground. As he raised the sword into the air, it glowed with black light, with green runes beginning to appear along the blade. Mid-tier spell Overlord Smash. With that, Dorian struck his sword down toward the location where Arthur, Brandon, Pale, and Intrigue were converging. The ground cracked upon impact as black spikes erupted from the earth, rushing forward until they reached the War God Academy last set of Tier 5 mages. The spikes shot up as they neared the group. Arthur crossed his arms defensively as Golden Gauntlet materialized and covered his fist, while Brandon assumed a protective stance, swinging his saber to intercept the attack. Pale focused his mana, encasing himself in a powerful ice armor, as he even pumped more mana in it just to enhance his defenses. Meanwhile, Intrigue manipulated the bushes around him, summoning massive vines to rise and create a makeshift barrier. Though it was common knowledge that the plant element wasn't the best defensive option, but Intrigue looked really determined to avoid instant defeat. However, despite their preparations and the confidence they had in withstanding at least one attack, their resolve crumbled in an instant when Dorian's strike landed. The spikes pierced through their defenses, and the blinding flash of white light that had been brewing in the skies finally fell down and enveloped them, taking them out of the battlefield one by one. All that remained in close proximity is Alec, the bound Beatrice, while the rest of the War God Academy team, who had not yet entered the Tier 5 Mage realm, had moved to the back of the tunnel entrance they had emerged from. They were only following Alec's command when he said they couldn't spectate from there. But right now they were feeling really good. Alec sent them back, after seeing how easily those stronger than them were being eliminated. Mid-tier spell overlord push. Dorian declared, pointing his hands toward Alec, who had finally closed the distance and was preparing to strike. In that moment, a massive gravitational force slammed down on Alec, forcing him straight into the ground. And due to being unprepared for such an attack and moving at such high speed, the impact felt like a cataclysmic fall. Just stay there and watch as I take care of every member of your team before your eyes. You have to feel the same level of humiliation I felt. So don't even think about trying to escape under that pressure. I'm not done with you yet, Dorian taunted as he began walking toward Agnes. He raised his hand aloft, conjuring another dark spear adorned with the eerie green runes appearing on it. Fuck, Alec cursed as he finally broke free from the shackles of the spell, but it was already too late, as Dorian had already hurled the dark spear toward Beatrice, who remained bound by the overlord shackles. Pachai. The dark spear soared toward Beatrice, and despite the crocodile puppet's desperate attempt to intercede, jumping in front of the spear to protect its master, its body was no match for the sheer force of the attack. As the spear burst through the crocodile, continuing on its deadly path. As it struck Beatrice, the spear pierced through her, killing her instantly, as another flash of light rained down, sweeping her away from the battlefield too. Fortunately, the Royal Grand Arena was designed to absorb such strong shockwaves, containing even the noise and preventing any external or internal damage to the structure of the arena. This is total domination, one fan shouted. Titan tightened his grip on his ice mace but remained still, just like the other golems. Alec had mentally commanded them not to move or interfere in the imminent fight. Alec's body flashed with dark tattoos as his red salamander spirit set armor materialized around him. His gaze sharpened, and a palpable aura of bloodlust emanated from him, almost becoming tangible behind him. You see, now it's fair as I've eliminated all the distractions. Now let's have that duel you proposed, Dorian said as he began to walk toward Alec, before pulling his long sword and dragging it along the ground. Dorian, Alec, the names of both fighters echoed loudly across the arena. Despite Alec facing a significant disadvantage, his supporters didn't relent in supporting him. They kept chanting his name in unison, holding on to hope that he could turn the tide. The distance between Alec and Dorian closed with each passing second. I can now slightly match his speed with the red salamander. This is an improvement, Alec thought, but his confidence wavered as he noticed Dorian moving even faster when he came closer. Bang, fuck, Alec cursed, as he staggered backward after being struck in the face by the hilt of Dorian's long sword. Dorian had wasted no time when he was in such close distance. He capitalized on his chance by raising his sword high with both hands and jabbing it toward Alec's face. Though the attack caught him off guard, but Alec quickly regained his composure by tilting his body to the side when he felt his danger senses tingling. A split second later, the long sword struck the ground where he had just stood, sending a blinding flash of sword light that cleaved the earth. In response, Alec sent a powerful right fist toward Dorian's jaw. Dorian, anticipating the move, released his grip on the sword, which embedded itself into the ground. Bang. The moment the sword touched the earth, the gravitational pressure surged once more, but this time it didn't affect Alec much as he had prepared for it and had manipulated his mana to cover his body while utilizing his gravity control to negate any gravity spell around his body. This move caused Dorian to raise an eyebrow in surprise, but he swiftly moved his right hand to intercept Alec's punch, executing a palm technique to clamp down on Alec's blow. Is that all you've got? Dorian taunted, leaning closer to Alec in an attempt to provoke him, the air around him thick with death chi, mid-tier spell flaming ignition. Just as Dorian reveled in his smugness, he felt a sudden heat surging from his right palm. When he looked down, he saw Alec's fist glowing a bright red, as if it had just emerged from a smithy fire. Explode, Alec shouted, and in the next second, a deafening explosion erupted, causing Dorian to stagger back a few steps. The look of surprise in his eyes was unmistakable. He hadn't expected Alec to still possess such destructive power. Hope you're ready, because it's my turn from here on, Alec declared, raising both fists confidently, with his right engulfed in blazing flames, while his left was encased in what seemed like an earth element gauntlet, compressed and shaped to perfection. Alec's killing intent materialized behind him, but instead of forming into its usual blood cloak form, Alec decided to attempt something new. He shaped them into two blood-red arms that extended from his back, merging with his real arms, causing them to pulse and throb with raw power. When he finished, he began advancing toward Dorian with a strange, fluid footwork that left the entire audience stunned, for they had never seen such a movement before. But if someone from Earth were there, they would have recognized it immediately, as the move Alec had just installed into his attack was the Dempsey roll. "Bring it on," Dorian shouted, feeling like Alec was challenging him. In a blink, he closed the distance between them, throwing a punch directly at Alec, but Alec held his ground, his stance steady, his eyes sharp and focused solely on Dorian. With every heartbeat, the vibrant colors of the arena seemed to blur before him, as his world narrowed to the single threat before him. As Dorian's fist lunged forward, Alec moved, though he sensed Dorian's speed was higher, but with his spirit equipment set and with the utilization of his mental stats, he felt confident more than ever to be able to keep up. Moving his body like water, Alec executed the Dempsey roll with remarkable speed, ducking low to evade Dorian's punch, which whooshed past him, sending a dark fist-shaped manifestation flying. As he rose, Alec shifted his weight and unleashed a devastating hook that was powered with flames. The movement was fluid, like a well-rehearsed dance. Alec's feet gilded gracefully just out of Dorian's reach. When he tried to get a punch in, with a snarl, Alec closed in, as he unleashed a rapid series of punches, each landing with either an explosive force or a heavy thud as Dorian struggled to block them. Alec's fists moved like thunder, echoing throughout the arena as he delivered a heavy left jab followed by a fiery right cross, each blow sending vibrations up Dorian's arm. The audience erupted into cheers, captivated by his deft maneuvering, elemental control, and raw power. As he continued the rolling motion, Alec pivoted on his heel and executed a swift uppercut, realizing that Dorian was having difficulty keeping up with his newfound technique. The strike landed squarely, and for a split second, time seemed to freeze. The crowd inhaled in unison, transfixed by the display of martial prowess. For the first time since Dorian entered his overlord form, he was sent flying through the air and crashing onto his back. Initiating the Dempsey roll had allowed Alec to weave in and out of danger, using momentum to his advantage. The sheer force of his punches, fueled by his elemental magic, left an unforgettable mark not just on Dorian but also on the spectators. In that moment, Alec didn't mind mentally straining himself as he unleashed his full mental focus. Every movement became calculated yet instinctual, a blend of strategy, talent, and power that showcased his dedication and unyielding determination to still win. With a final surge of energy, Alec wrapped up the sequence and stepped back momentarily to catch his breath, his chest rising and falling. His gaze remained locked on Dorian, who was just rising to his feet. Meanwhile, the crowd roared, their cheers crashing like waves against the shore, eager to witness what the young mage would do next. Some supporters of Onyx Academy even began to cheer, inspired by Alec's new moves. It wasn't that their loyalty had changed, or that they had moved away from the Onyx Academy fan base. Rather, they were simply captivated by the incredible fight unfolding before them, and they were caught up in the excitement. They couldn't help but cheer for the mage, who seemed to be performing better at that moment, eager for more of the thrilling action. That battle technique the War God Academy team captain just employed. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before. Is this some new skill? A spectator in the VIP second section mused, eager to pry answers from the War God Academy's dean seated few seats ahead of him. However, the dean was just as clueless as everyone else seated there, so he only offered a smirk and played the part of the enigmatic sage, though inside, he tried not to be surprised by Alec again, but he still couldn't help but wonder how Alec had managed to display such a martial skill, one that neither he nor the other academy deans had ever encountered. Which was weird, as they were all old monsters that have come across thousands of spells and battle skills. In fact, at the moment he had begun to attribute any unique thing Alec did to the Gordon clan. As for the other deans, who had been eagerly awaiting a reply, they soon realized that the War God Academy dean would not divulge any insights into the battle skill, so they left him to enjoy the spectacle of the fight in peace. After all, at the moment, Alec seemed to be tipping the scales of victory once again, leaving everyone in suspense if he would continue his myth or he would eventually be defeated by. Dorian watched Alec from a distance, his eyes sharp as he tried to discern what had gone wrong. He still couldn't believe that Alec could keep pace with him at this moment. After all, he was at the Tier 6 Mage realm presently, and he was confident that he would bulldoze his way through, but he now realized he had been overly confident. He could feel his undead mana reaching its limit, which meant he wouldn't be able to maintain this form for much longer, a troubling situation for him, as he planned to do something about it fast before he ran out of mana. I just need to get rid of him quickly and from a distance, Dorian thought, although he felt he was still faster than Alec, but he hadn't been able to land a single hit when he was in a close combat scenario with Alec. Every time he launched an attack, Alec executed the Dempsey roll to evade it, countering with precise strikes of his own. To Dorian, it almost seemed as if Alec could predict his next move, as if he could see the future. But that was a misconception. All Alec had been doing was shedding his weaknesses and fully utilizing his strengths. He knew he was a bit slower than Dorian, yet he had complete confidence in his ability to defeat him in close combat. This confidence was backed by the fact that the battle experiences and weapon mastery of his golems was being shared with him. But to others, Alec exuded the impression of someone who had fought over 100 battles, all these along with the fact that his mental force field allowed him to pick up on Dorian's movements quickly, gave him a chance to evade at the right moment. If there had been a considerable gap between them, Alec would not have been able to showcase such skill. However, he had ensured the distance was minimal, allowing him to react swiftly the moment Dorian made a move. The closer proximity negated much of Dorian's speed advantage, as Alec's mental acuity was significantly faster, giving the impression that he could read Dorian's attacks even before they were launched. Dorian's unsettled mind only compounded the issue, drowning him in self-doubt. As Alec glanced down at the red salamander armor encasing his body, a sigh escaped his lips. Multiple cracks marred the surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. He knew that if the armor broke, he wouldn't be able to keep pace with Dorian again. Because despite it being merely a Tier 3 set piece, yet its extra stat bonuses had been crucial in keeping Alec in the fight. "Old friend, you've been with me long enough, just bear with me a little longer," Alec murmured, determination swelling within him as he resolved to end the battle swiftly. While Dorian was bewildered by Alec's ability to match him, Alec, in turn, perceived Dorian as just a stepping stone he needed to overcome in his journey. The only reason Alec had felt so confident and calm while facing Dorian was because he had been clashing with numerous Tier 5 demonic beasts in the Beast Forest, all possessing Tier 6 battle power. The key difference was that these beasts relied solely on their primal instincts, while Dorian was far more versatile, employing various spells and skills that made him far less predictable. Being one of the top geniuses in first-year circle only made matters more challenging for Alec. While Dorian might exude the aura of a low Tier 6 mage, his actual battle prowess far exceeded that, especially with his undead spirit equipment further augmenting his power. All of this combined was why Alec had found it difficult to keep up with Dorian or defeat him swiftly, although he still had some tricks up his sleeve, but he was being cautious, unwilling to reveal too much and risk becoming vulnerable without any cards left to play in the final showdown. "I had saved this move for the final, but I guess if I want to squash you like the cockroach you are, I have no choice but to go all out." Dorian's voice broke through Alec's deep thoughts, startling him as he realized he had been contemplating the same approach as Dorian. Quasi-high-tier spell Myriad Undead Form. Dorian began to cast the spell, his fingers moving in intricate patterns. As he finished, a black light enveloped him, penetrating his body. Dorian groaned as the spell activated, but when Alec looked at him, he appeared unchanged on the surface. It was then that Dorian, who had previously been maintaining his distance, started to stride confidently toward Alec, causing him to flinch at Dorian's unabashed self-assurance. Yet as Alec continued to observe, he noticed something peculiar. Dorian's aura had clearly shifted, despite his physical form remaining the same. Alec could sense this change acutely. He felt he was now contending not just with Dorian, but with an army of undead as well. "Come on, come at me," Dorian challenged, smashing his fists together, and Alec seized this invitation as an opportunity to analyze what had changed about Dorian as he dashed closer, entering a tighter range. Strangely, Dorian didn't attempt to stop him. Taking a deep breath, Alec bent low and sent his right fiery fist hurtling toward Dorian's jaw. "First form Draugr," Dorian said, and an image of an undead Draugr materialized behind him, glowing with a greenish light as it wielded a massive battle axe. Alec noticed this but pressed on regardless. Bang! Alec's fist connected solidly with Dorian's jaw, but instead of staggering back, Dorian merely flinched for a moment before retaliating. His fist shot forth, not at great speed, but from such close range, he managed to latch onto Alec's right shoulder. With a powerful swing, he landed a blow squarely against Alec's chest, causing the red salamander set to crack and crumble. "You see, I've never been much of a combat mage like the top geniuses, neither could I compete with them on a one-on-one situation, so I developed my own strategy. By changing the forms of my undead, I can harness their battle skills and experience. Right now, you're facing the tenacious and powerful Draugr undead. You should feel proud that I was pushed to this level. Now die, Alec Gordons." Dorian shouted as he pulled back his fist and sent it flying again, this time with increased speed, propelling Alec toward his golems, who were still standing due to the command from Alec. As Alec hurtled through the air, he found himself relating to Dorian's approach, for he too could execute the weapon mastery of all his golems. However, Dorian's mimicry was on a much deeper level. The only drawback was that he seemed able to draw on the power of only one undead at a time. The audience was perplexed when they saw Alec relax his guard, almost as if he had given up any chance to defend himself. Alec sighed after realizing what Dorian's final move was all about. He whipped his hand toward his blood changdao, which had been thrown aside during the heat of battle. As a flaming whip materialized from his hand towards the weapon, it coiled around the hilt of the weapon, and with a gentle tug from Alec, the whip retracted, bringing the weapon back to his hand. Here I was thinking I could coast through this round without showing some cards, but you've lived up to your reputation as one of the great 8 academy captains, Alec said, his tone grim. You've pushed me to the edge. I know I can't match you in spells and mana, but if my guess is right, you're running low on mana after casting spells beyond your rank. I initially thought the mana you absorbed from your undead army might have sustained you, but we both know you didn't have enough time to refine the mana properly for your use since you were in battle in me, so you must have just been using it unrefined, which makes it deplete at a much faster rate. And that's why you've cast this spell to enhance your martial abilities, because you're desperate, running low on mana, and in a hurry to finish this. Well, lucky for you, I'm in a hurry too, so I don't than intended. Alec's eyes gleamed as he added, in fact, what I'm about to show you is something I've never tried openly before. It's just a theory, but you should be proud. You're the first person I'll use most of them on, Alec said as he wiped blood from the corner of his lips with his left hand. Dorian snickered at Alec's words, his confidence soaring. He didn't believe Alec could do anything to change the tide now. As he stepped forward, he shifted forms once again. 5th form Lick. The moment Dorian invoked the Lick form, he raised his right hand, gathering dark energy at the tip of his index finger. Compressing the energy, he concentrated it into a small, dense point, ready to strike. He then pointed his finger at Alec, who stood without any armor or protection than his academy uniform and armed only with his changdao in his left hand. Release, Dorian commanded as he advanced, his aura radiating regal arrogance, as if Alec was already a dead man. The small, compressed dark ball shot toward Alec. The crowd gasped, bracing themselves for what they believed would be Alec's final moment. But just then, Alec's golems, which had remained motionless, sprang into action. The Mage Hunter golem landed in front of Alec, crossing its arms. Mid-tier spell mana disruption. The golem casted a spell, unleashing a surge of mana that appeared colorless, making it difficult for the audience to discern its affinity. Instead, they saw a translucent energy akin to chi spreading outward like a force field, with the hunter as its center. As the dark energy shot toward Alec and reached the force field, it trembled and quivered as if disoriented by some unseen force, scattering long before it reached the hunter who was at the front. Dorian was taken aback, shocked at how easily his spell had been neutralized by one of Alec's golems. Looking around, he realized he had been surrounded. Titan, Legion, Oni, Hive Queen, Magneto, Sword Saint, and finally, Tempest Butcher encircling him. Their nonchalant expressions only fueled Dorian's frustration. You have the gall to think you can defeat me with numbers. Where's your honor? Whatever happened to that past version of you who talked about fair fights? Dorian sneered. Despite feeling he could still win, the sheer aura emanating from the golems suggested that victory would not be easy, and he was trying to taunt Alec into facing him directly. Alec merely raised an eyebrow, silent. Seriously, you want to discuss fairness when you've absorbed the power of an entire undead army? Alec retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. They are part of my power, they are mine. I walk the path of a necromancer, Dorian snapped back. Well, who told you that you were the only special one? I'm a golem mage too, I follow the path of the golem. I never claimed to be a battle mage, so what's wrong with me fighting alongside my golems? Alec said, his shamelessness revealing a rare expression that only a few, like Arthur and Brandon, had seen before. The audience, the deans, the great 8 captains, and even Dorian was shocked, not merely by Alec's unabashed attitude, but by the realization that they had been categorizing him as a battle mage all along. They had overlooked the fact that he didn't fight alone. Alec had always charged headfirst into battle, unlike other golem mages, who preferred to remain safely behind their golems, issuing orders. This vital distinction had eluded them, even though they were aware of his identity as a golem mage. His unparalleled battle skills had obscured the true nature of his path for far too long. A wise man once told me that if I relied too heavily on my golems in every fight, I would never grow. He may not have known me well, but I took his words to heart and tried my best not to overuse my golems. In situations I felt I could solve, Alec continued. But whenever I'm pushed to the wall, you can be damn sure I won't hesitate to call on them. Boys, finish him, Alec ordered. He crossed his arms, and the golems raised their weapons as they charged toward Dorian, with Titan leading the charge. Only Hunter remained behind, guarding Alec. 10 minutes later. The audience was engulfed in silence, hardly able to believe their eyes. Dorian was being thoroughly overwhelmed, as he realized that he had greatly underestimated the golems. Despite being a Tier 6 mage, he found himself in a difficult position against the coordinated assault of 7 golems, each possessing superior battle power. Bang! As Titan's mace smashed down on Dorian, Legion unleashed spear chi empowered by laser energy, while Oni wreaked havoc with his scythe. Sword Saint didn't relent either, synchronizing all his attacks with the other golems, or he covered the backs of the other golems whenever Dorian counterattacked. She frustrated Dorian by expertly manipulating her webs, preventing most of his combo attacks from linking up, and had some of her minions suck from his already diminishing mana. The audience couldn't help but glance between the two captains, Dorian slowly bleeding out and running low on mana, and Alec, who sat imperiously on an earthen throne he had erected, with Hunter standing guard beside him. It was a cold picture etched on their mind. This scene caused many of Alec's die-hard fans to reminisce about his first match, the one that earned him the title Prince of Golems. Dorian faced the most humiliating defeat of all the captains Alec had faced. He was defeated by what he viewed as mere summons all through the match. In this moment, everyone watching finally glimpsed the true power of Alec's golems, igniting discussions and unrest throughout the crowd. Yet, at the final moment, when they witnessed the white light flashing down and signaling the defeat of the last member of the Onyx Academy, they all erupted in cheers. Alec's name echoed throughout the royal arena, and in that moment, even some fans from Onyx Academy and the other Great 8 schools couldn't help but stand and clap. They watched as Alec surveyed the crowd, and no matter how much they might want to deny it, they couldn't anymore. Alec Gordons had single-handedly carried his team to the finals of the Intruder Academy competition. For years, the Battle Mage Academy, Royal Academy, Holy Grail Academy, Onyx Academy, Gate Academy, Wizards and Witches Academy, Bloodline Academy, and Vajra Academy had dominated the Intruder Academy scene. Over the years, the winners of the competition had consistently come from these 8 institutions, and with the other high and ancient tier clans aligning themselves and choosing one of these academies, it only made them nearly untouchable. These were the places where the most talented mages aspired to study, while those deemed low-ranked or unreliable were relegated to the ordinary academies, as the remaining academies were left to fight over what was left of the students. Every year, as the Great 8 ranked higher in the Intruder Academy competition, the priority for the best resources went mainly to them, which is why they had led for so long. But now, they watched one mage bring everything crashing down, bringing along with him the name of an academy they had long ignored, believing it incapable of producing any significant talent that would cause such a phenomenon. Dragov Dragonmere, who had been reluctantly compelled to watch the match with his team by his coordinator, finally stood up from his seat and began to walk away. Damien turned to look at Dragov's retreating figure, his spiky white hair swaying with each step. Damien frowned slightly, prompting Carmilla to ask, "What's the matter?" He smiled. Dragov smiled. "It's almost as if this Alec has captured his attention," Damien replied. Smiled, "Are you sure about that?" It's extremely rare to see Dragov show any emotion. Now you're telling me he smiled. How did you see through that spiky hair that covers his face? Carmilla questioned. I know what I saw. I'm pretty sure I noticed the edges of his lips curve upward when he stood up. It looked like he was about to leave because he had seen enough, but I don't think so. He must be so excited to see Alec, Damien replied. This caused Carmilla's brow to furrow in confusion. Why was her brother still waiting here instead of going with their captain to ensure he didn't do anything reckless? Oh, come on, it's not like I could stop him if he goes into a rampage. I'm sure he'll just say something like, "Let's fight sometime." You know how he gets when he finds someone strong, Damien said, noticing the concerned look on his sister's face. It was as if he could read her thoughts. With that, they all turned toward the arena, which was transforming back to its normal state as the transparent light shield surrounding it opened. The region where the Battle Mage Academy was located fell into silence. Is it just me, or did the War God Academy team just reach the finals before us? Vlad was the first to break the silence that had descended on them all, throwing the statement out and prompting laughter and chatter among the rest of the team. It's funny, we used to be the only academy among the Great 8 that supported the War God Academy. Who would have thought a day would come when they'd reach such a pinnacle? I guess I can say to the faces of those snobs other captains acting so noble that I told you so. Vincent chimed in, and most of the Battle Mage Academy members nodded in agreement. Vlad looked around at the rest of his team and could tell their joy was genuine, prompting him to shake his head. He believed the Battle Mage Academy team was the only one that could be this happy for their opponent's progress or happy about facing a strong opponent. He didn't understand why they acted so flawlessly, without any ulterior motives, unlike the other Grade 8 team regarding such situations. He wondered if their upbringing at the academy had dulled their capacity for schemes like that. I guess it's time we head out then, so we can congratulate them when they walk out, Vlad announced, suggesting that the entire team should congratulate the War God Academy team. This gesture would demonstrate just how highly the Battle Mage Academy regarded Alec's team. Hearing this, Vincent nodded in agreement. "We should do that. I think this gesture will earn us more than we bargained for," Vincent said as he stood up. Immediately, the rest of the Battle Mage team followed suit, rising and starting to make their way out as well. Meanwhile, Selene could be seen stretching her arms toward the coordinator of Onyx Academy, who was gasping in astonishment, his mouth open wide enough that even a bird egg could pass through without trouble. "Pay up," Selene demanded, unfazed by his shock or the fact that he was still starstruck by the loss of the team he deemed unbeatable, especially given that their captain had suffered an even worse fate. All she cared about was that she had won the bet she made with him mid-game. Although he attempted to renege on his promise, claiming mid-game bets were not valid, but Selene's intense expression made it clear that if he didn't settle up, she'd likely cause a scene. And given that the king was present, this was something he didn't want to ever happen. Reluctantly, he handed over the magic crystals he lost to Selene. As she collected her winnings and prepared to leave, she suddenly heard his voice. "You know, that was crazy. You bet on your captain to win while he was taking a beating. I have to ask you honestly, how could you make such a wager? What if you lost? You probably wouldn't be able to repay me, considering how broke you are, relying on small bets just to get by." The coordinator of Onyx Academy prodded at topics that Selene preferred not to revisit, but she responded before walking away. "You want to know why I bet on Alec? It's quite simple. I never doubted he could win, no matter what happened. I always believed he would come out on top. It's a risk I would always take," Selene declared as she turned back, walking away. Her only aim was to go check on her team. What a confident lady. "Let's see what happens next," the Onyx Academy coordinator muttered to himself. The War God Academy team was walking down the tunnel entrance they had emerged from. When the arena's cover was lifted, the rest of the eliminated team members were teleported back without any external injuries on them. The moment Alec saw this, he didn't pause to wave at his fans or engage with the red-haired referee who wanted to speak with him. Instead, he started walking toward the tunnel entrance with determination. His goal was to return back to his quarters as quickly as possible, and as captain, the rest of the team followed closely behind him. But that didn't stop the fans from chanting his name, though. The fervent supporters he had gathered were even more animated after witnessing another masterful display from Alec. To them, he was now seen as unbeatable, a sentiment that didn't sit well with some fans from the Great 8 academies who were reluctant to acknowledge Alec's prowess. As Alec and his team walked through the tunnel, he noticed a shared space to their left side. It was another entrance, and at the moment the members of the Battle Mage Academy were beginning to emerge from that same location. When the War God Academy team saw the Battle Mage team approach, they all tensed up, fearing a confrontation. Ironically, the Battle Mage Academy was the only team they had encountered before the competition even began, which gave them some familiarity with their rivals. However, seeing a team they once regarded as a colossal opponent appear in front of them triggered a whirlwind of thoughts. But the next moment took them by surprise as the entire Battle Mage Academy team erupted in laughter and moved toward the War God Academy team, embracing them. This unexpected shift caught everyone off guard. They were stunned by how things had unfolded, yet upon hearing words of congratulations from the Battle Mage Academy members, the War God Academy team began to relax a little. "It's a pleasure to meet the one who's been making me quite a lot of money these past few days. Since your odds are always on the higher side, I've accumulated a nice stash of magic crystals," Vladimir said, shaking hands with Alec. Alec couldn't help but faintly smile at how carefree the vice-captain of the Battle Mage Academy was acting with him. After a few seconds of exchanging pleasantries with Vlad, the captain, Vincent Whitefang, approached Alec, hands still deep in his pockets. "Congrats on making it to the finals. I was really rooting for you, but even I would never have imagined you would make it to the finals, and in such a domineering way," Vincent remarked in a calm tone, prompting Alec to scratch his head. After their first encounter, Alec had practically branded Vincent as an aloof figure, but talking to him face to face now made him realize that he might actually just be the most amiable captain among the Great 8 academies. "Well, from the start, my team and I didn't really have an objective. We just wanted to do our best to see if we could reach the finals and win the competition," Alec mentioned. Vincent stood frozen for a few seconds upon hearing Alec's statement. If Alec had said that before the competition began, he and his entire team would have been laughed at. But now, having completed most of their objectives, with only the final match remaining, Vincent began to take Alec seriously. "Well, if that's the case, then I look forward to seeing you in the finals. We can't let our coordinators down. Those two sisters would surely bet against themselves in this match," Vincent said, and Alec nodded in agreement. After all, it was no secret among both teams that their coordinators were twin sisters. Just as they were enjoying the moment, a voice interrupted them. "And who told you that you would be making it to the finals? You should at least defeat me before making such claims." After hearing those words, everyone turned their attention to another entrance on the right side, where the distinctive uniform of Bloodline Academy appeared. What really stood out, however, was the long spiky white hair, because they all knew there was only one person in the Bloodline Academy team with white hair, and that was the captain. Dragov, Vlad questioned in surprise, as none of them had expected him to intercept the War God Academy team at their tunnel entrance. This was quite a shock for the War God Academy team, but it astonished the Battle Mage Academy even more, as it was the first time they had seen Dragov approach another team outside of an official battle. "Yeah, I want to know what made you all from the Battle Mage Academy think you could enter the finals without defeating my team," Dragov asked again, this time unleashing the full force of his aura. As a violent, sharp intent swirled in the air, closing in on where Alec and Vincent stood. Although Dragov spoke to Vincent and released his aura as if to pressure him, but it became clear when the attack was launched that he was targeting both Alec and Vincent. Vincent countered by releasing his peak Tier 5 aura, unwilling to be intimidated, as another wave of sharp intent surged alongside a strong chi, but Vincent's aura only managed to repel half of Dragov's, as Dragov had split the force of his aura, sending the second half toward Alec, who stood at the side unmoving with a blank look on his face. Just before the aura could slam into him, an eerily bloodlust emanated from Alec as he unleashed his low Tier 5 mage aura, supported by the blood-killing intent that sent shivers through the air. To both the Battle Mage Academy and War God Academy teams, watching the confrontation among the three captains, three distinctive images materialized behind the captains after they released their auras. Behind Dragov loomed the head of a massive dragon, its scales appearing almost transparent yet emanating a sharp intensity. Meanwhile, an image of countless weapons hovered behind Vincent, each of the point towards Dragov. Looking at the mental images behind the two captains, who had both released their auras, was understandable. However, the imagery that materialized behind Alec sent chills down the spines of those present. Bodies of slain demonic beasts were stacked upon one another, forming a hill, and the bloodlust emanating from Alec seemed to intensify. His aura was a deep red, reminiscent of blood. The members of the Battle Mage Academy couldn't help but wonder how many demonic beasts and life forms Alec must have slain to harbor such powerful bloodlust. In the back of everyone's mind, there was a silent prayer that something would intervene to break the rising tension of this clash of auras, which was generating a string of shockwaves that was beginning to affect them. Just then, like an angel descending from heaven, Selene appeared. "Now that is enough." Her voice rang out, directed at the three captains. Though she had merely spoken, her aura surged forward, crashing against their auras like a tidal wave. They all stepped back, as if a raging storm had momentarily collided with them. A glint flashed in Dragov's eyes as he was knocked back a few steps. When he turned to see who was responsible, he noticed a raging wave of energy materializing behind Selene as she walked over. Though he sensed her power and knew she was at a higher realm than him, but Dragov couldn't care less at that moment. He was filled with excitement, eager to attack her and unleash his wild side. But before he could move, a hand gripped his left shoulder, causing his body to shudder and stopping him in his tracks. Everyone present turned to see who had emerged from the tunnel entrance. "I apologize for the rash behavior of my academy's captain," said a voice. "Without further ado, we will excuse ourselves now." When they looked closely, they saw the entire Bloodline Academy team, and the one restraining Dragov was the coordinator of the Bloodline Academy team. After her brief speech, she didn't spare the War God Academy or the Battle Mage team another glance. Instead, she bowed toward Selene. "See you later, Hydra Queen." "And you too, Bloodline Witch," Selene replied, their playful exchange of titles eliciting confusion among the teams they were in charge of, who were unaware of the fact that their coordinators were even familiar in the first place. With that, the coordinator of Bloodline Academy turned and began walking away, leaving Dragov and the rest of his team behind. "I'll be waiting to see how you breeze past me tomorrow, Whitefang. And please, Gordons, if what you just showed today was your trump card, I'm afraid you won't be getting your academy back to its former glory," Dragov said with a calm demeanor, radiating a peaceful aura that left Alec and the others questioning whether he was the same person who had just confronted them moments ago. Although some of his words seemed pointed and provocative, but Dragov had made sure to deliver them in a way that didn't offend the War God Academy or the Battle Mage team. When he was done, Dragov started walking away as Damien smirked at those before him, hands still in his pockets. He was giving out that devilish gentleman vibes with his signature smirk. He was the one who had gone to fetch their coordinator. After predicting that Dragov would be blocking the War God Academy team's way, his sister's relentless gaze had left him without peace of mind, so he felt it was best to call in the coordinators to ensure Dragov didn't go wild. "See you all later." Damien called out, walking away with the entire Bloodline Academy team, leaving the scene behind. At the War God Academy. "Did you see that? That's my disciple," Terran exclaimed, wild with joy. Ever since the battle ended, he couldn't wipe the smug smile that materialized off his face. Most of the instructors present were perplexed and confused by Alec's development. They had been too absorbed in the moment of all they were doing to remember that Alec had never been killed all these while. Given that Terran's previous disciples had often met untimely ends, everyone had assumed Alec would suffer the same fate. But not only had that never happened, Alec had gone on to represent the school, placing the War God Academy team in the spotlight. Even the lesser members of the faction were now acutely aware that eliminating Alec would be a formidable challenge, and not just because he was a tough opponent with ever-increasing power, but also because he had become the new face of the War God Academy's generation. In essence, Alec had transformed into the Academy's poster boy, a sentiment that everyone unanimously agreed upon. He is not someone who can be easily eliminated without thorough investigation, especially given the potential for him to catch the king's attention now that he was in the finals. At the Gordon's clan meeting room, all the elders were present, including every high-ranking member of the clan capable of influencing decisions. The patriarch, the grand elder, the first elder who managed the clan's finances, the rarely seen second elder, alias Gordon's grandfather. The third elder who practiced golden bone forging in order to merge seamlessly with his golden golem, without side effects, Brandon's father, who is also the fourth elder and the fifth elder, the only stout one among his brothers, who specialized in bestial golems. The sixth elder who preferred to remain unseen, and finally the youngest elder, Draco, the lava king of the Gordon's clan, were also present. They had all gathered to watch Alec's third-round match, and most of them had been complaining about the high cost of the crystal, because the mirror crystals used to broadcast the fight had become increasingly expensive as Alec continued to advance in each round. However, after witnessing his final move against Dorian, a complete silence settled in the room, almost as if a sound cancellation spell had been cast. Those boys' golems are all at captain rank. The patriarch was the first to speak, appearing somewhat shaken. Due to the events of last time, they hadn't properly watched Alec's match, nor had they given much thought to his golems. However, today all of them demonstrated their skills, catching everyone's attention. The third elder couldn't restrain himself and raised his hands to count. He truly had 8 captain-rank golems and high-level ones at that. How is that possible? I only have 1 captain-rank golem. He lamented, but the Grand Elder shot him a pointed look that silenced him. You only use 1 golem, so I don't understand your complaint. I've got 1 captain-level golem, and I can recall nearly being thrown out on the streets, begging for money to afford my golem's evolution, he replied sharply. How do you think that boy was able to reach that level so quickly? Are the Academy's resources that exceptional? The 5th Elder interjected. What if we used transformation spells to deceive everyone into thinking we're teenagers and sneak into an academy just to access their resources? I fear that if that boy stays in the spotlight any longer, he'll soon be in the same realm as me. Where would the respect be then? The patriarch suggested with both hands waving helplessly, prompting the Grand Elder to shake his head in disbelief at his brother's erratic ideas, driven by the potential of a young upstart. Even if you employed transformation magic, your bones would remain the same age, and you'd be exposed as an imposter. Just abandon that notion. It's not possible, number one, as they all follow different paths, and he is still just a mid-rank mage, which doesn't hold much value for them. Even the wealthiest academies wouldn't be willing or capable to do so in such a short time Alec had been gone, let alone the War God Academy they're broke. I think this is all Alec, the Grand Elder stated, prompting the rest to fall into deep thought. If that's true, then he's truly the best golem genius our clan has had since our father, the 4th Elder exclaimed, and everyone present nodded in agreement with his assessment. The War God Academy team returned to their living quarters, gathering in the main room that connected all their rooms. They exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. How did we get to this point? I have to admit, when we set off for the capital, I never expected to make it to the finals of the Intruder Academy competition. My only desire had been to get a little spotlight on me, enough to catch the attention of some elders from my clan, Pale remarked. But now I'm pretty sure almost every elder in the Zero clan knows my name, he continued, prompting more laughter from his teammates. I'm so proud of you all. Alec, what's with that face? You look like you'd rather be anywhere else than celebrating with us, Selene said, standing as she curiously observed his demeanor. Sorry about that. I'm just a bit sleep-deprived. I really would like to skip the celebration activities, if you all don't mind, Alec replied, turning to the rest of the team and giving them a pleading smile. Before long, most of the team started chiming in, agreeing that Alec should go rest, as some of them even made excuses, saying they wanted to do something else or focus on their cultivation. While they were all aware that they weren't as strong as the other 2 teams remaining, reaching the finals was still an achievement to them. Now they just had to wait 2 more days to find out who their next opponent would be and what the battle format would entail. Selene watched as the little victory party dispersed, with Alec retreating to his room and collapsing onto his bed, falling asleep almost instantly. Meanwhile, Lucas, Brandon, Arthur, and Indrik headed to the training room. Knight was trying to break through a plateau in his training, while Kate and Agnes focused on their cultivation. Beatrice settled in her room, studying her puppetry arts techniques. Practically the entire team left Selene alone in the main living room to go do one thing or the other. About 20 minutes later, the dean and 2 instructors entered the room. Though the dean would have loved to come instantly after the match ended, but with the academy having just entered the finals, he couldn't disappear that quickly. Many sought to curry favor with him, while others came to congratulate him. Although Alec had turned down a small interview with the referee, but the dean knew he couldn't afford to do the same. Those congratulating him were all at his level or above, and they were individuals he might need their help in the future, so he was kind in a way, building relationships for the War God Mage Academy. So despite feeling pressed to leave, he had to stay and entertain everyone's requests, even forcing a smile for those who had ridiculed his team before. Even if he suspected they were up to no good, he was the kind of person who wouldn't call them out. This skill in managing difficult people was one of the many reasons the old dean had chosen him to hold his position while he was in seclusion. And now he was finally free. The first thought that crossed his mind was to check on the entire team. But when he arrived, none of them could be found in the main living room. "Where are they?" the dean questioned. "They're all occupied with different things, mostly preparing for the finals," Selene replied. "What about Alec? I need to speak with him immediately," the dean insisted. "I'm sorry, but I don't think it would be right to disrupt his cultivation right now." Before he left, he mentioned he wanted to enter deep seclusion to heal from his internal injuries. "As dean of the academy, I would hope you wouldn't mind waiting until he's finished, considering he's taken our academy to the finals," Selene said, putting on a humble face even while lying. The dean, accustomed to faking emotions, could see that her true desire was to reply sarcastically. Nevertheless, his position demanded her respect, and that was why she still extended him the courtesy he was due. Seeing that Selene wouldn't yield, the dean sighed and left the room, heading towards his own accommodation. Although he wanted to discuss many things with Alec, he realized after listening to Selene that it wouldn't hurt to wait until Alec emerged from seclusion. With the dean gone, the 2 instructors that came with him remained standing there, looking lost. They had already packed their bags, a clear indication that they believed the War God Academy team would lose. Now, with the situation having turned around, it was evident, even if no one spoke of it, that their position on the team had become non-existent. They had not been well liked before, and now they would be even more disliked. Due to his exhaustion, Alec slept for an unusually long time, until he was eventually being pulled from whatever dream world he inhabited into the amulet space when it was time. When he entered the space, he was half naked, clad only in some medieval-looking pants that barely covered his private parts like in the beginning. This was a new development for Alec, as each time he entered the amulet space before, he had quickly summoned his red salamander armor to cover up. However, when he unconsciously attempted to summon it this time, it didn't receive any feedback or response. That was when he remembered that the spirit armor had been broken during his last fight with Dorian. Looking down at his body, he felt that the tattoos representing the red salamander set, once hidden deep within his flesh, had vanished as if they had been erased. "I know how much you loved that armor set, so I spent some system points to help you rearrange it into its old form. However, you'll still see the cracks, and it no longer possesses any spirit energy, which means it can't be used for defense. It's more like a collectible now," the system spirit said, appearing again in its blue, bubbling form. After hearing the spirit's words, Alec quickly checked his space ring and found the red salamander armor carefully tucked away in one corner, though it no longer held any spirit energy. Yet the armor still emanated a distinct aura, not an oppressive one, but a presence accumulated from every beast it had helped Alec defeat. It shimmered with this aura, and Alec could sense that it somewhat imitated his own, causing a small smile to form at the corners of his lips. "I guess it's time I finally get a new armor that matches my realm then. I've waited so long for this," the system spirit exclaimed, rubbing its bubbling hands before Alec, which he found both cute and amusing. If the spirit knew what Alec was thinking, it would probably wish for the ground to open up and swallow it whole. Throughout their time together, Alec had realized that the system spirit wanted to be feared or seen as a respected safe. There was no way it would ever want to be seen as a cute entity. So what's left on my list? I've been grinding for materials needed to create a new armor set. If you remember, it's this same grinding that's keeping me from going to the region where the Golden Horn Drakes reside, just because of the grudges that Tier 6 Drake has against me. There are a lot of strong demonic beasts there, and they're solitary demonic beasts, Alec complained, turning to the system spirit. HMPH, so what if you can't go to that part of the forest right now? It's just a little lizard drake. If you weren't still in the Tier 5 mage realm, it should be dead by now. A no-name beast acting like a king. Soon enough, I'm sure you'll reach a new power level with the equipment you're about to craft, the system spirit replied. And when you do, not only will you be approaching an almost impossible level, but believe me, you might even be able to fight head-to-head with the demonic beast kings of each region. The spirit's eyes flashed with excitement as it explained. Looking at his little guidance spirit, Alec struggled to figure out who would really be wearing the armor and gaining the power, as the system spirit seemed even more excited about it than he was that it had started to brag on his behalf. It was almost as if it had been waiting for the red salamander set to be destroyed, as it gazed into the darkness while lost in thought about how Alec would look with the new gear. This caused Alec to shake his head as he made his way toward the second level of the beast forest. He wasn't ready to harvest the loot from the primordial trees just yet. At the moment, he felt the team didn't need any new pills, as he had been pumping his ass and producing them pills for some time now. He wanted to help the team wean off the medicinal properties they had become overly reliant on. What he was more interested in now was building himself up to the point where he wouldn't have to reveal his last card, his Devourer bloodline. Alec stepped into the beast forest this time with a clear mind, which meant he had been randomly teleported to a region in the second level. As he skillfully landed on the ground, he heard a screeching sound behind him, causing him to turn his head, and when he did, he was surprised by what he saw. Inspect. Name Sparrowkeet. Tier 5 low. Affinity Wind. In front of him stood the same race of demonic beast that had given him his first death experience in the beast forest. Although this particular Sparrowkeet had only a wind affinity, unlike the first one he encountered that possessed 2 elemental affinities, but he still felt a surge of excitement while facing it. He summoned his blood Changdao into his left hand. You'll do just fine, Alec said, a smile forming on his face as all he could think about was revenge against the beast standing before him. He bent his knees slightly, his gaze fixed on the beast as he recalled his last encounter with its kind. The mere aura of the previous one had been enough to make Alec pray for a quick death, but now he felt nothing but confidence when facing such pressure now. He was that certain that with a single powered-up movement, he could slice the creature into pieces. The sparrow-like beast emitted screeching noises, sensing Alec's challenge. It bent forward too, its beak aimed at Alec while its talons gripped the branch it had perched on tightly. Come, Alec provoked, and the beast launched itself toward him, generating a small sonic boom as it sped through the air. The winds spiraled around its body with such force that it seemed to come at Alec like a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. Mid-tier skill Iaido. Alec infused his blade with a surge of mana and swiftly drew it, disappearing from the Sparrowkeet's view. In an instant, he reappeared on the other side, his back facing the beast as he expertly swirled his Changdao before sheathing it. Just then, he sensed a fluctuation in his mental awareness. Turning to face the source, he was surprised to see the Sparrowkeet cut in half, with a battered-looking kangaroo beside it. This sight shocked Alec because it was the first time he would witness such a scene whereby a beast was beaten and it was not by him. Initially, the movement in his mental awareness made him flinch, and he briefly feared the sparrow demonic beast might have survived his strike. However, upon closer inspection and seeing the kangaroo, he realized he had been overthinking. He was about to draw his Changdao again to finish the new beast that had appeared, when he noticed the famished and weak kangaroo biting into the flesh of the dead Sparrowkeet. This unexpected behavior caused Alec to pause, as he recalled that kangaroos on Earth primarily fed on grass, not meat. After about 5 minutes, he watched as the kangaroo finally extracted the power crystal from the Sparrowkeet. When it raised its head, Alec noticed a long, bleeding claw cut across its left eye, but despite its injury, the kangaroo glared defiantly at him. See this little Alec cursed as he prepared to strike, but the kangaroo turned tail and dashed into the bushes. He was caught off guard by the creature's surprising intelligence. In fact, Alec had never realized before today that the power crystal could be extracted from a demonic beast instead of being dragged into the ground by the beast forest. Though he could have chased after the kangaroo or sent his golems after it, but he decided to let it go. He felt that for teaching him something new and demonstrating such intelligence, it deserved its freedom. Alec hoped it would survive and bring him further excitement in the future if they ever still cross path. In the next moment, Alec summoned all his golems and sent them out in different directions to scout for demonic beasts, instructing them to ignore the kangaroo if they happened to pass by it. He needed to slay more Tier 5 demonic beasts to gather the complete materials for his new spirit equipment set. That's why he prioritized gathering intelligence. He didn't want to waste time fighting demonic beasts that might not match his affinities or his combat style. With the golems deployed, Alec climbed onto a tree branch, crossing his arms as he closed his eyes, appearing to be sleeping. However, he had his mental senses spread wide around him, prepared for any potential sneak attacks. In a lavishly decorated room, the city lord of Estonia sat in his chair, accompanied by three mage formerly known as the Three City Guardians of Estonia. They stood silently, awaiting his words. Among them was his own child, now poised for promotion to city commander, having ascended to the rank of a high-rank mage. The resources the city lord had secured from giving the patriarch of the Friddal clan to the ancient Blaze clan instead of the royal palace had not only helped promote the realm of the mages in the newly forged alliances against the Gordons clan, but also elevated his son to the high ranks. This mage, named Marcus, was often referred to as Sir Marcus and had consistently followed Alistair, the city lord's son. Fortunately for both, they had attained high-rank status. The third guardian, Rio, a stout man who wielded great axes, had not received enough resources to advance. Although disappointed, he remained a loyal soldier to the city lord, due to the fact that he had come from the same Dragonmere side branch family. The next blood moon approaches, and I still don't know how we will manage it to curb the damages with the space gate growing stronger. I guess this is the consequence of allowing various mages to rise to the high-rank realm, generating enough energy to further enhance the space gate, the city lord remarked. I wouldn't be surprised if multiple Tier 7 goblins breach the gate this time, he continued, sighing in resignation at the uncertainty of how to handle the impending threat, as the gate's full potential had yet to be realized, as the Blood Moon Day had not even reached yet. We can have the Gordon clan join us for the next defense. After all, it's officially known that they have 3 high-rank realm mages. They would be a significant help, especially since they managed to defeat the high-rank mages you sent to attack them, Alistair suggested, causing the city lord to shake his head. He rose from his chair and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the peaceful city he governed. If you truly believe they only have 3 high-rank mages in that clan, you're more naive than I thought, he said with a wry smile. I was there, remember, though I was in a rush that day, but I counted 4 of them, 3 at the high rank and a chubby one I had never seen before, who commanded Tier 7 golems, and the Grand Elder was not even there. The battle power of that clan alone rivals that of 3 or 4 top clans in the city combined. It's clear he knows now that the patriarch of the Rasa clan was the one he killed. I'm surprised he hasn't moved to eliminate that clan entirely, especially considering how rashly he handled the situation with the Friddal clan. Now he hasn't taken the bait, leaving me with nothing to use against him, or to compel him to defend the city when the Blood Moon battle begins. And now we have another problem. He must suspect everyone in the city since the Rasa clan patriarch was the one he caught. He would be expecting the rest of the perpetrators to be hiding here in the city. That raises our dilemma. How do we find other mages to fill in with the 9 who entered the Tier 7 mage realm on that day, complicating his ability to trace the real culprits? The city lord concluded. It won't be easy, but I've spoken to a few clans that merged with us recently, specifically asking them to have their high-rank mages in seclusion come out for the next blood moon. The Gordons' patriarch would definitely not know all of them. Though it looks like they're all considering it, but they won't have much choice but to accept our request, as I made sure to make them believe they are responsible for our predicament. Meanwhile, the Dark Bliss Patriarch has agreed to take action on that day. Along with the other 9 joining us, we should be able to gather about 20 high-rank mages. This will put pressure on the Gordon Patriarch, making it difficult for him to act recklessly, as he won't be able to pinpoint the 9 mages who are truly responsible for the attack on his clan. Sir Marcus explained the plan to the city lord. Clever move, Marcus, however. To be on the safe side, we won't be asking for the Gordons' clan help with the defense this month after all. They're still exempt for 2 months. We'll reach out to them next month, the city lord replied. We don't want him to suspect anything, and I know for a fact we'll be under pressure by then. Let's just hope they don't conceal their powers like they usually do and actually assist us. While the city lord was racking his brain to figure out why the Gordon Patriarch hadn't acted rashly and attacked the Rasa clan, hoping to pin a crime on him and incite the Gordon clan to fight in the upcoming blood moon, George was boiling with anger. Nothing would satisfy him more than to destroy the Rasa clan. Time and again, they had provoked his clan, and each time he had merely issued a warning, hoping they would understand that the Gordons clan is a peace-loving clan but wasn't afraid of a fight. Yet time and again, the Rasa clan grew arrogant due to his leniency, and now their patriarch had led an attack on his clan's grounds, though George knew deep down that someone was definitely pulling the strings behind this attack. And he had a suspect in mind, but he couldn't just attack without concrete proof otherwise. His reasons would lack justification, and this could be used against him to rally the other neutral clans to fight against the Gordon clan. The scheming and planning were driving him to the brink of madness, yet whenever he entertained thoughts of eradicating the Rasa clan from existence, he recalled the Grand Elder's warning that it was not yet their time to initiate an attack. Alec shuffled through the forest, determined to reach the source of the noise. He had sent his golems out to scout the area, and they returned with a list of demonic beasts nearby. After careful consideration, he decided to hunt 5 peak tier 5 demonic beasts. So far, his strategy of letting his golems take the lead had proven effective, as they had successfully hunted 3 of those beasts without any issues. The only challenge now lay with the final 2, a duo that worked well together, a golden armored rhino and a jungle king boar. Alec carefully navigated the forest, wanting to observe how the battle would unfold. He had spread out some of his golems to either scout ahead or secure the perimeter to make sure no other beast breached in, and he is confident they would meet up with him shortly, as he had sent them all a mental transmission to return. The golems currently facing the 2 peak tier 5 beasts were Titan, Legion, Hunter, and Tempest Butcher. With a boost of speed, Alec finally caught up, reaching a clearing. He added mana pressure to his legs, launching himself upward and landing on a nearby tree branch where he could get a good view of his golems in action. Normally, Alec wouldn't attempt such a risky maneuver, as the beasts of the beast forest typically possessed higher battle prowess than their realm suggested. However, Titan had already reached peak tier 5, and Butcher had surprised Alec by breaking into the high tier 5 realm, an achievement he hadn't closely monitored due to his focus on the competition. But in his last fight with Dorian, Alec had noticed a significant improvement in Butcher due to him watching. As for Legion and Hunter, Legion was the golem with the most firepower among all of Alec's creations, providing him confidence in the upcoming battle, as Legion always came through. Hunter, on the other hand, was still integrating with the team, though he still is a low tier 5 golem. As Alec observed them, he sensed that even Legion would soon reach the peak tier 5 realm, which caused him to partially blame the system for his slow progress. The higher experience points required for each level up made his journey to the next realm considerably lengthy. While it seemed the golems were also suffering from this same effect, their experience point requirements were less than his, likely because they were sharing a percentage with him, and it felt as though the system was being more lenient with them because of that. The rhino demonic beast charged forward, and the golems quickly spread out, leaving Titan at the forefront to confront the beast. "Come on," Titan shouted, spreading his arms wide. Bang. Rhino collided with Titan, attempting to lift him off the ground, but instead it pushed him back until his legs rested against a tree. "Ag, get rid of the other one fast. I can only hold this one for about 3 minutes at most," Titan groaned, his body slightly enlarging as his freezing powers radiated from the tip of the rhino's horn down its back, as it seemed his ice abilities had grown stronger. With this newfound strength, Titan locked his hands around the beast, throwing it off balance. While Titan engaged the rhino to buy time, the remaining 3 golems finally moved against the boar demonic beast. Tempest led the charge, moving like a bolt of lightning. Just before clashing with the boar, he swung his massive 2-handed axe, creating a swirling windstorm in his wake. With that motion, Butcher generated enough lightning energy to envelop his axe, which now sparked with destructive electrical currents as he prepared to launch himself into the air. Rotating his body, Butcher slammed his axe down toward the head of the Boar King. The creature grunted, and almost immediately, a dome-like shield appeared around its body just before the axe struck. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the axe smashed into the shield, and Alec squinted, trying to focus with his mental abilities to see through the electrical currents that lit up the point of impact. Through the flashes of lightning, he realized that Butcher wouldn't be able to break through the boar's defense. And things could get dangerous if they didn't finish this before Titan's 3-minute deadline, as he observed that Titan was actually on the losing end of his own battle. However, Alec was more interested in watching than intervening with the battle going on. At that moment, Oni landed gracefully on a nearby tree, clutching his dark scythe with its blade resting against his neck. To Alec's left, Sword Saint squatted on another tree, surprisingly still wearing a blindfold made of earth which seemed to impair its vision. Yet in an extraordinary way, it was still able to follow the rhythm of the fight using its enhanced sense of sound. With these 2 already present, Alec was confident the rest would soon arrive. Swoosh. It didn't take long. Less than 30 seconds after Alec sensed that Butcher was about to lose that clash, he was actually sent rebounding. But like an expert, Butcher twisted his body mid-air and landed on a branch of an ancient-looking tree, while Legion and Hunter closed in from the side. "A little help," Hunter called to Legion. "A little patience would go a long way. It's not like you can rush art. If you want, you can still keep it company." Legion replied, assembling and coupling some kind of cyborg-styled sniper in his hands with various iron-shaped cubes he was getting from his jetpack. However, it couldn't really be called a complete sniper, because below the muzzle, another device resembling a launcher appeared to be designed for rocket-propelled ammunition. "It's always a drag fighting alongside you. Why can't you just kill it? Must you always make your kills about perfection and catchphrases?" Butcher complained as he launched himself off the tree, heading back toward the Boar King. But the golems still closest to the boar were Legion and Hunter, and in an instant, without needing to discuss anything, they both switched places. with Legion falling back to complete his weapon coupling and letting Hunter take the lead. Hunter stretched his left hand backward before thrusting it toward the Boar King, which was still sprinting forward with its dome-like defense intact. As he swung his arm forward, the hook weapon that represented his left hand shot forward toward the protective barrier. The hook flew at incredible speed, cracking open a small hole in the dome shield the rhino had erected without any resistance. Clang! The hook lodged itself on the rhino's front horn, and upon this impact, Hunter jerked his hand down, letting the rest of the chains connected to his hooked hand drop to the ground. Once he had completed this action, he started to run sideways, putting Legion back in front view of the rhino. Though the rhino was angry and aimed to pursue him, but it redirected its target to Legion, who was still advancing toward it. From his elevated position, Alec observed the rhino causing a stampede as it charged closer. Just as it was about to slam Legion into the air, the hook that had hooked his horn finally tugged. With this strategic move, Hunter gained confidence as he pulled hard on the chain, redirecting the rhino who had been poised to strike Legion off to the side and temporarily saving Legion. Its eyes glowed blood red in its rage, and at that moment, the dome shield covering its body shattered completely from getting weaker continuously. Butcher, who had also launched himself, also moved in closer, but with the rhino being yanked towards a different direction like that, he needed a launching point to change location too, and he swiftly glanced at Legion. A little help here, Butcher called out, and Legion raised his right hand, summoning a round, transparent shield from his gauntlet. This shield may have been transparent, but its durability and strength were clearly top-notch. Taking advantage of it, Butcher twisted his body and pushed off the shield, using it as a propelling force to change his direction mid-air. "Allah!" Butcher shouted, somersaulted and brought down his weapon as he landed a solid blow, his axe hacking into the hunchback of the rhino. Waves of electricity coursed through its body, causing it to convulse and slow down. Though the rhino seemed affected, but it didn't halt its charge. Spread out, Legion's command finally came through, prompting Butcher to leap off the rhino's back as Hunter retracted his left hooked hand, creating a pull on the creature's path. This adjustment caused the rhino to veer around a tree before heading toward Hunter's location. When it finally reached him, Hunter slammed his right hand directly onto the rhino's head, causing the beast to stagger backward. Even Alec was shocked by the immense power packed into that punch. However, when he recalled Hunter's physical stats and the bonuses stats from his equipment, he could slightly understand why Hunter was so physically formidable. Lacking any magical abilities, Hunter's physical stats were not only balanced, but also significantly enhanced by his equipment, giving him the power to dominate anyone at his level. Unfortunately for him, the demonic beasts of the Beast Forest were a tier above what their true realm dictated. With the rhino now left to its own devices, and Legion finished reassembling and reloading his gun, he had everything he needed to eliminate the creature once and for all. Boom! Alec watched as Legion fired shells from the lower barrel of his weapon, which resembled a grenade launcher. It was only after 3 shells hit different locations around the rhino that Alec finally grasped Legion's strategy. Alec have always allowed his golems to fight independently since they learned better that way, so he didn't question Legion when he noticed that his weapon had dual firing ports. Instead, he watched in fascination, eager to see what Legion intended to do. Once the shells were released, they erupted into smoke, hindering the rhino's visibility. Legion had carefully studied the rhino's defensive patterns, knowing that as long as an attack was directed toward it, and within its line of sight, it would erect its dome-like shield for protection. Legion didn't want to waste time with consideration of Titan, but the rhino had proved to be an incredibly resilient demonic beast, and even Alec was sure that among the Tier 5 creatures in the Beast Forest, it might rank in the top 10 for defense. To take it down, Legion was prepared to put everything into a single strike. He was betting everything on one shot that would penetrate and break through any defense the rhino might attempt to erect. Gathering all his mana into the gun, it crackled with what looked like red lightning, though it was merely the fully charged laser reserve. He dropped to one knee, closed his left eye, and placed his right eye on the gun's scope, aiming through the smoke he had created. The rhino, turning aimlessly and expecting an ambush from the side, finally noticed an energy rising the location Legion was aiming at it from. This caused the rhino to turn toward the location of the energy was building, which just happened to be where Legion was. The rhino believed that was where the golem planning to ambush it would appear from. As it turned, it began to gather magical energy at the tip of its longer horn. Alec, still perched atop the tree, watched in surprise as the battle seems to be reaching its final conclusion. In fact, right now the rest of the main golem team had already arrived and circled the area, but they refrained from interfering with the battle, which allowed the 2 demonic beasts to maintain their focus without any external thoughts. Alec observed as a small, compressed black ball formed at the tip of the rhino's horn, while a small, compressed red ball appeared in front of Legion's mechanized sniper rifle. Almost simultaneously, the rhino released its attack, Legion also pulled the trigger. Bang! The recoil from firing all his accumulated mana jolted Legion's shoulder backward, but he quickly recovered, ensuring his eyes never left the bullet. Alec's entire Golem squad, except for Titan, who was still facing the Boar King, paused to watch as the laser bullet streaked through the air with unimaginable speed. The laser bullet split through the rhino's attack and continued onward till it created a massive hole in the creature's head. With a resounding thud, the beast collapsed to the ground, while Legion fell to the ground, exhausted from mana abuse. Headshot, Legion gasped weakly. He had only gained the upper hand only because he had poured all of his mana and spear art comprehension into that one shot, while the rhino had been focused on locating its attackers. In the end, the smoke screen had played a huge part, deceiving the senses of the beast not to realize it was facing a death blow. Almost instantly, as Legion eliminated the rhino demonic beast, Alec heard the system notification and assumed it must have been triggered by Legion's action. However, he soon felt a cold chill creeping over him, which caused him to look down at the tree he was perched on, and he noticed that the ground beneath it was lightly covered in frost. "No way, this can't still be about Legion," Alec muttered as he turned his gaze toward the second battlefield, which they had all overlooked while watching Legion. While doing this, Alec pulled up his system notifications to check what had prompted the alert. Titan's ice manipulation has finally completed its evolution. Ice manipulation has now changed to ice manipulation. The first stage of ice manipulation ability will soon be awakened. Pay 250,000 system points for the first stage awakening YN. Seeing this option left Alec quite perplexed, but he didn't hesitate to select Y for yes. He was perplexed because water was the primary element of ice. Alec was eager to see what would happen if he assisted Titan in upgrading his ice manipulation to the true manipulation stage. Congratulations on gaining more affinity power and spell knowledge. The transfer of powers and knowledge has commenced. The moment he clicked yes, new notifications popped up. The chill intensified, and the entire area began to grow extremely cold. Titan was directly affecting the environment around him. Wanting to protect himself from the cold, Alec summoned sand, which swirled around him and formed a protective coat. He still lacked any new spirit armor, which made him more vulnerable to the biting cold, but he ignored this discomfort as he focused on where the cold air was gathering. It was centered at a broken tree, directly opposite the Boar King, which was now grunting and slowly retreating. From its actions, Alec detected fear, and this led him to conclude that Titan could no longer hold back the Boar King again and had been sent crashing into the tree. But something had unlocked in Titan. He had finally reached the first stage of his elemental manipulation, just as Alec had done before with his earth element. This made Alec consider whether Titan's frequent use of magic was what caused it, or some other factor had been responsible for triggering this evolution. Alec and the rest of the golems watched as a human outline emerged from the icy fog, which seemed to have formed an entire domain. However, Titan, whom the team had eagerly anticipated to emerge, did not fulfill their expectations. Instead, a solitary frozen hand stretched out from the fog, pointing directly at the Boar King. Mid-tier spell Frozen Force Field. Titan finally cast the spell, and even Alec was shocked by the name. Throughout his journey as a mage, he had encountered similar spell, but he had never seen another mage use the one Titan just casted. This meant he hadn't taught Titan about it. To see Titan, who had previously struggled with learning spells, effortlessly unleash a mid-tier spell he had never known was astounding. Alec stood in disbelief while he had witnessed Titan cast many skills and battle-related spells. None had been as sophisticated as this one. Frost rapidly gathered and quickly covered the ground, becoming more solid as it spread toward the Boar King's position. It moved so swiftly that even the Boar King could not escape its reach, as small frost started to creep up its limbs. Mid-tier spell Ice Spike Tantrum. As the second spell was cast, large ice spikes erupted from the ground at every point the ice force field had reached. The spikes began closing in on the center where the Boar King stood. It moved frantically, but was unable to jump out of the way for fear of being impaled upon landing. Despite the Boar King's cautious nature, it was ultimately caught off guard, as the ice spikes did not stop. Over 5 spikes erupted from the ground beneath where the Boar King stood. It was so fast that the Boar King had no time to react to the ice spears, and the fact that they came from beneath meant it struck at the most vulnerable parts of its body. Titan leveled up. Evolution will begin now. Choose your Golem's future path. Quaze Ice Lord Golem 250,000 system points. Advanced Ice Golem 250,000 system points. Alec looked perplexed as Titan leveled up twice after killing the demonic beast, and he was sure the experience from the kills was not enough for such. The fog surrounding him began to flash with runes that seemed related to the ice element while levitating into the sky. The ice elemental particles in the air were gathering at an alarming speed around the ice sphere. Alec carefully considered both options before deciding on the Quaze Ice Lord Golem. Though the advanced ice golem appeared to be the continuation of Titan's current evolution, but Alec had learned from his past experiences from choosing his golem's evolution paths that newer options often represented hidden classes for his golems. Without hesitation, he made his choice. After doing so, he was surprised that the system could manifest within the beast forest for this long. His golems attempted to approach Titan, but the cold was too intense. As they drew nearer, ice began to form on their bodies, threatening to freeze them before they could reach Titan, causing Alec to order them to maintain their distance from Titan. Before his eyes, 10 runes flashed around the massive fog sphere that Titan occupied, and as it materialized, Alec quickly realized it was Titan's summoning circle, the same circle that materialized whenever Titan called upon his minions. 5 familiar ice golems that always fought alongside Titan emerged first, but they too were encased in a smaller fog sphere that circled a quarter around Titan's own sphere. To Alec's surprise, there were 5 new golems. These new golems, while having elemental bodies like ice golems, they also had human features, like a humanoid version of Titan, but much weaker, without armor or weapon and at Tier 1 realm. Another layer of icy blue fog enveloped them too, lifting their smaller sphere to fill the other quarter around Titan's own fog sphere. Now 10 smaller spheres rotated around Titan's huge fog sphere in the center, almost as if they were protecting it. Suddenly, 10 strands of mana emerged from the central fog, linking to the surrounding spheres. As this happened, an icy blue light flashed into the sky, resembling a beacon. That can't be good. Alec muttered to himself, feeling a surge of unease that made it impossible for him to still remain relaxed atop the tree branch he was squatting on. The system spirit materialized before Alec, appearing with its golem body as it has forced its way out from Alec's space pouch. Ignoring the questioning look on Alec's face, it focused intently on the icy blue light shooting into the skies. What the hell? Why are you allowing a golem to undergo a breakthrough inside the beast forest? The system spirit demanded. How was I supposed to know my golem would level up so soon? Alec shot back, spreading his hands wide in frustration. You're in big trouble, the system spirit replied, dramatically slapping its golem head with a hand, making Alec scrunch up his face at the gesture. Can you just explain what the real problem is? Alec shouted at the system spirit, who trembled at Alec's outburst. Let me make it simple for you. Normally, if Titan were having a regular breakthrough, it wouldn't cause much of a reaction. You'd just see a flash of light, and that would be it. No big flashy display and no magical energy would be sent out wide either. But what Titan is experiencing right now is an evolutionary breakthrough, the system spirit elaborated. Not only is his body being remodeled to align with the new path you've chosen for him, but so are his equipment, power crystal, and every mana vein constructed within him, all being broken down and baptized by this world's energy. You should have realized by now that he's able to draw in more ice elemental particles because this beast forest is assisting him. But here lies the problem, the spirit said, pausing to point toward the icy blue light piercing the sky. Every single demonic beast at this level can see it, feel it, sense it, and those nearby will be eager to stampede over here, as they'll want to devour Titan's power crystal in a bid to attain its greater power. Though Titan's power crystal would be more desirable to ice-type demonic beasts, but trust me when I say that if a non-ice elemental beast should devour Titan's core right now, it would awaken the power of ice and still be able to climb the ranks. This is due to the immense power contained within Titan's crystal. To those beasts in this area, the light looks like a beacon signaling a heavenly treasure or a super pill that could elevate their realm. That is how they perceive Titan, and he is especially vulnerable during this phase of evolution, as he must not be disturbed. This is why breakthroughs are advised to take place in secluded locations, the system spirit concluded, raising its voice back toward Alec. Alec gnashed his teeth at all that the system spirit had revealed, but Legion's voice broke through his thoughts. It's simple, Master. If all we have to do is protect this big oaf, we'll gladly do our best to ensure his safety, Legion said, prompting a smile from Alec. Howl. Just then a loud and eerie howl echoed through the air, causing Alec to turn toward the source. The golems quickly took their positions around the frozen domain that Titan had created, still encased in the icy sphere that levitated in the air. It seems your guests arrived earlier than expected. That's my cue, fight. The system spirit shouted, encouraging the other golems before vanishing back into Alec's pouch. That little, Alec cursed, watching how swiftly the system spirit disappeared when trouble loomed. Hey, no matter what happens, do not let a single demonic beast past you unless you're already dead. Nothing must happen to Titan. He has to complete his evolution. Get ready to kill every single beast. Use everything you've got. Titan must safely ascend to the Tier 6 Golem realm, Alec ordered, rallying his team for the fight ahead. In response to Alec's command, the golems brandished their weapons and summoned their minions. The Hive Queen called forth her hatchlings, the mana suckers type, the large ones known for their immense defense in her latest brood. the arachnoids just like her, but were younger and bore the bodies of 10-year-olds in the upper part of the body, and were all equipped with one specialized weapon of their choice, mostly curved blades. There were also the lightning elementals gathered around Tempest's butcher's side, while Oni, on the other hand, still needed corpses to create his army. On Hunter's side, the anti-magic iron golems stood ready, each wielding a swords and iron shield as their bodies were modeled after knights. Just as his golems summoned their minions, Alec began to feel the unsettling aura of various demonic beasts closing in on him. Despite his motivational speech, he couldn't shake the sense of panic rising within him. If it were just about fighting, he might not have cared as much, but this all related to Titan. Alec knew the consequences of being interrupted during a breakthrough. It was one of the worst fates a mage could experience. Cause should such an interruption occur, not only would they be unable to reach their full potential, but they might also fail to break through to the next realm, suffering a backlash that could hinder them from ever ascending again. Now Alec faced the daunting prospect of fighting off potentially every beast in the area because he wanted to make sure such a thing never happened to Titan, his greatest shield. Lost in thought, the ground suddenly vibrated violently. Looking up, he saw a massive number of demonic beasts rushing toward them, prompting a curse to escape his lips. It's times like this I think being in danger in the second dimension with the whole gang is bliss, Alec muttered, reminiscing about the times he had stirred up trouble in the second dimension and simply ran when things got tough. It was seen as a cowardly move by some mages and a jerk move by all of the enemies he had made in the second dimension, but it had always kept him and his team safe. In fact, Brandon and Arthur had truly embodied the art of running and acting like pure rascals also due to that same tactics. Just thinking of them brought a smile to his face as he contemplated what might have happened if he had brought them along this time. If the mages who ventured into the second dimension could hear Alec's thoughts at that moment, they would undoubtedly cringe. However, those thoughts were quickly interrupted as the beasts drew nearer. Bang. Legion wasted no time, launching bombshells into the midst of the incoming horde, taking down several demonic beasts before the battle even officially began. His attack called the first strike and started the battle as the melee golems rushed forward to form a defensive line, ready to hold their ground as they faced the first wave of demonic beast. This time, Butcher was in charge of leading the melee golems. As the first wave of demonic beasts charged at him, he began to spin his lightning axe at a rapid speed, sending those rushing toward him sprawling backward. Meanwhile, all it did for Butcher was push him back a few steps, with a little strain on his shoulder joints. How the hell did Titan always manage to hold off the waves of beasts without being pushed back? It's hard to fill his shoes. We really need his expertise in situations like this, Butcher grumbled after clashing with multiple Tier 4 demonic beasts. He reflected on every time he fought alongside Titan as he led the charge, recalling that it took an exceptional beast of the same realm or a miracle to force Titan to move back. But as he sank deeper into his thoughts, Alec offered a word of encouragement to lift his spirits. I hope that's not why you're feeling down, because you could never do what Titan does. When I created Titan, my first named Golem, I intended for him to be my shield against harm, Alec explained. He was my protector back when I was weak. While he rarely uses a shield now, that doesn't change the fact that he was designed to be the sturdiest by me, and with each evolution, Titan has embodied the concept of being the ultimate shield. With the highest endurance, I can proudly say he has continued to fulfill his role as my greatest shield. Even as I've grown stronger, he figured he didn't need to stay close to me for protection. Instead, he would meet the attacks head-on and stop them before they reached me. That's Titan's philosophy. But what are you trying to achieve by imitating the path of another golem? When I created you, I wanted you to be my cleaver, the one with the mightiest attack to confront all challenges, Alec said firmly. But you've been sneaky, evolving with lightning, and adding destructiveness to your philosophy. Stop trying to be someone else and embrace the destroyer I see in you. While Alec was delivering his speech, he was also using the opportunity to gather mana for his Terra bullet spell. Once he had about 16 bullets rotating at his fingertips, 8 on each index finger, he took aim and began firing at the still numb demonic beasts. Bang. Caught off guard and unable to still move from the lightning strike, they fell without resistance. Meanwhile, a black streak curved through the air like a crescent blade, slicing the beasts in two as Oni finally had enough death to summon his army. He devoured the souls of the fallen before channeling the essence of his minions into the corpses. The bodies around now began to meld together, forming Onishigami Squad. No matter how many times Alec witnessed it, the creation of the Onishigami was always an impressive sight. They were nothing like golems, practically looking like demons, but they were still Oni's summoned minions. In a battlefield like this, the Honest thrived, as they were able to heal from nearly any damage as long as a corpse remained nearby. Without an attack targeting their souls, it was almost impossible to kill Oni's Onishigami summons. As 4 red Onis and 1 blue Oni appeared, without waiting for commands, they charged at the nearest enemies, unleashing chaos. After about 3 minutes of collaborative effort from all his golems, the first wave of demonic beasts had been completely eliminated, all without Alec needing to step forward. If he had to choose the MVP of this round, he would say it was Butcher. After that empowering speech he had given Butcher, he had been reinvigorated, diving back into the fray against the demonic horde. As he focused solely on offense, neglecting to defend those behind him, he unleashed a wave of destruction, leaving a trail of lightning in his wake. His lesser lightning elementals followed behind him, as they were either sending out bolts of electricity or frying weaker beasts with lightning spear attacks whenever they bypassed Butcher. Oni was the only one who came close to Butcher's level, having entered his Usura form. He transformed into a 6-armed Butcher. Yet it wasn't just his performance that impressed Alec, it was the seemingly immortal capability of his minion team that truly stood out. They were chaotic yet effective, eliminating every beast they encountered and demonstrating their superiority on the battlefield. Sword Saint and Magneto targeted the Tier 3 demonic beasts that appeared to have control spells, ensuring they couldn't command the horde to attack effectively, which would have made the situation much more difficult for the golems. Legion stayed behind and bombarded the enemy, while Hunter led his army with impeccable teamwork and synergy. No matter how many times they were surrounded or pushed back, they always managed to parry and counter with ease. Alec felt immense gratitude for his golem army, because despite suffering significant damage, Hunter's iron golems displayed unwavering resilience, maintaining their formation as if they were human. Any ordinary soldiers would have broken under such pressure. That was how they successfully cleared out the first wave. Just as Alec was channeling mana to expedite the recovery of the damaged golems, the second wave began to arrive. Concern crossed his face as he realized he could no longer afford to stay out of the fight. This second wave was filled with ice elemental beasts, and to make matters worse, several Tier 5 demonic beasts had emerged, making him feel if he didn't intervene, it would be nearly impossible for his golems to contain the onslaught. One of the peak Tier 5 ice elemental beasts that had appeared was an Arctic bear, roaring from a distance as it came with its minions. With its thunderous roar, the Arctic bears beneath it began dashing forward, compelling Alec to finally make a move since most of his golems were still occupied. Mid-tier spell Sand Tsunami. After a few hand signs, Alec cast the spell, sweeping his right hand forward to summon a massive wave of sand toward the charging white-furred bears, which seemed intent on breaking through the defensive line established by his golems. There were 5 of the bears, all at the Tier 5 realm, 3 at mid-level and the other 2 at low level. As Alec sent forth a raging sand tsunami at its minions, the peak Tier 5 Arctic bear at the back snorted, wearing a smug expression that infuriated Alec. He watched as the ice bear inhaled deeply before exhaling a frigid breath toward the swirling sands that were crushing the demonic beasts in their path. Upon clashing, the icy breath managed to freeze a portion of the sand, prompting Alec to snort in response while glaring at the distant Arctic bear. What was I expecting? No matter how clever a demonic beast may appear, it remains just a beast without proper training. You might be physically stronger than me, but you will never defeat me because overall, I'm superior, Alec declared, his determination growing stronger. Now let me show you one of the reasons why I'm superior and why you could never defeat me, as you should never have tried to defeat an elemental control, while you merely borrowing the element powers to cast spells, Alec shouted, pushing his right hand forward in a claw-like shape. The raging sand, which had been partially suppressed by the ice breath, transformed into a colossal hand made of sand, mirroring Alec's movements as he attempted to clamp it shut. The peak Tier 5 Arctic bear was quickly running out of breath from continuously releasing icy breath attacks, and the sand didn't seem to freeze completely. Not only had it failed to freeze the sand hand completely, but it also faced the humiliating prospect of losing to a human, an outcome that infuriated it. This frustration was compounded by the fact that its colleagues were watching. While only a few peak Tier 5 beasts had arrived, they still weren't part of the main army attacking as they were hiding in the shadows. After the beacon of icy light had flashed into the sky, the nearby Tier 5 ice elemental demonic beasts, each with control over their own territories, had gathered their powers for a unified effort. The alliance was formed because one of them had previously faced Alec golems and was lucky to escape, so it was able to recognize Titan's aura, warning the rest. This shared experience was the only reason they were working together. Their temporary alliance aimed to eliminate the golems guarding Titan, after which they could compete for the coveted Titan's core. However, upon arrival, they realized there were already waves of demonic beasts present. The only reassurance for them was the absence of another element Tier 5 overlord demonic beasts from the nearby region who could challenge them for the ice core that Titan was forming. They speculated about 2 reasons for this lack of such presence. First, They believed other Tier 5 beasts found it tedious to fight for another elemental core, while they were still struggling to master their own powers or elemental affinity. And secondly, they didn't want to confront the ice elemental Tier 5 beast they were certain would emerge, as that would place them at a significant disadvantage in a battle over an ice core against such a formidable opponent. The elemental nature of the core itself put them at a disadvantage in such battles, and that is why only Tier 4 demonic beasts of other elements were present. They were the ones reckless enough to attempt to prove themselves, hoping that amidst the chaos, they might absorb the ice core. They believed achieving this would grant them dual elemental powers, potentially elevating them into the Tier 5 realm faster than expected, which explained their frantic rush forward despite the increasing death toll. It was because they held on to hope. Crack, finally, the Arctic bear could no longer keep pace with Alec. As Alec closed his hand into a tight fist, the massive hand made of sand mirrored his action, effectively nullifying the peak Tier 5 Arctic bear's attack, causing it to stagger backwards. This small demonstration showcased the impressive extent of his sand control. Determined to show the Arctic bear just why he shouldn't be underestimated, Alec moved his hand down, letting the sand suspended in the air lose all shape and form as it crashed to the ground. He ensured that the large pool of sand landed precisely where the bear's underlings were waiting for their chance. The result was catastrophic, as many unfortunate demonic beasts were buried beneath the immense mass of sand simply by being in proximity to the wrong group. The peak Tier 5 ice bear snorted, confident that this attack wouldn't kill its subordinates. It anticipated their emergence from the sand pool, convinced that the only danger the sand posed was the difficulty in breathing. While the bear did not doubt that its underlings could survive such circumstances, Alec's voice suddenly rang out like devilish music, causing the already complacent bear to frown at the sight of Alec casting another spell to follow up the sand tsunami. Mid-tier spell Sand Coffin. Alec announced as he extended both of his hands outward, attempting to bring them together. However, he struggled against the force of his own mana, which enveloped his hands. The sand that had just crashed down on the beasts below began to shift as if being compressed, following Alec's movements. As blood started to seep from the huge sand river, draining most of the demonic beasts caught in Alec's spell, a strain appeared on his forehead as he exerted himself to maintain control over the magic. But he didn't care as long as he could squash those bears' underlings to death. As for those caught up in his spell, it was simply their bad luck that Alec was the one killing them, and in such a gruesome manner. The thought of showing them mercy never crossed his mind. He had long since eradicated such notions from his consciousness due to his experiences. While Alec was busy with his own affairs, the rest of the team was preoccupied with theirs, still in disbelief that they had made it to the finals of the Intruder Academy competition. One person particularly taken aback was Beatrice. The journey had been a roller coaster ride for her, and now she found herself taking a stroll outside their living quarters, wandering through the open area behind their new home. A small noise caught her attention, and as she turned to its source she realized it was on the other side, so she peered over the fence into the quarters occupied by another team. There she saw the captain of Onyx Academy, seated cross-legged and deep in cultivation, while his elder sister Morgana sat around, keeping watch as he tried to heal his internal wounds. Noticing that Dorian was merely healing his wounds, Beatrice decided to divert her gaze, only to hear the same sound again, this time louder. It was clear that she wasn't the only one who heard it. Even Morgana, who had been vigilantly observing her pale-faced brother, stood up and looked in the direction of the noise. As someone stepped into view, Beatrice squinted her face, trying to recall where she had seen the mage standing before Morgana. Though she felt that the face looked familiar, but she still struggled to pinpoint how she knew the person, as if there had been no lasting impression on her. And it was true she had seen the person standing before Morgana before, because the newcomer turned out to be Maria Darkbliss. Even her face was still partially covered with a veil as she walked toward Morgana. "Hold up, don't take another step forward, or you'll be cut down," Morgana warned, a small dagger manifesting in her right hand, as a flash of tattoos appeared around that arm before the weapon manifested, indicating that the weapon was either part of a spirit equipment set or perhaps a strong spirit weapon. "It seems it has been so long that even you don't recognize a member of your own clan," Maria replied, her voice surprisingly calm and low. "Member of my clan. I might not know most members of my clan, but I'm sure you're not, as your aura is completely unfamiliar, which means you're not one of us," Morgana stated. Quick to jump to conclusions, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Maria Darkbliss, a candidate for the heir position of Clan Patriarch. Surely you know who I am now, Maria said, bowing slightly in courtesy. The Darkbliss family line. They were banished from the ancient Dark clan long ago, Morgana replied with a snort, finally understanding Maria's connection to the clan. Yes, we were banished, but only because the Voss family conspired with other branches to kill our last representatives and framed him. all because they feared his power and didn't want him to become the next leader, Maria explained. Spare me the history lesson. It's recorded that your ancestor was a traitor who betrayed the ancient Dark Clan, Morgana retorted. The victors write history, don't they? But that doesn't matter now. I've come to defeat the junior champion of the clan and have the ancient Dark Clan reconsider our banishment, Maria said, pausing to glance at the pale Dorian, who was deep in cultivation with his eyes closed. But it seems I arrived too late. He's already been defeated and is in a precarious situation. I'll have to make do with what I have now till he is fully healthy. Let's spar under the codex of the ancient Dark Clan, Maria Darkbliss declared, shocking even Beatrice, who was observing from the dark, at how quickly Maria had turned the conversation into a challenge. As Maria took a stance, summoning a short sword in her right hand, Morgana frowned at the turn of events. She had considered calling for guards to remove the intruder, but with Maria invoking the codex of the Dark Clan, she couldn't refuse. It meant she would have to battle Maria compulsorily until there was a winner among them. The ancient Dark Clan is unlike other ancient clans because its core members are divided into 5 family branches, which span through even their inner yard, and outer court, as they didn't accept many clans as side branches to marry to, but instead they collect retainer clans with dark powers or elements. And whenever a patriarch passes away or wishes to pass on their responsibilities to the next generation, a contest is held among the 5 strongest mages from each of the families, with the winner becoming the new patriarch and leading the clan while the 4 who lost become new elders of the clan. This tradition of having different heirs compete for the patriarchal throne is why the Darkbliss family has both Clarissa and Maria as heir prospects, even after moving to Estonia City. Their commitment to the clan's historical culture remains unwavering, but while the ancient Dark Clan might have considerable strength in numbers, the divisions among the families are the primary reason they are not considered a significant threat by other ancient clans. Infighting often occurs, as they tend to create problems internally when external battles are lacking. Currently, the ancient Dark Clan is made up of only 4 families instead of 5, as the Darkbliss family was expelled before the last patriarchal battle. And their power can be explained as the Darkbliss family, known for their specialization in dark curses, the Voss family, which focuses on necromancy, the Duskville family, renowned as the best dark mage combatants in the clan, and the Nightshade family, who oversee the shadow units and are often hired as assassins due to their exceptional stealth skills and ability to eliminate anyone they have marked. Lastly, there is the Nocturnes family, adept in most things related to the soul or dark practices of the soul. These 4 families minus the Darkbliss are what make up the ancient Dark Clan, and they are often perceived as eerie and malevolent because of their spell types. Before their banishment, the Darkbliss family was considered the crown jewel among the families. Despite having many weaker members, they consistently produced one super genius each generation to lead them proudly in the Heir Ascension battles. As a result, whenever the patriarchal contests took place, participants from the Darkbliss clan often emerged as the victors. I hope you know that Dorian is only the representative heir of the Voss family. If you truly want the clan to take you seriously, you'll need to defeat all 4 representatives of the next generation, Morgana said as she finally took her battle stance. Well, I believe that as long as I've dealt with the favored representative, the rest won't pose much of a problem for me, Maria declared as she finally made her move, swinging her blade toward Morgana, causing dark slashes to fly toward Morgana, who skillfully parried them away before kicking off the ground to close the distance between them. Just one important question, though. You claim you've come to challenge my brother, yet here you are fighting me. Not only that, but you're extremely weak. If I feel this way, Dorian would feel it too, and in a normal match he would be able to decimate you in mere seconds, Maria said, trying to maintain a conversation with Morgana as if they weren't trying to kill each other. You see, even you think I'm weak, which means before I fight the main boss, I should first confront the mini-boss. Only then will I be ready to face your brother, and let's not pretend you're weaker than him, Morgana replied. Talent-wise, he might surpass you in the necromancer path, but we both know you'd crush him in close combat. In the Dark Clan Codex battle, only your battle power speaks for itself, no summons allowed. That's why I believe you're a better fit than him to represent your family. This respect I have developed for you is why I'm fighting you first. I'm against the injustice done to you. Because you're a girl, your rights were passed to your younger brother, and his talents were nurtured more while you were left to grow at your own pace, evening having to suppress yourself, Maria said. This caused Morgana, who was dashing toward her, to fall into deep thought. Though they might be enemies, but it was clear that such thoughts had crossed her mind before. The fact that Maria voiced them made Morgana feel a sense of gratitude that her talent was recognized, even if it was by a banished family member. Boom. But Morgana was quickly jolted back to reality when she attempted to defend against a dark matter ball sent forth by Maria, only for it to explode in her face, sending her airborne. Fortunately, she had swiftly regained her footing, with a small smile playing on her lips as she looked ahead to catch a glimpse of Maria's face, partially revealed as the night wind gently tugged at her veil. "I underestimated you there, you're good, so I'll be taking this seriously now. Come at me," Maria declared, as she began to twirl her dagger and summon the rest of her spirit equipment set. Under the moonlight, the internal codex Battles of the Dark Clan, that has been long forgotten to the people of the Northern Kingdom due to years of peace, reignited. And this time, only 2 people bore witness to the spectacle of high-level control over dark elements. The first was Beatrice Marionette, who had been peering over a fence, and the second was Brandon Gordons, sitting cross-legged on the roof. He had climbed out of his room window to cultivate under the moonlight, only to discover the unfolding events in the neighboring quarters, which intrigued him, so he decided to watch. Inside the Beast Forest. The Beast Wave paused for a few seconds, observing the massive sand pool being manipulated into a spherical shape. Blood dripped to the ground in large quantities with each passing second. Alec had annihilated all the unfortunate beasts caught in his attack that he casted just to kill the ice bears. The peak Tier 5 Arctic bear, enraged by the loss of its minions, lunged at Alec, spurring the Beast Wave army to resume their assault with renewed confidence. The massive body of the Arctic bear soared through the air. Alec realized that he had to stop the bear. He had to prevent it from completing its leap, as letting it complete the leaping would compromise the defense line that Butcher and the other golems were struggling to maintain. Alec dashed forward, by manipulating his mana to propel himself. Just before they clashed, he unsheathed his blood Changdo. The moment he summoned the weapon, Alec reached deep within himself to access the mana flowing through his body, ensuring it passed through the beating heart of red and black flames that represented his fire element. After doing so, he channeled the flaming energy into the blade, transforming it into a fiery weapon that flickered like it was a light. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swift horizontal slash toward the beast's claw strike, which was accompanied by a claw chi attack. His horizontal strike sent forth a crescent-shaped flaming slash that collided with the claw chi before it could travel any farther. Bang! An explosion erupted upon impact, sending the bear flying back due to its close proximity to the blast. However, being a demonic beast with high endurance, it was clear that such an attack wouldn't injure it significantly. As it raised its head, the bear spotted Alec's Changdao hurtling toward it in a direct trajectory, as if Alec were attempting to impale one of its eyes. Feeling underestimated, it swatted at the blade with a powerful backhand, altering its course as it let out a roar that dissipated some of the smoke from the explosion. "That was a very bad mistake," Alec shouted, a smirk spreading across his face as he emerged from the billowing smoke. In his left hand, he held a long scythe made of pure blood. "Blood Reaper skill Boomerang," Alec announced, extending his free right hand forward, which was enveloped in a red aura. At this moment, his hair had turned completely red, with only the tips remaining black or brown, his whole aura completely different. This transformation demonstrated how quickly he transitioned into his blood-killing intent mode, allowing him to cast his class skill with greater speed. The bear, still surprised by Alec's intentions, watched as Alec drew his right hand backward, as if tugging on an invisible rope, causing the Changdao that had been sent flying by its hand to suddenly come to a stop. It was as if the momentum that had been propelling it forward had suddenly vanished. Instead, the blade began to rotate in the air for about 2 seconds before arcing back like a homing missile. But it wasn't just returning, it was spinning at an incredibly high speed, and with each passing second it spent in the air, the bloodlust it emanated grew stronger. The blade swung back with a blood-coated aura, spinning rapidly before decapitating the Arctic bear in one clean motion. It was as if there was no resistance at all. Alec noticed that the sword continued its return back to Alec even after slaying the bear, causing Alec to quickly summon the Changdao scabbard into his outstretched right hand. The blade rotated back into its sheath smoothly, bringing with it the drained blood from the bear. The bear's body slumped to the ground, completely devoid of blood, as the blade clicked when it finally settled into its sheath. Alec watched as the levitating blood was absorbed by the blade, disappearing entirely. "Now that's some cool moves," Alec remarked, noticing the blade vibrating lightly and emitting a blood-red glow. "Changdao due for the next upgrade. One of the seals will be unlocked 3000. After seeing the system notification, Alec watched as the weapon levitated into the air. "Even you are going into an upgrade. What's up with all of this subordinate and weapon leaving me today?" Alec thought. A roar echoed through the air. With the death of the peak Tier 5 Arctic bear, the remaining Overlord Ice demonic beasts decided it was time to reveal themselves. They realized that if they stayed hidden, Titan would complete his evolution, rendering their journey to get his core pointless. Having gauged Alec's power from the Arctic bear's demise, none of the beasts wanted to face him alone. It was as if they had reached a silent agreement even without speaking, that they needed to confront Alec together to stand a chance to eliminate him. 4 different overlord demonic beasts emerged from hiding, each accompanied by their own wave of minions. Come on, we're not even through this wave yet, and the 3rd wave is about to join in. This isn't fair at all. Butcher exclaimed as he hurled his axe forward, and it cleaved through the demonic beast army, none of them able to withstand the sheer force behind it or the destructive lightning that struck upon contact. Once the axe lost momentum, Butcher simply resummoned the lightning axe. The one he had thrown vanished in a puff of electricity, while it rematerialized in his hand, like some sort of recall spell. Alec watched as the 4 remaining peak tier 5 demonic beasts finally emerged from hiding. Quickly, he activated his inspect skill on them. After reviewing the information on the new beasts, Alec realized he was in deep trouble. In a one-on-one battle, he was confident he could take any of them on at any time. However, taking on all 4 together, especially when they were planning on working in unison, felt like a suicide mission. Although the Arctic bear had formidable defense, but even these new contenders each possessed unique abilities. The frost wolf was not only massive, but also led a pack that was hardly shorter than it. And dealing with a wolf pack had never been easy for Alec, as they were always skilled at coordinating their attacks. Meanwhile, the ice serpent boasted scales that shimmered like icicles. As it exhaled a freezing mist, the surroundings transformed into a frozen wasteland, creating the perfect battlefield for the newly emerged ice element beasts. Alec lost sight of the snow leopard and its companions, who seemed to vanish the moment the ice serpent released its mist. Looking up, Alec locked gazes with the griffin, the mythical creature that was a combination of both an eagle and a lion. The griffin spread its wings wide as its face displayed the disdain it held for Alec. Though Alec didn't understand animal language, but he could sense that the griffin was undoubtedly the leader of this small group of beasts ready to fight him. "Damn, I just have to hold on a little longer," Alec murmured. He loved battle, but with Titan's breakthrough at stake, he truly needed to do his best to hold off the 4 of them to provide enough time for Titan to complete his breakthrough. He was even surprised that his time hadn't run out, which would have resulted in him being expelled from the beast forest. Now, all he wanted to do was keep the remaining 4 bosses occupied, while hoping that his outnumbered Golem army would be able to hold the line. "Come and get it." Alec shouted as he dashed toward the griffin in the air, with his Changdao still in a trance-like upgrade. He decided to stick to what next he had available as he solidified the blood scythe in his left hand, which shimmered like it was made of red crystal. "Hey-ah," Alec shouted as he raised the weapon above his head, gripping it with both hands as he prepared to swing down. But the griffin merely flapped its wings in his direction, unleashing a blizzard that blasted Alec toward the ice serpent. As he saw where he was headed and the way the serpent was manipulating its tail to strike him, he quickly dissolved the scythe and transformed it into a shield. Just as the tail came crashing down, the blood shield crystallized. Bang! Alec was sent flying as a sonic boom erupted, crashing into 3 trees before coming to a stop. The 4 beasts turned to look in his direction as he slowly stood up. "Shit, this hurts. I guess this is one of the disadvantages of not having armor." "I hate how well they coordinate," Alec said, rising to his feet with blood dripping from the edge of his lips. The blood shield had been destroyed as it reverted back to its liquid form, floating in front of him. Low bloodline spell shapeshift. Form Horned Drake. The moment Alec cast his bloodline spell, his body began to change, bones cracking and muscles twitching almost immediately. The first sensation he felt was the shadow wolf trying to reach out to him. Though it communicated through growls, but Alec could sense and understand what it wanted. It was asking to be released before Alec's shapeshifting completed. Swiftly, Alec casted another spell before the effects of the shapeshift fully manifested. Low bloodline spell Manifest Beast. Form Shadow Wolf. As soon as Alec invoked this spell, he felt the tattoo representing the shadow wolf on his back was attempting to tear its way out. The process was accompanied by intense pain, but he managed to suppress any sounds, not wanting to show the 4 demonic beasts analyzing him any sign of weakness. Before their eyes, a massive shadow wolf emerged from Alec's back, slowly returning to its full shape. It was a sight to behold. The sleek, dark fur of the shadow wolf radiated a regal aura. The peak tier 5 ice beasts struggled to comprehend how a human could contain a demonic beast as powerful as the one now manifesting before them inside its body, and no matter how hard they tried to crack their head and think, they just could not reach a conclusion. Uo. Before they could fully process the situation, the shadow wolf howled to the skies and lunged toward the nearest shadow, vanishing, and they completely lost all track of it as they were unable to feel its dark aura again. The 4 ice demonic beast bosses became serious, scanning their surroundings as they tried to determine from where it might launch its next attack. They were familiar with how shadow wolves operated, but what they didn't realize is that they have never faced a shadow wolf like Alec's. Despite the fact that it had not transcended to a higher state, it's still a formidable beta rank wolf, and in a one-on-one match against another peak tier 5 shadow wolf, it would easily dominate completely. One reason for this was that it had been devouring the souls of other shadow wolves, and with each one consumed, its bloodline was being purified slowly, and despite the small change per soul's Alec had made sure to hunt a lot of shadow wolves to help upgrade its bloodline slight, elevating it above other shadow wolves. Additionally, Alec played a significant role in enhancing its abilities. With only 4 beast spaces available to fill in the low tier of his Devourer bloodline space, Alec wasn't in a rush to find the next demonic beast that would fill the next 2 slots. And for the extra souls of demonic beasts, he always got from all his killing that wasn't the same breed or didn't match with the 2 demonic beasts that already resided within his microcosmic universe, he employed a system skill called Recycle. Once activated, this skill allowed him to gain a portion of bloodline points from this beast by breaking down their souls. And with bloodline points, Alec could purchase various items from the system store, such as beast souls for his formed demonic beast soul to devour, thereby assisting in their evolution. However, bloodline points offered more sophisticated options than merely acquiring extra souls. They could also be used to level up the existing skills of his demonic beast souls. It was only after acquiring these bloodline points that Alec realized the shadow wolf skills were at their lowest level. In fact, 90 to 85 of the demonic beast in the beast forest had not fully understood their spells as they matured from their child stage to adult stage. They awakened their racial skills due to their lineage, but had never thought to train them, relying on their natural ability to cast those skills. By directing their mana the way the skills were already imprinted in their minds. Alec learned that there were 5 levels beyond this entry stage, the stage most of the demonic beasts in the first and second level of the beast forest are in, which he referred to as the basic stage due to the system's classification. After leveling one of the shadow wolf skills to rank 5, he received a notification requiring a significant amount of bloodline points to evolve it to the intermediary rank, which he left for the moment as he couldn't afford it. But this new development prompted Alec to consult with the system spirit to gain a deeper understanding of the topic at hand. That was when the system spirit explained that it had seen this happen before, and when it occurred, the skill or spell in question would evolve into a higher version of itself. The basic skill's name would change to reflect the newly evolved spell, but that didn't mean the beast could no longer cast the old variant. In fact, the system spirit explained that the older version would be easier for the beast to cast, as reaching that level indicated that it had completely mastered the basic version of the spell, and casting it at that stage would mean lesser consumption of mana and maybe even slight increase in the spell damage. Hearing such good news, Alec eagerly spent all the bloodline points he had accumulated to level up all the available skills of both the Golden Horned Drake and the Shadow Wolf to the 5th level. This also made him realize something significant. By leveling up the skills the beast had awakened, he was directly contributing to some positive changes that would occur within his bloodline beasts. For instance, when he leveled up the Dark Claw Slash of the Shadow Wolf, he noticed it howling in pain inside his mind for several minutes. But after enduring the discomfort, Alec realized that its claws had grown significantly longer and were now pitch black, resembling obsidian. These changes happened to enable the Shadow Wolf to better execute the skill, but the benefit now is that with these upgrades, even the Shadow Wolf's basic swing from its claws became stronger than ever, and this outcome applied to all the skills Alec helped level up, as they all augment and enforce one part of the demonic beast bodies or talent. These enhancements allowed various aspects of the Shadow Wolf to surpass the normal limits of its racial potential, while the Golden Horned Drake was fast approaching its capped level. Given the physical upgrade and the slight spiritual transformations taking place, Alec had no doubts that the Shadow Wolf would not just hold its own against any of these beasts in a one-on-one confrontation, but would instead deliver a devastating surprise to whichever beast he chose as its opponent. Alec's Shadow Wolf was set to redefine their understanding of what a Shadow Wolf could do. Clang, the 3 beasts who had agreed to face Alec could only stare at him in shock. While demonic beasts don't exhibit a wide range of facial expressions, if any human other than Alec had been observing them at this moment, they would have recognized the astonishment on their faces. They watched as Alec groaned in pain while his body underwent a transformation. He twisted and contorted as golden scales appeared, covering his half-naked body. On the right side of his head, a really small horn poked out, accompanied by a long tail, and behind him, 5 long spikes began to protrude, the 5th at the very end of his back being the smallest. It was almost as if they served as indicators of the beast realm, particularly since the Golden Horned Drake that Alec possessed was still at the low tier 5 realm. With his transformation complete, Alec resembled a golden dragoniac warrior from the 2nd dimension, and also a little bit similar to how the Dragonmere clansmen looked after their transformations. His form somehow embodied the features from both transformations, creating a unique blend. Finally settled with the pain gone, Alec let out a sigh of relief and lightly raised his right hand, tightening his fist as he reveled in the power coursing through his body, a smirk spreading across his face. He had been so focused on evolving his bloodline beast lately that he hadn't taken the time to assess their own improvements after shapeshifting blamed the tournament keeping him busy, not the author. But now, in his weakest beast form, he felt as if he could eliminate the beasts before him with considerably more ease. He sensed that the energy from his transformation was propelling him toward the Tier 6 realm, though he hadn't quite reached it, yet as the energy from the golden horned drake was still somewhat insufficient. Still, even that minor energy surge had drastically elevated him beyond the level he had been at a few moments ago. Seeing Alec's new transformation, the two free demonic beasts could no longer remain idle as they began to make their way toward him, with the ice serpent leading the charge. It slithered through the terrain, leaving a trail of ice in its wake. After their initial encounter, Alec felt more confident that the snake would attack with its tail again, as that seemed to be its primary method of assault. However, as it drew closer, it released a glob of spit from its mouth. At first glance, it appeared to be ordinary, but upon closer inspection, Alec realized the spit was imbued with ice elemental properties. Even though he was unsure of the ice serpent's intentions, he was not willing to let the spit touch him, as he extended his right hand, causing his claws to elongate. Bloodline skill Horned Drake Metallic Claw Rend. This skill was one of the awakened abilities of the Golden Horned Drake, and now that Alec had assimilated with it, he could use the skill as well. It was no longer at entry level, he had upgraded this particular spell to level 5, bringing it just one big step shy of being an intermediate spell. The ice serpent watched as Alec brought down his claw, causing 5 golden claw marks to materialize in front of him and move toward the serpent's spit. When they were close enough, Alec willed the claws to split, pushing his right hand forward and manipulating them mentally. This was an added feature of the newly upgraded spell. In addition to being stronger than entry level, he could now control the claws to target multiple foes. Most claw chi attacks typically converge on one area, and once unleashed, they could no longer be directed, making it easier for anyone with quick reflexes to dodge or for multiple opponents to consolidate their defenses against the strike. However, with Alec's newfound ability to control the claws like anti-missile weapons, locking onto their targets, the skill had taken on an entirely new dimension. The 5 claw rends split into 5, with one of them continuing along the initial path Alec had unleashed it, resulting in a direct clash with the ice spit. Bang! As soon as the strike made contact, it exploded into an icy mist, sending shards of crystal ice cascading through the air and crashing to the ground. Alec quickly realized just how cunning the serpent had been. It had executed that icy spit as if it were a regular attack. Such a move would have tricked any unsuspecting mage into thinking it was a casual strike that could easily be dismissed. And if Alec had half-heartedly defended against it, could lead to him being encased in a massive glacier, debilitating not only his speed, but also severely undermining his chances of survival against the beast's assault. Serpent had planned effectively, likely gathering that attack for a long time, but still yet it had pretended it was just throwing out a casual attack to probe. However, Alec's extreme caution towards it from the very beginning had foiled its strategy. As the remaining 4 golden chi claws sliced through the air, 2 aimed for the ice serpent's neck, while 1 targeted the Arctic griffin soaring overhead. Seeing Alec bypass its initial attack with such ease, the ice serpent discarded any pretense of restraint. As its body slithered low to the ground, and it accelerated toward Alec at a much faster speed. Meanwhile, the Arctic griffin attempted to neutralize both golden claws with its talons, underestimating the strength of Alec's attacks post-shapeshift. As a result, it sustained injuries while trying to dispel the strikes. With 2 strikes left in play, Alec found it comparatively easy to control the remaining claws, only needing to split his focus between 2 targets. Last 2 golden claws, which had initially missed the ice serpent's neck, changed direction mid-air, now heading straight for the snake from behind. Realizing it had nowhere to escape and facing imminent attack from the claws, the serpent decided to unleash a strike of its own against Alec, raising its tail high into the air. At the tip of its tail, ice energy began to gather, forming what looked like a small ice ball. After accumulating enough energy, the ice serpent slammed its tail down toward Alec. As Alec watched as the tail fell from the sky, while the griffin dove toward him, its wings positioned forward for a stabbing attack. Bloodline spell Horned Drake Tail Lash. Alec chose to meet the serpent head-on, swinging his tail toward the ice serpents. The moment he cast the spell, his tail became enveloped in an ethereal golden glow and elongated as he swung it like a sword. With no resistance, he cleanly sliced off the ice serpent's tail. Even though a deep cold sought to penetrate his tail and seep into his skin, he maintained his resolve, the golden glow around his tail dispelling the icy power. Ah! The ice serpent cried out in pain as its tail was severed, and the two golden claws finally dug deep into different parts of its body, leaving it in a critical state. But that wasn't all. The severed end of the tail fell away, giving rise to a massive ice sword that materialized, approximately 7 feet long, as spikes of ice erupted from the path it had struck. Seizing this opportunity, Alec pushed himself off the ground in pursuit of the Arctic griffin, which was still reeling from the serpent's pain. The griffin's expression changed as it sensed Alec's sudden disappearance. It could no longer keep up with or anticipate his speed. The next second, Alec reappeared above its head, delivering a powerful fist strike while casting the flaming fist spell. Bang! The punch struck the griffin's skull with tremendous force, but due to its formidable defense, it was only slightly affected, quickly shaking off its stupor. Since the normal flame failed to penetrate, Alec decided to use a different tactic. His left hand ignited with black flames, giving his golden scales an eerie, dark appearance. Alec's left hand blazed with black hellfire as he pressed it against the griffin's head, landing atop its body as they plummeted from the sky together. Alec was determined to ensure that the creature crashed head first into the ground, and that is why he is using the undying black flames to scorch the griffin's head, aiming to disorient its thoughts. Swing. The butcher's thunder axe crashed down to the ground, releasing a discharge of lightning that sent shockwaves through the nearby demonic beasts. Their bodies quivered involuntarily as the butcher dashed into their ranks, not even bothering to lift his axe from the ground. The weapon was responsible for the lightning discharge, and to maintain the spell, it had to remain embedded in the ground for a few seconds until the mana infused within it ran out. Taking advantage of their vulnerable state, Butcher unleashed a flurry of punches. His hands moved with such speed that the demonic beasts, still trembling from the lightning strike, could only watch helplessly. They couldn't track his movements, and in the next instant, Butcher's hand would plunge deep into their chests. He moved with a frenzy, his hands a blur as they pierced through the chests of the upright beasts and the brains of those on all fours. It was as if his hands were phasing through them, crushing their hearts or destroying portions of their brains. He knew they wouldn't survive such catastrophic damage to their vital organs. Once he was done, he phased his hands back out of their bodies. When he finished, the bodies of the demonic beasts he had attacked slumped lifelessly to the ground. But every surge of power has its limits, and as the mana fueling the lightning axe was depleted, the lightning discharge ceased, allowing the remaining demonic beasts to recover. Now Butcher found himself deep within the horde of demonic beasts. The surviving creatures turned toward him, their eyes glowing red with rage. Seeing their fury directed at him made Butcher chuckle, his voice crackling with residual electricity. "Cute. Recall," Tempest, Butcher said, as a bolt of lightning materialized in his right hand, transforming into his massive battle axe. He gripped the weapon firmly with both hands, second form. Dragging his two-handed axe through the air, Butcher split it into two smaller one-handed axes, channeling his mana into them, causing the weapons to sparkle brilliantly with white lightning that shimmered with blue hues along the edges. As the demonic beasts charged toward him, Butcher drew both axes back, fully aware that his mana reserves were dwindling. However, he was confident he wouldn't be eliminated by this group of Tier 4 beasts yet. Mid-tier spell plus skill boomerang. Butcher cast the spell, sending his dual axes flying toward the oncoming demonic beast. The axes sliced through everything in their path, turning quickly. He summoned lightning bolts in both hands, using them like swords to cut down the beasts attacking from behind. His attention was instantly drawn to a demonic creature, gathering energy in its mouth from the back of the horde. Instinctively, his body trembled. He couldn't afford to let such an attack land on him. With decisive action, he hurled the lightning bolt from his right hand like a javelin. The bolt traveled swiftly through the air, piercing the energy ball and causing the gathered elemental energy to disperse. But that was not the end as the bolt continued onward, until it impaled the beast against a nearby tree. Pachai. Another strike came from a tiger demonic beast as it bit into his right shoulder from behind. In response, he unleashed the last bolt from his left hand, driving it toward the creature's skull. Yet, despite his efforts, he was still being overwhelmed by the onslaught of demonic beasts. Although Butcher was a golem and felt no fatigue, but he knew his mana was running low. If that happened, he wouldn't just lose the ability to cast spells, even his elemental body would become disabled. This would leave him vulnerable to physical attacks. In fact, it was only because of his dwindling mana that the tiger demonic beast had been able to spot a visible part of his body to bite. In his elemental body form, Butcher's physique transformed into a humanoid shape composed of swirling lightning and dark wind. While in this form, most physical attacks were unable to harm him, as he could expend mana to bypass their effects. However, certain attacks, like rebounds or special physical strikes, still posed a threat. But if his elemental body became disabled, his true form, crafted from rare dark stones, would be revealed, and at that point, even the slightest physical blow could inflict damage. Feeling the pulling force of his axes drawing closer, Butcher stretched out his arms wide, allowing the weapons to return to his grasp before settling into a defensive stance. He was determined not to go down without a fight. The moment he took his stance, it seemed to signal the demonic beasts as they began charging toward him. Bang! Just as they closed in, Butcher witnessed hundreds of spear chi raining down from the skies. He looked up to see Legion soaring above him with a jetpack strapped to his back and his laser spear in his right hand. Mid-tier spell plus skill space sword. Another attack was launched, sending a large sword wave hurtling toward him. Butcher quickly assessed the incoming attack, discerning he is directly in its path. Yet, as the wave reached him, it simply passed through his elemental form without inflicting any damage, continuing on its journey to cut through everything in its path until it dissipated from lack of mana. As he observed his surroundings, Butcher saw that the rest of the golems had gathered around him. After listening to Alec's words, he decided not to follow Titan's usual role of holding the line. Instead, he resolved to give his all, throwing himself into the onslaught against the wave of beasts, even diving headfirst into the horde. Suddenly, Legion descended and swiped the base of his lightning spear at Butcher, striking the edge of his face. "What the hell is wrong with you? Master told you to be yourself, not to throw your life away. Do you realize how much trouble we went through to get you out of that mess? Now go rest in the corner and recover your mana." Legion's words rushed out in a torrent, ending with a commanding tone. Butcher, recognizing the urgency of the situation, didn't argue and headed toward a corner to recuperate. Legion turned to assess what remained of the beast army and was surprised to see they were almost finished with the cleanup. In fact, even Alec wouldn't have anticipated that his golems could clear the beasts so quickly. However, just then an icy fog began to spread, causing Legion to frown as he noticed ominous shadows of new demonic beasts emerging from the mist. The snow leopard made its dramatic entrance at the very moment it seemed the wave of beasts was on the verge of defeat. The entire team of golems immediately adopted a defensive stance, ready to eliminate what seems to be the last threat once and for all: mine. But before either side could act, a cold voice reverberated through the air as the ice force field expanded again, enveloping everything in sight, as the golems began to hear a spell being chanted, mid-tier spell Absolute Zero. The fight between Maria Darkbliss and Morgana Voss had just concluded, with Morgana lying on the ground, her body sprawled out as she took deep breaths. Maria, on the other hand, remained standing, though her condition seemed worse than Morgana's, who had clearly lost the battle. "How can you be that strong and still be unknown?" Morgana asked, but Maria simply shook her head. "Not strong at all. I need to become even stronger," Maria Darkbliss replied, walking away with blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Watching Maria walk away while claiming she wasn't strong enough left Morgana not only surprised but also deeply confused. At the start of their fight, Morgana had been the one pressuring Maria, but it took only a moment for Maria's aura to shift after being cornered for long and defeat her in a single decisive move. Reflecting on the battle, Morgana realized that the power Maria had unleashed at the ending was so formidable it could easily defeat her brother, and might even compel one of the newer elders of the Dark Clan to make a move in order to match her. She couldn't comprehend how someone as young as Maria could possess such power, even if it was external, but one thing was clear to her: the Dark Clan needed a change. They needed the power that Maria from the Darkbliss family had shown. The 5 ancient clans that had aided the royal clan in repelling the forces of the Second Dimension to establish the Northern Kingdom were the ancient Blaze Clan, Zero Clan, Marionette Clan, Dragonmere Clan, and lastly, the Dark Clan, which was currently regarded as the weakest, and Morgana felt if all 5 families unite it can become way stronger than it is now. As Morgana pondered these thoughts, the 2 spectators who had witnessed the entire event quietly slipped away, armed with the knowledge of another powerful mage information that might prove useful in the future. But for now, their focus was on the advancing finals of the Inter Academy competitions. Meanwhile, the golems turned to see cracks forming in the icy fog spheres levitating in the air, with the one in the center showing the most damage. It seemed as though it would open at any moment. Sensing this development, the leopard grew impatient and roared at its subordinates, who dashed forward and unleashed a frozen aura skill from their mouths. This created a dense ice fog that spread out, obstructing the golem's vision. Mid-tier skill plus spell Frozen. Once its minions had completed their task of blocking the golem's vision, the snow leopard released a powerful frozen roar. This sonic attack was enhanced by ice and had the ability to spread and freeze parts of its target. If enough of the ice attack hit, the target would not merely slow down, but be slowly transformed into an icy statue. The other golems were unaccustomed to such an attack. As only Legion, who could scan heat maps and detect incoming attacks, along with the Sword Saint who had been training his senses, managed to evade the attack. The others stood bewildered, continuously struck by the ice attacks. Then, a loud bang resounded, and the ice fog created by the snow leopards began to converge at a single point. Within 3 seconds, the entire fog had cleared, revealing the team who stared hard at a transformed Titan. He had compressed the entire ice fog, covering them into a small ball of ice, which rotated above his index right finger. Titan's form was now an intricately detailed human-shaped ice body, as if sculpted by an ancient Greek artist, and he wore ice armor, resembling an iceman clad in ice equipment. Atop his head was a three-spiked black ice crown, appearing as though it were only half complete, levitating over the left side of his head while the right side remained bare, as if cut off. This half-crown, along with his more defined ice humanoid body shape and a set of ice element equipment, set him apart, because behind him stood his group of 10 ice golems, all with humanoid shapes. Though they shared a human form, but unlike Titan, they retained the typical large stature of ice golems, towering over humans. Legion gazed at the golems behind Titan, and a peculiar expression crossed his cyborg face for the first time. He truly wished he had summons like most of his master's golems did. In addition to the 5 new golems that had just joined Titan's ranks, the original 5 were all at the low tier 5 golem level. The most concerning aspect was that they exuded the same powerful aura, indicating they were not typical tier 5 golems, but rather exceptionally strong ones. These were captain-ranked golems capable of summoning 3 to 5 lesser ice golems to fight alongside them, given they have considerable mana pool. And since they were also baptized during Titan's Lord evolution and it was tied to the system, they had a significant reservoir of mana at their disposal. However, they were currently under a slight restriction. They could not yet summon ice golems, because their leader, Titan, had not completed his evolution into a full Ice Lord golem. Until Titan achieved that status, they would remain captain-ranked golems in name and power, unable to fully enjoy the benefits of having minions of their own. Nevertheless, this evolution had elevated Titan to the strongest golem among all of Alec's main golems, surpassing expectations with 5 low-tier 5 golems and 5 peak tier 4 golems at his command. Titan alone constituted an official team, and once he reached the Lord Realm, he might be able to confront an entire army of mages single-handedly, as his minions would be able to gather a team of 50 tier 4 ice golems under them. He would have 10 captain-ranked golems and 50 soldier ice golems. Slowly, Alec's dream of creating a formidable golem army began to take shape, with Titan seems closest to being a real pillar for Alec. As the aura emitted by Titan and the other golems reached the snow leopard, it became clear to it that they have utterly lost, realizing that acquiring Titan's core would no longer be an easy task. The mission had shifted from obtaining a vulnerable Titan's core to confronting a much more powerful version of Titan. Just looking at Titan, the snow leopard understood it was outmatched after all. Titan's first move had been to collect all the surrounding fog, preventing it from using its fog stealth skill to escape. This alone highlighted the disparity in their levels, but the snow leopard still didn't want to face its demise. It did the only thing it could think of. It ordered the remaining beasts beside it to attack, and although those creatures might have been initially frightened by Titan's overwhelming aura, sensing the presence of death emanating from Titan, but when the snow leopard ordered. This bolstered their morale, as they believed there might still be a chance to take Titan down. However, the moment they charged forward, the leopard and its minions abruptly turned tail and began to flee. This unexpected retreat shocked Titan for a brief second before he quickly issued his command. "Kill them all." As he spoke, the entire team of main golems watched as Titan's golems surged forward, raising their weapons high and unleashing icy destruction upon the remnants of the demonic wave army. Bang! The head of the griffin slammed straight into the ground, causing the earth to cave in with numerous cracks as Alec successfully eliminated the beast, by remaining atop its body to shield himself from the fall from such heights. Once he was done, he surveyed the scene around him, only to witness the carnage wrought by the Shadow Wolf on his behalf. The ground was painted with blood, as the Shadow Wolf had not only taken on the wolf pack, but had also ensured the Ice Serpent was completely dealt with, preventing it from causing any interference while Alec was delivering the final blow to the Arctic Griffin. Alec watched as the Shadow Wolf maneuvered through shadow portals it had opened around the Frost Wolf pack, skillfully dispatching the wolves one by one. It was no longer a mere hunt, it was as if Midnight was reveling in the slaughter. The Frost Wolves were no match for Midnight, and their leader could only watch helplessly as Midnight tore through its minions, slowly making its way toward him. Alec checked Midnight's status and nodded in acknowledgement. Midnight had grown strong enough for him to leave some of his opponents to it. After all, it was a fully fledged peak tier 5 demonic beast from the Beast Forest, which meant its battle power surpassed his own realm, even without factoring in the upgrades it had experienced due to the system. Right now, Alec felt like Midnight might be his strongest asset for the finals, and that is the only reason he hadn't revealed its bloodline powers yet. It was because he intended to keep it as his trump card. But as he pondered these thoughts, the battles on the Golem side were coming to a conclusion, and he was bombarded with notification sounds in his mind. With a sense of curiosity, he decided to open his system to check, feeling a bit free, but upon gazing at the messages before him, he was left quite shocked. Ding, system message, congratulations on finally obtaining your first general ranked Golem. Oops, Quasar General. He cannot fully enter the general rank until he breaks through to become a high-tier Golem and becomes a Lord-titled Golem. Only then will he truly be deserving of the title as the first Lord Golem under you. Take this seriously, as every mage following the Golem path aspires to reach the stage where their Golems become Lord-titled Golems. Each general-ranked Golem becomes a significant pillar for the mage, but we know it's easier said than done trying to get Golems to this level. You may have learned that you can create countless Golems as long as you have enough mana due to your Golem creation skill description. However, you have begun to feel your soul force being restricted now you have 8 main Golems. Now let me explain why. Each Golem path mage cannot have more than 10 Golems connected to their soul force while they are in the mortal stages. This limitation exists because if all 10 Golems reach the Lord rank in future, it would place an immense strain on the mage's soul, making it impossible for them to connect with any additional Golems. Some might even die trying to link with another Golem. This is why each Golem mage is restricted to 10 Golems. That said, this restriction doesn't prevent you from creating Golems for your clan members. I'm surprised you've just realized you could assist with their Golem's evolution. You're quite slow to acknowledge the extent of your powers. Now, back to the main topic. You have your first Golem that would eventually become a lord. Just wait until it enters the high-tier Golem realm. It should have its own army of Golems by then. Only then will you understand why the Golem legacy you have inherited is classified as God-tier skill. I've talked too much. Goodbye for now. Get stronger quickly, much is changing, and you'll want to assist those around you if you don't wish to lose them to the flames of war. This is what surprised Alec the most. He was receiving a message directly from the system, not from the system's spirit that typically serves as the messenger to relay the system's intentions. But the system itself had reached out to Alec, and this time he didn't hear the usual mechanical voice when he opened the message. Instead, he could have sworn there was a hint of a feminine touch to the voice that conveyed the message to his mind like a voice message. At the same time, a distortion of a male voice in the background seemed intent on confusing his senses. Alec couldn't understand why this was happening. He felt that the system was trying to make it difficult for him to discern whether there was truly a female presence behind it. However, knowing how the system operated, he realized it might also be the opposite, so he decided to stop dwelling on things he couldn't control and focus on the matters within his grasp. Ding, Titan has completed his evolution. As he looked at the newly evolved and improved version of Titan's status window, Alec realized he needed to reassess who his true trump card would be for the finals of the Intruder Academy competition. He delved into the details that restricted several benefits of Titan and his minions, and he started considering what it would mean for Titan to become a true general rank Golem. As it meant deploying Titan would be equivalent to sending a force comprising over 50 expert mages, 10 commanders, and the main general, which is Titan himself. He could only daydream about how his future Golem army would take shape once all his Golems began reaching that stage. Just as he became lost in these thoughts, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, signaling that his time in the amulet world had come to an end. Alec jolted upright in his bed as he finally woke from his sleep, realizing he was back. He reminisced about the significant changes in Titan's status, surprised at how much improvement had occurred just from the breakthrough. The jump in stats from peak Tier 5 to Tier 6 was so substantial that Alec now understood why it was said to be difficult to advance realms and compete against those of higher ranks, especially among high-rank realm mages. He then proceeded to open the system, recalling that he still had other notifications he hadn't checked yet. He had been so focused on Titan's new status that he closed the other notifications to examine his upgrade. Ding, congratulations on completing a hidden quest, Road to General Rank. Rewards plus 1 million system, points plus 1 free spirit equipment, forging. Whoa, Alec exclaimed as he saw his new rewards. It was the first time he had received such a large amount of system points as a reward. Since becoming accustomed to system points, he had to grind tirelessly to earn just a little. In fact, all the system points he currently had came from battling and defeating monsters. None of them were given so easily as rewards, which is why he was still shocked by the system's generosity now. New quest generated. Complete your 10 main Golem spaces. Make them all ascend to become general rank at the high-tier realm. Become the patriarch of the Gordon's clan. First quest reward, 100,000 system points. Second quest reward, 9 million system points. Third quest reward, time limit 2 years. Seeing the last system notification, Alec finally realized he had much more to accomplish. The mission that seemed closest to completion was clearly filling the spaces for his 10 main golems he already had 8. All he needed was to create 2 more special golems that he would link to, and he would be entitled to claim the first reward. The second task seemed somewhat burdensome, but he was confident that as long as he continued to evolve, it wouldn't take long to reach that level. The mission that concerned him the most was becoming the patriarch of the Gordons clan. He remembered how his grandfather always shied away from his duties and constantly complained about wanting Alec to grow quickly and take over. While becoming the patriarch might be complicated, Alec knew that if he entered the Tier 7 realm before the 2 years time limit, there would be no resistance to his ascension as the clan patriarch. His grandfather would gladly give up the title. However, the thought of becoming the patriarch sent a shiver down his spine, as he didn't want to be tied down or burdened with such a role. He clearly recalled how everyone in the clan seemed disinterested in becoming the patriarch, and those in power ignore their responsibility. The Gordons were a distinctly unusual bunch, rejecting the idea of being restricted or even contemplating such a position. In fact, the only reason George couldn't relinquish his role was that he was the rightful heir, and now he could only leave the job for his own successor. That's why he had chosen Alec, as Alec was his only descendant. Well, there's no need to think about things I can't control. There is still 2 years in between. I need my sleep, Alec muttered as he settled back into bed and drifted off for another round of sleep. The next day arrived quickly, with the entire team gathering in the main room. One of the other 2 instructors had gone to each room, knocking on doors to inform everyone that it was time to prepare as they would be going to watch the second match of the 3rd round. The dean was already waiting for them as he would be teleporting them with the space door, but after about 3 minutes had passed without Alec emerging from his room, the dean was beginning to lose his patience. He turned his head toward Selene. When will your precious captain deem it fit to finally come out of his room? Is he even taking this seriously? This is his chance to observe his future opponents, the new dean remarked. Selene could only smile nervously as she approached Alec's room. This time, rather than knocking, she barged in, only to realize he was deep in sleep. Noticing the large balloon of air snorting from his nose as he breathed in and out, she finally lost her cool and sent a huge water ball crashing against Alec's body. The cold water splashed on him the moment it made contact with his body, causing Alec to jump out of bed in shock as his bone blade materialized in his palm. However, when he saw Selene standing before him with her hands on her hips, he quickly turned his gaze towards the water shield on the other side of the room. He could clearly see the sun shining in the sky, something he hadn't noticed while asleep, as the water shield was designed to block out such distractions from penetrating the room. Get ready, you have 1 minute, Selene called out as she tossed something his way, which he awkwardly caught with one hand. When he looked at what she had thrown at him, he realized it was a newly designed version of their academy uniform. Though it looked more stylish and had a military flair, it was still just Tier 4 spirit clothing. Alec couldn't help but shake his head, frustrated that even after making it to the finals, the dean still hadn't deemed it necessary to spend money on getting the whole team Tier 5 spirit clothes. But he shoved those thoughts aside as he quickly dashed for his bathroom since he was still running late. The grand arena was completely packed, just like the other day, but this time the 2 sides of the arena were equally divided between the academies. The right side was filled with fans of the Battle Mage Academy, while the left side was occupied by the supporters of the Bloodline Academy. All around, the crowd was cheering loudly as they eagerly awaited their teams to make their entrance onto the battlefield. The War God Academy team was fortunate to arrive just in time, making their way toward the 3rd section of the VIP booths, where they encountered the members of Onyx Academy team already seated at the far corner. Agnes attempted to greet them, but the Onyx Academy team completely ignored her, leading to a palpable distance between the 2 groups. Despite this, Alec paid them no mind and continued chatting with Arthur and Brandon, eager to try something out with them once he got out of the arena. Selene and the other 2 instructors sat with the team, while the new dean occupied a seat on the 2nd level of the VIP booth. Due to Alec's time-wasting episodes, he hadn't had the chance for any personal discussions with him, as the whole team were in a rush. Now that they were here, he simply wanted to watch the match and let the momentum that had brought his academy this far continue to propel them forward. No matter what the outcome, he was already extremely happy with their achievements so far. Welcome to the second match of the 3rd round, featuring the Battle Mage Academy versus the Bloodline Academy. People of the Northern Capital, are you ready? The red-haired referee announced as he levitated in the air, delivering his speech while trying to rile up the crowd. And he succeeded as their enthusiastic cheer was so loud that the entire arena vibrated. I see. You're all excited to watch them battle. In that case, it wouldn't make any sense for me to keep you all in suspense any longer, the red-haired referee announced. Join me in welcoming to the stage the battle-thirsty warrior Mage, the ones who have honed their battle techniques to a much higher level, the goody two-shoes maniacs. Welcome the Battle Mage Academy team, he announced as he gestured towards the right side of the arena. With that, the enormous entrance door swung open, and the Battle Mage Academy team emerged, clad in their spirit equipment and armed with weapons. Just watching them move, the crowd could feel their fighting spirit radiating, and covering the right side of the massive battle ring, the fans of the Battle Mage Academy began singing in unison. They broke into their academy's official battle song, and seeing such high morale from the fans, Vincent raised his hands in the air, waving to them as the rest of the team placed their right hands over their chests in salute. It was a special moment for them. The Battle Mage Academy had come this far, and they wanted to express their gratitude to their fans for standing by them all the way. As the battle chants concluded, the team raised their hands toward the sky, sending a spark of magic into the air that formed the image of two hands crossing each other in an X symbol, the logo of the Battle Mage Academy. The well-orchestrated display amazed even the VIP members, who exchanged comments among themselves. "It seems your academy has invested a lot to promote its image this time around," said the patriarch of the Bloodline Academy to the representative of the Battle Mage Academy, stroking his white beard thoughtfully. "Of course, we learned a lot from last year. Having a better opening can significantly boost team morale, so why not spend a little cash here and there to showcase the prestige of our academy?" The representative of the Battle Mage Academy, looking somewhat frail, added with a proud smile. "Well, let's see whose preparations are sufficient," the Bloodline Academy dean said with a wild smile, seemingly unfazed by the old man from the Battle Mage Academy. He was initially shocked because this man was a smooth talker. Every mage he had encountered from the Battle Mage Academy had been a battle maniac, unwilling to exchange words with him. And those who did often lost badly, but this old man had managed to conclude the discussion with a single sentence, silencing him and preventing any possibility for a comeback or exploit. That's why he had left the decision open to see who had prepared the better crowd celebrations. Once the Battle Mage Academy fans had finally settled down, the red-haired referee once again began his introductions, this time pointing towards the left side of the arena. "Welcome to the battle ring, the mysterious, the ancient, the ones who carry legacies from the past, the Bloodline Academy Mage team," the referee declared. As soon as he finished, the entrance door on the left creaked open slowly, and smoke billowed out of the tunnel, which the crowd eagerly watched for the Bloodline Academy team to emerge. Thump! A loud thumping sound echoed as the fans of the Bloodline Academy clenched their right fists and slammed them against their chests in unison. This rhythmic pounding created a sound like a powerful heartbeat that reverberated throughout the entire Royal Grand Arena. These fervent fans infused their mana into their fists, synchronizing the beating of their hearts. If it had been just one mage, such a movement wouldn't have captured much attention, but with over 5,000 fans participating, it created an electrifying rhythm as someone finally emerged from the gray smoke that filled the tunnel. Dragov. The crowd erupted in cheers when the first mage stepped out. It was none other than Dragov Dragomir, however. That wasn't the most surprising thing. He walked bare-chested, dragging behind him his massive greatsword, which was wide as half an average door. His eyes held a certain glint underneath his long hair, and those who knew him could tell he was incredibly excited. Few things could stir such excitement in Dragov, but everyone was certain that at this very moment, his excitement had to do with the captain of the Battle Mage Academy. Vincent Whitefang had always been publicly acknowledged as the mage closest to Dragov in strength, though they had never clashed before. But most people believed there was no doubt that there was some truth to the theory. These rumors had clearly reached Dragov, making him feel that Vincent was his only rival on the Intruder Academy competition. In fact, that's why he seemed uninterested in the other Great 8 Academy captains. However, an irregular mage named Alec had piqued his interest as well along the way, and after both Alec and Vincent managed to withstand his aura yesterday, Dragov was eager to face them both. But for now, though, he would have to settle for Vincent. As Dragov appeared, the rest of the Bloodline Academy emerged from the mist, one by one all clad in their academy uniforms. Fans of the Bloodline Academy cast magical sparks into the air, creating an image of their current team in a striking display. "Finally, it's our turn," Damien said, looking toward Vlad on the other side with anticipation. "I think you know very well that we won't be the main determiners of this battle, but come and show me what you're truly made of," Vlad replied with a faint smile. Although he might not possess the devilish handsomeness of Damien, but he had his own rugged charm that made him appealing in a different way. "Begin," the red-haired referee announced, then vanished in a puff of black smoke as both teams rushed toward each other, shouting at the top of their lungs. With the referee signaling the beginning of the match, both teams skipped any mind games or elaborate tactics. Their sole aim was to clash head-on and eliminate their opponents on the opposite side. Dragov's white hair swayed as he charged forward, his intentions as clear as day. All he wanted to do was engage Vincent Whitefang, who was on the opposite side head-on. Seeing this, Vincent swiftly unsheathed his long sword, with iron chains curling all the way to his left elbow, and the ending of the chain in his palm was connected to a kunai. Watching Vincent summon his weapons, Vladimir knew he was fully prepared to confront Dragov, but he wasn't keen on letting that happen just yet. He turned to his three other main team members. Though it was merely a brief exchange of glances, the mages seemed to understand his intentions and quickly cast spells to boost their agility, swiftly matching Vincent's speed. As his three main teammates caught up with him, Vincent's expression shifted. He could have surpassed them by casting the same spell, but instead, he turned to Vladimir. "It's not yet time for you to face him. Use this opportunity to eliminate anyone who can assist him. We'll handle Dragov for now," Vladimir instructed. Although Vincent didn't fully agree with his vice-captain's tactics, he had always trusted Vlad's judgment. Knowing that Vladimir had continually looked out for him, Vincent figured there must be a reason for targeting the main members of the Bloodline Academy first. So he turned midway towards Dragov and redirected himself toward those three main members of the Bloodline Academy team, who were now free since his own teammates who were meant to clash with them were now keeping Dragov occupied. "You dare run from me," Dragov shouted as he noticed the shift in the Battle Mage Academy's lineup. As he swung his sword with one hand, showcasing his incredible strength, by effortlessly manipulating such a heavy two-hand weapon with just one hand. As soon as Dragov made his move, the three mages from the Battle Mage team advancing toward him brandished their weapons in unison, positioning themselves to defend against his strike. Dragov determined to advance toward Vincent again, but this time he found himself surrounded once again as the three mages formed a tight battle formation around him, which forced him to fight against them. Meanwhile, while Dragov was occupied, Vincent redirected his attention to Carmilla, Connor, and Kira. "Sorry, Kira," he called to his cousin as he dashed toward her, planning to eliminate her with minimal effort. Both Kira and Vincent utilized their footwork as their weapons clashed. Vincent's sword met her daggers in a sharp collision. However, Kira could not match Vincent's level of weapon mastery and began to falter. Just when she felt she was reaching her limit, she tapped into her bloodline and called upon its power. The moment Vincent saw the fur starting to appear, he moved in closer, causing Kira's eyes to widen in fear. With a swift motion, Vincent struck her head with the hilt of his sword, producing a small bang as he knocked her unconscious. He was about to slit her throat with his kunai, knowing that the light would descend and take her away after such fatal attack. However, before his left hand could complete the action, an incredibly strong force pulled him back, reminding him that there were still two free members of the Bloodline Academy. Vincent had targeted Kira first for two reasons. One, she was the weakest, and the second was because she was his cousin. This was the main reason he had knocked her unconscious, as he didn't want her to suffer when he eliminated her. But his plan was thwarted when Carmilla used her hair manipulation to drag him back. Seeing one of Vincent's hands restrained, Connor seized the opportunity to strike, as he lunged through the air, transforming into his werewolf form and swung his claws at Vincent. However, they had made a slight miscalculation. While Vincent might have been lenient with a family member, he had no reservations about unleashing his full strength against others. He wielded his sword with skill, as his blade was engulfed in scorching red flames as he parried Connor's attack. Using the momentum, he allowed himself to be pushed back, positioning himself closer to Carmilla. Without warning, he swung his sword backwards towards her in a horizontal manner, aiming to decapitate her and free himself from the constraints of her hair. Mid-tier strike, Eclipse Blade. As he swung the sword, it seemed to absorb the surrounding light, sending a swift blade of energy toward Carmilla's neck. Startled by Vincent's decisive move, she realized that to survive, she had to release her hold on him. She swiftly summoned the full power of her hair, relinquishing her restraint on his left hand to create a tall barrier constructed with her hair. The sword light cleaved through the hardened hair with ease, but fortunately for Carmilla, most of the energy was expended in the process. Her hair also returned to its normal length as she too had expended the energy she had saved in it just to save herself, leaving her desperate as she realized she could no longer use it to attack. The brief distraction allowed Connor enough time to deliver a kick to Vincent's stomach, producing a loud impact. However, Connor felt his leg hadn't connected as expected. Vincent hadn't been knocked back, let alone sent flying. Instead, Connor's leg had struck a solid surface rather than the soft flesh of a stomach. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Vincent had subtly raised his right leg at the last moment, absorbing the impact and preventing any serious damage. Connor wasn't ready to miss such an opportunity, as he sensed Vincent being pushed back from his previous attack, indicating that he had more strength than Vincent. Seizing the moment, Connor closed in and swung his hand, aiming to claw at Vincent's neck. "One strike, just one strike," Connor muttered, however. As he entered Vincent's attack range, he noticed something unusual. Vincent's body moved at such high speed that he seemed almost ghost-like. With his incredible speed, Vincent was able to tilt his body to the left, causing Connor's attack to slide past him. Although Connor's movements might have been stiff and couldn't match Vincent, but his eyes were locked on Vincent's body as he moved beyond his reach. Suddenly, a feeling of danger washed over him. Puchai, a sharp pain surged through Connor as he realized that while his focus had been on Vincent, Vincent had deftly moved his left hand. He had wielded the kunai in reverse with his left hand, piercing it straight into Connor's neck and slowly sliding the small weapon in, all while maintaining eye contact with Connor. Connor watched as Vincent slit his throat while maintaining eye contact with him. Vincent made it feel as if killing him were the most normal thing in the world. As Vincent forcefully yanked out the kunai, blood gushed from Connor's neck. Carmilla could see how difficult it was for Connor to even form a sentence as he choked on his breath. Vincent just stood beside him as a white light shone down and retracted Connor's transformed body away. With Connor out of the picture, Vincent's next targets were Carmilla and Kira, who is still down cold unconscious. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Dragov had already eliminated two of the mages meant to hold him off despite the battle formation they had employed. Such actions pained Vincent, as he had believed in them and their formation, but it seems it was too much for them to go against one of the most talented bloodline mage of their generation. Vincent cleared his mind of these thoughts as he decided to focus on his own mission, which seemed to be the most crucial task at the moment, because if he failed to eliminate Carmilla and the unconscious Kira before Dragov finished with his teammates, he risked facing significant problems. With these pressing matters at hand, Vincent wasn't interested in wasting time dealing with Carmilla. He dashed toward her again, letting the chain that hooked to the kunai on his left hand drop slightly before spinning it rapidly. Seeing that she was the next target, Carmilla began making hand signs to cast her next spell. As dark magical runes appeared on her hands, she is determined not to go down easily, despite Vincent's superior strength. Mid-tier spell Shadow Entanglement. Carmilla cast her spell and her shadow detached from her, moving toward Vincent as he charged forward. Vincent noticed this and leaped into the air, realizing the shadow had nearly reached him. However, as he jumped, he felt his body freeze in mid-air. As if caught in a time-pause spell from the corner of his eye, he saw his shadow wrapped in what appeared to be shadow chains. Curse all these mysterious spells, Vincent thought. He had assumed that the shadow was meant to bind him directly, but he hadn't realized that Carmilla's shadow didn't need to make physical contact with him to be activated. Instead, it only needed to approach his shadow, before it transforming into a series of shadow chains that ensnared his shadow in a tight bind, effectively immobilizing Vincent regardless of his actions. As he looked at Carmilla, he noticed the strain it took for her to maintain this hold, so he became more determined to break free, as he began channeling his mana to its fullest extent. Gradually, he felt himself regaining control over certain parts of his body, albeit slowly. Unlike other mages who used their weapons to augment spells, like when Alec casts the flaming slashes which makes the spell power enhanced due to his weapon, Vincent was different. He uses his elemental power to boost his weapons. Since the fight began, he hadn't needed to expend much mana, as his opponents hadn't required him to channel his full power. But now, pressed for time, he no longer cared about conserving his energy. Now, Carmilla shouted, reminding Vincent of the threat he had overlooked. Kira had regained consciousness and attempted to stab him in the back. However, the dagger was halted by a strange bluish aura that enveloped Vincent's body after he had channeled his mana. Even the shadow shackles binding his shadow shattered, and Carmilla's shadow retracted back to her. As this happened, Carmilla coughed up blood and fell to one knee, weakened by the backlash from her spell. The backlash of the spell when it fails to bind an opponent was one of the main reasons it was rarely used by mages and classified as forbidden. However, Carmilla had access to such spells, and when pushed to her limits, she felt compelled to cast it to buy herself a little time. Though she was aware they couldn't defeat Vincent Whitefang, she was determined to land at least one fatal strike on him to help Dragov win easily. That was part of the Bloodline Academy's initial plan. With nothing holding him back, Vincent moved freely once more. When he turned to meet Kira's eyes, the softness he had initially shown at the beginning was completely gone. All Kira could see was the deep, cold resolve in his gaze as he plunged his sword into her chest, causing the return light to rain down and envelop her body. If you ever want to attack me, do it from the front. A family member who resorts to a sneak attack deserves no sympathy from me, Vincent muttered coldly as he turned toward Carmilla. He cracked his neck with his right hand, holding his sword lightly, while his left hand resumed its rapid spinning motion. Carmilla had no more tricks left to use from a distance that would make Vincent break a sweat. Realizing that she decided to close the gap, as she dashed forward, she summoned two swords from her space ring. Dual-wielding the two short swords, she aimed to pierce Vincent. but he skillfully sidestepped her advance, using the spinning kunai to deflect her every attacks with minimal movement. Mid-bloodline spell Blood Cannon. Carmilla cast another spell, her entire right hand enveloped in a pulsating red aura as she raised it, hoping to blast Vincent away. But in the next instant, she saw Vincent's left hand move faster than ever before. With a swift motion, he swung his chained kunai at her hand. In that instant, she saw her right hand, still pulsating with blood aura, floating in mid-air. She was bewildered by how quickly he had moved. Though he had severed her hand, the pain had yet to register in her mind. Mid-tier strike Eclipse Blade. Before she could fully process what was happening, Vincent made his move, seemingly disappearing and reappearing a few meters away from her. His blade remained outstretched as if he had just cut through something. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Carmilla's head fell to the ground, her expression frozen in surprise. Bang! A loud explosion erupted as Carmilla's right hand, which is charged with energy from her last casting, finally touched the ground, obliterating her body. The white light descended once more to collect her remains. With all 3 mages eliminated, Vincent took a moment to survey the battlefield. Of the 22 mages who had entered the ring, only 5 remained, 3 of whom were from the Battle Mage Academy. However, seeing the condition of the 3rd mage, Vincent dismissed any thoughts of him contributing to the ending fight. He was the last mage from the trio that had faced Dragov. Vincent watched as the mage's head was crushed before the white light descended to take his body as well. Meanwhile, Vladimir and Damien continued exchanging blows on the other side. Vincent was certain that Vladimir and Damien were responsible for the deaths of the remaining mages. It seemed that Damien had adjusted his tactics upon realizing Vincent's strategy. Vladimir had aimed for only one goal, and that was the swift elimination of the opposing team's members to advance to push the final fight much faster. The final fight as in when both the captains of each team would face off with the surviving mages supporting him. However, with Damien mirroring Vlad's moves, they effectively canceled each other out, and despite this strategy having the fastest elimination rate, they were the only survivors of it, 2 vice-captains and 2 captains. It was indeed the final showdown. Bang! Damien caused a blood burst from the massive blood pool levitating above him, forcing Vladimir to somersault backward to avoid the explosion's range. This maneuver brought him level with Vincent. They stared at each other and they exchanged a nod, understanding each other's intentions even without the need of words. Damien also now stood beside Dragov, who had embedded his massive sword into the ground as he cracked his neck. Good plan, I must say, but the warm-up is over. Let's do this. No, it's not like we have all day, do we? Dragov said, gripping the hilt of his weapon with his left hand. A smile graced his lips as he swept his right hand back to push his long white hair away from his face, revealing his gleaming eyes. Yes, let's settle this once and for all, Vincent replied, spreading his arms wide. The blade in his right hand blazed with flames, while the chained kunai he let drop near the ground seemed to be enveloped in a swirling wind energy. Seeing their captains preparing to clash, both Vladimir and Damien took their stances. As Damien summoned different weapons from the blood pool levitating above him, while Vladimir conjured 2 crossbows, with a long sword hanging at his waist. At that moment, the entire crowd erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the 4 of them dashing toward each other to initiate the final rounds of the match. Hi, once again, it's your lazy creator here. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has supported me thus far, every fan, every gift, every comment. It has truly been a wonderful journey for me, because when I started this book, I often said it was just for fun. I never imagined it would reach this level. I just want to express my appreciation to all of you and hope to continue making this journey an addictive one for everyone despite how slow my update might be. Please continue to enjoy my book. Until next time, Mystic Dark signing out. Alec was now watching the battle with increased interest. He hadn't expected the strategies employed to push the fight to the final confrontation so quickly, and because of this he couldn't help but applaud Vladimir's strategy, as he was the one who came up with the strategy in the first place. However, the only problem was that he was up against another genius who was quick to adapt. Alec felt that, at this moment, Dragov might be surrounded by at least 4 or 5 mages from the Battle Mage Academy, who were still capable of fighting if Damien had not been able to adapt to the strategy. But more than anything, he was eager for the match to conclude, as he now had all the materials he needed to create his own Tier 5 spirit equipment set, and not only that, his blood Changdao had upgraded, and the last notification he received indicated that one of the weapon's seals would be unlocked. He hadn't had the chance to see its new status yet, which was why he was eager to return to his quarters, as only there could he experiment to his heart's content, so he was really happy for swift elimination of the whole team, leaving only the main players remaining. Damien and Vladimir dashed towards a far distance, leaving the whole center to the captains, with Vladimir shooting mana arrows at Damien from his crossbow, who protected himself with a round blood shield and countered with blood arrows of his own. With each attack he launched, Damien was losing a portion of the blood he had accumulated, and the blood pool above his head was steadily thinning. Now that both vice-captains were out of range, there was finally enough space for the two captains to engage in combat. Dragov swung his massive sword forward. Witnessing such raw power from Dragov, Vincent chose to push off the ground and retreat, unwilling to get caught in a battle of strength with him. Seeing Vincent evade his attack with such ease didn't discourage Dragov. Instead, he dashed forward, leaving his sword embedded deep in the ground after his last strike. Dragov was no fool. He knew that, despite his considerable physical strength, it would be futile if he couldn't land a hit on Vincent. He also recognized that wielding such a great sword would compromise his speed. Due to his great speed, Dragov hadn't considered his reduced agility a problem in fights before, as no mage could easily evade him. However, facing a mage like Vincent who was equally skilled forced him to rethink this approach, which is why he lunged at Vincent who was retreating, Dragov's right hand drawback. His fist tightened as chi-like energy converged on his hand, gradually taking the shape of a massive dragon's claw. The dragon's hand, materialized from the energy, mirrored Dragov's posture as he launched his punch toward Vincent's midsection. Vincent raised his sword in front of him, supported by his left hand. Bang! A loud sonic boom erupted as Dragov's punch connected with Vincent's weapon. The impact sent Vincent flying, generating visible sound waves as he crashed through the battlefield. Despite the force of the strike, Vincent managed to land on his feet. I have to say, I wasn't expecting that. I thought you were just a weapon fighter. You could have told me we were going to brawl, Vincent remarked, raising his gaze only to see Dragov hovering above him, while another fist came hurtling toward him, with a wild smile on Dragov's face. Not again, Vincent thought as he deftly maneuvered his body, employing his footwork technique to its fullest potential. With impressive speed, he evaded Dragov's punch and countered by slamming his left fist into Dragov's face from the side. The impact sent Dragov flying back several meters before he managed to regain his footing by digging his legs into the ground as he refused to let his back touch the ground. He touched the spot where Vincent had struck him, adjusting his jaw back into place. As Dragov looked at Vincent, he noticed that Vincent's left fist was wrapped in iron chains that appeared to be enchanted. Still, he couldn't believe that this alone could make Vincent so powerful that it caused him such pain. Dragov had tried to follow Vincent's movements, and at the last moment he attempted to catch Vincent's punch with his own left hand. However, in the final moment Vincent's hand moved like a flicker, slipping past Dragov's palm and landing squarely on his face. Such humiliation was something he couldn't accept. The crowd, having just witnessed such high intensity between both mages, erupted into cheers, chanting the name of the captain they supported. Before their eyes, both mages vanished again, their bodies transforming into streaks of light that clashed across the arena. The crowd was in awe once more, as each collision of light was accompanied by a loud bang, and whenever it happened close to the ground, the surrounding area was left in ruins. "How is it? Do you feel threatened by their strength?" Selene asked, facing Alec with a smirk. Alec, who was seated beside her, shook his head with a faint smile. "I have to admit, they're both very strong. If you had asked me this question a few days ago, I would have said I had a 75% chance of winning against them, and this is when considering their hidden moves they have yet to show," Alec replied, pausing mid-sentence without elaborating further. Everyone in the third VIP section were all experts and had heard Selene's question since she wasn't trying to shield the conversation with any mental defense, and this made them keen to hear Alec's response to the question. "Don't keep me in suspense, you naughty boy. What are your chances now of defeating either of them?" Selene pressed. Though others in the room, especially the mages of the Onyx Academy, were eager to ask Alec this question, but they refrained since it was a private discussion. So when Selene asked, they all turned their attention once again to Alec, who appeared quite relaxed while watching the exchange of blows below. "Honestly, if either of them were to face me now, I'd say I have a 99% chance of defeating them. I say this out of respect for their abilities," Alec stated, but his words were met with scoffs and snorts from those who overheard him. What surprised Alec the most was that even the two instructors joined in this behavior. While he could understand why the mages and representatives of the Onyx Academy would act that way, he hadn't expected the two instructors to side with another academy against one of their own so openly, considering they already have a strained relationship with the team. "Let's see how you intend to win against either of them," said the instructor responsible for their finances. Arthur, sitting on Alec's left side, clenched his fists, ready to retort. However, Alec raised his hand and shot him a look that halted both Arthur and the rest of the team, who were prepared to defend him. Although he no longer respected any of the instructors, but he didn't want his teammates to disregard their rank and engage in a verbal fight over something trivial in public, tarnishing the War God Academy name to him. The instructor's comment held no weight. Actually, a few days ago, he had truly been prepared to fight to the bitter end against anyone he might meet. but after his fortunate gains from his recent expedition into the Beast Forest, he was entirely confident in his victory against any captain. Because not only had Titan reached the Tier 6 realm, but he also now possessed the materials he needed to create a new spirit equipment set that would elevate his strength to match or potentially exceed that of the two captains. He hadn't even checked the changes to his Chandao yet. For the first time in a long while, everything seemed to be going his way, and he wasn't going to let a couple of instructors he held in low regard spoil his good mood. The fight between Dragov and Vincent might have appeared evenly matched, but those who could truly decipher the speed at which both mages were exhibiting were able to see every minute detail of the battle. After a few rounds of rapid exchanges without gaining the upper hand, Dragov grew weary of entangling with Vincent, who clearly seemed to excel in hand-to-hand combat. Although Dragov knew that hand-to-hand combat wasn't his true specialty, but he realized Vincent was superior to him in making split-second decisions when it came to throwing punches at such fast intensity. Seizing the opportunity, Dragov dashed backward, breaking the cycle of high-speed combat they had been locked in. While Dragov worried about taking hits from Vincent, Vincent faced his own challenges. He had managed to land a couple of hits on Dragov during their exchanges in the arena, but none had resulted in critical injuries. Though Dragov did not have the bulky physique typical of most Dragonmere clansmen, but his defense was just as remarkably strong, and despite being bare-chested, he absorbed every blow without sustaining any injuries. In contrast, Vincent felt his hands growing numb, and he sensed his internal organs churning every time he failed to evade one of Dragov's punches. Fuck all this. Bloodline transformation first stage. For the first time in the competition, Dragov decided to use his bloodline powers actively instead of relying on them passively. The moment he activated the first stage of his bloodline ability, Azure Dragon scales enveloped his hands, legs, and chest, appearing more like a spirit equipment set than a mere bloodline transformation. The scales that covered his chest, extending from his neck to his waist, formed a dragon-like armor, while those on his arms became gauntlets with long claws. The dragon boots completed his formidable new appearance. As all of this unfolded, Dragov's body blazed with a larger blue flame and his aura pressure intensified. While he hadn't yet reached the Tier 6 Mage realm, he was still significantly stronger than he was just moments ago. With his transformation complete, Dragov made his move, disappearing from the view of the audience. Like teleportation, he appeared before Vincent, stretching his open right hand toward Vincent's head. Seeing such a straightforward attack, Vincent felt insulted, believing he was being looked down upon. This new change in power level was reinforced by Dragov's transformation, which had dramatically boosted his speed, surpassing what he had displayed a few seconds ago. However, this transformation was not limited to speed alone. Alec, who is watching from a higher vantage point, recognized from his experience with spirit equipment, sets that this first stage transformation likely provided significant stat bonuses like spirit equipment sets did, possibly even more than a standard Tier 5 spirit equipment. He suspected that the boots were enhancing Dragov's speed, while the gauntlets were adding to his strength, suggesting that the armor contributed either to his mana or endurance, or in most cases, both. Witnessing yet another hidden power of Dragov only fueled Alec's determination to craft his own spirit equipment set as soon as he got back. Though Dragov's hand appeared to move slowly to any ordinary mage in the grand arena, but to Vincent, who is the target, felt as if his movements had been restricted. He could only advance to meet the attack and found himself unable to retreat. It seemed as though this action was governed by an implementation of law, albeit at an amateur level. Such an ability should never have been displayed by a Tier 5 mage, but since Dragov possessed a bloodline that might have attained some degree of law manipulation, Vincent realized that only a subtle part of the intent was restraining him. Realizing he couldn't move backward and could only advance, Vincent braced himself and dashed forward. Once he was within a considerable distance of Dragov, he channeled most of his mana into his left hand, causing the chains wrapped around it to glow, as well as his hand, which sparkled with an ethereal bluish light. He then slapped Dragov's hand away and quickly followed through with a jab from his right hand. Although being so close to Dragov wasn't ideal, but he had no choice but to give it his all under the circumstances. Just as Vincent was about to connect with his jab, Dragov's left hand clamped down on his fist, an excited smile spreading across his face. "You already did that before, buddy. Show me something new. There's no way I'm falling for this trick again, and I don't like my jaw being dislocated so frequently." With that, Dragov delivered a headbutt to Vincent, leaving him dazed. He followed up with a punch straight to Vincent's gut, lifting him into the air. Before Vincent could hit the ground, Dragov grabbed his head and began slamming his body from side to side. Each impact echoed loudly, and the fans of the Battle Mage Academy fell silent, their hands clenched into fists, tears welling in their eyes as they watched Dragov treat their captain like a piece of unwanted cloth. Once satisfied, Dragov hurled Vincent's body toward the nearest wall. As Vincent's back slammed into the arena wall, causing a crack, and the light shield that protected the crowd simmered instantly, a testament to the force of the impact. Vincent's body was completely embedded in the wall, covered in bleeding injuries, and his face looked pale. At that moment, everyone believed the match was nearly over. Dragov approached his massive weapon, gripping the hilt and slowly dragging it toward the wall where Vincent lay. With each second the sword scraped against the ground, the fans of the Battle Mage Academy felt a tightening in their chests, as if someone were gripping their hearts. But something unusual happened. Vincent, who should have lost consciousness, suddenly stretched out his right hand despite still being embedded in the wall. His sword, which he had left somewhere in the middle of the battlefield, began to vibrate intensely before launching itself through the air. It was as if it had been uprooted by an unknown force. The moment the sword entered Vincent's grasp, his eyes shot open, revealing a chilling coldness that he had never displayed before. Flashes of runic tattoos started to appear on his body, and parts of a spirit equipment set began to gather around him at an astonishing speed. In just 5 seconds, Vincent transformed from wearing light armor to being adorned in a striking white armor with red-hued patterns on various sections as he came off the wall, causing debris to fall. He spread his arms wide, revealing his blazing sword in his right hand and a chained kunai in his left. "Oh, round 2, huh?" Dragov questioned, but Vincent had no reply, only responding by whipping his kunai toward Dragov's location while simultaneously casting a spell. Mid-tier spell combination Fire Storm. The moment Vincent casted the spell, the entire audience watched as the wind in the air around him began to swirl as they were being drawn into a chaotic tornado fueled by the mana he had unleashed, transforming into a massive and wild vortex. But Vincent wasn't finished since he had executed a combination spell rather than a standard one. He sheathed his sword and performed a series of intricate hand signs like a shinobi before expelling flames from his mouth toward the tornado's core. Instead of clashing violently, the two different elements fused together, creating an even more potent spell that surged toward Dragov with increasing speed. But Dragov still remained composed in the face of the oncoming attack. As he inhaled sharply gathering energy, to the untrained eyes, it appeared as though he was simply breathing in the wind. However, the experts seated in the first and second VIP sections recognized that he was absorbing the mana in the air to enhance a spell he was about to cast. Mid-bloodline spell, Dragon Breath. After reaching his limit in his current form, Dragov tilted his head back and released the breath he had been holding, unleashing an azure flame in a cone shape towards the flaming tornado. The audience fell silent, their eyes glued to the converging attacks. Bang. A deafening explosion reverberated through the stadium, causing it to vibrate violently. The light shield flickered again, threatening to crack, and like that, the red-haired referee who had previously disappeared as the match began appeared above the shield, holding a dark-looking cane. With a small smile, he tapped his cane against the shield, reinforcing it and astonishing the crowd with his display of power. In an instant, another shield appeared above the first one, fortifying the defense of the audience. The explosion momentarily obscured the view of the audience, but soon they spotted a figure flying out of the smoke, which they all later identified as Dragov due to his dragon-like equipment. Not long after, Vincent emerged from the haze as well, positioning his knee to strike Dragov's midsection. But Dragov was quick to defend himself, raising both hands to shield against Vincent's knee strike. An echoed boom sounded as Vincent's attack was halted. Deterred, Vincent withdrew his leg and launched a flurry of strikes with his right leg, landing 3 consecutive blows to different parts of Dragov's body. The first aimed at Dragov's lower knee, forcing him to raise his leg in response. The second attack was aimed at Dragov's waist, but it was swiftly blocked by a strike from his right palm. The final strike targeted his neck, forcing him to raise his left hand in defense. However, the impact sent him sliding sideways due to his unsteady stance. It didn't take long for Dragov to regain control as he put pressure on his leg, stopping his slide. Mid-tier spell Flame Blast. Dragov had barely regained his balance when another attack came his way. He quickly clapped his hands together, generating a massive wind wave that collided with the incoming fireball. "I can just create more of those," a voice called out. Dragov looked up to see Vincent levitating above him, his right hand raised, with multiple flaming balls identical to the one he just destroyed hovering around Vincent. "Are you excited yet?" Vincent taunted as Dragov realized he had not just being outmatched in speed this time. He had tried to compete on equal footing, but it seemed futile. He couldn't afford to hold back any longer if he wanted to survive. Despite Dragov's remarkable talent and powerful bloodline, Vincent's combat prowess and strategic foresight gave him the upper hand. And after equipping his spirit armor set that brought him a little closer to the power boost Dragov received from his first transformation, Vincent had swiftly regained control of the fight with his graft battle sense. As Dragov pondered his next move, Vincent's words snapped him back to reality. Fall. Hearing those words, Dragov finally let go of all restriction as he unleashed another bloodline seal inside him. Bloodline transformation second form. That was the last sound they heard before the multiple fireballs collided with Dragov, resulting in another explosion that echoed throughout the stadium, leaving a ringing sensation in the air. The audience, along with the two vice captains in the distance and Vincent, who was levitating above, all watched intently where the massive fireballs had detonated, anxiously awaiting to see Dragov's condition. They were certain he had survived because if he had succumbed to the explosion, the white light would have descended to remove him from the arena. The absence of the white light indicated he was still alive. Where the hell are you looking? Vincent was caught off guard as he heard Dragov's voice from behind him while he was still looking down. Without turning to confirm whether it was truly Dragov or not, he swung his sword backward. However, before his hand could go any further, a vice-like grip clamped down on his wrist. Vincent turned to face Dragov, only to receive a powerful punch to the face that nearly knocked him out. It felt as if he had been struck by a massive tree branch. Mid-tier spell air distortion. Dragov cast another high-level wind elemental spell, as his left hand became enveloped with an unstable aura. With tremendous force, he slammed Vincent down, sending his body crashing into the grand arena floor. Boom! Vincent was completely slammed back into the ground from the air by that one punch. The crowd turned their gazes towards Dragov, who was hovering in the air, and they quickly realized that much had changed about him. Unlike the first form of his transformation, which had made him appear as if he wore dragon-made equipment, the second form transformed him into what looked like a complete demi-human. His body was entirely covered in dragon scales, with the only gaps being the little cracks in the scales that looked more like rune drawings, and two small dragon horns protruded from his forehead. Though they were minimal, they were unmistakably present. And that wasn't the only change. Dragov now also had a tail. As Alec observed him, he felt that Dragov's second form closely resembled his own drake form to some extent, though there were several distinct differences, such as Dragov's two tiny dragon horns and the spikes on Alec's back. Vincent pushed off the ground, causing Alec to refocus on the match, but Vincent was sent back down faster than he had risen. This time, Dragov descended as well, grabbing Vincent by the head and repeatedly slamming it into the ground until the white light appeared above and shot down to take Vincent away. All of this happened in just a few seconds, leaving the audience in shock at how easily Vincent had lost, and them asking how Dragov seems to have teleported to behind Vincent. Even the Bloodline Academy supporters momentarily forgot to cheer for their captain. In that moment, Dragov emanated a primal aura, and it was clear to those trying to read him with their mental powers that his aura had settled firmly in the low tier 6 realm following his second form transformation. Although they were unaware of how Dragov had escaped the bombardment that seemed to be Vincent's last significant attack, but they began to realize that the Bloodline Academy would likely face the War God Mage Academy in the finals. Even Vladimir, who was still engaged in battle with Damien, stopped when he realized his captain had lost. In a decisive move, he stabbed his sword into his own chest without remorse. This shocking act left many stunned, even though they knew he wouldn't actually die from such an attack, but this just shows Vladimir had made peace with the outcome of his captain losing. As the last member of the Battle Mage Academy was recalled from the battlefield, the voice of the referee echoed around the grand arena once more. And we have our winner, the second participants of the Intruder Academy competition finals, the Bloodline Academy. The red-haired referee shouted, and the fans of the Bloodline Academy erupted into cheers again as Dragov's transformed state swiftly returned to normal. The match between the Bloodline Academy and the Battle Mage Academy was undeniably interesting and intense, but for some, it didn't end the way they had hoped or predicted. Agnes from the War God Academy team was still struggling to analyze Dragov's second transformation form after the responsibility of collecting information on the teams they were meant to face fell onto her, all because their coordinator wasn't particularly invested in doing her job. Even after watching the match's final moments, Agnes felt it was too brief to draw any meaningful conclusions about Dragov's last form. It was clear that he couldn't overpower Vincent when they were at the same power level. Vincent's weapon mastery and combat experience taught Dragov that strength alone wasn't everything. Recognizing that he might actually lose if he continued to fight on even ground, Dragov had then transformed into his second form, which propelled him into the Tier 6 Mage realm and allowed him to decisively overpower Vincent. This echoed the notion among mages that, in the face of absolute power, all other skills become meaningless. With Dragov gaining a significant level advantage that Vincent could not match, the latter could only wait for his elimination. Many fans of the Battle Mage Academy felt disheartened by the loss, engaging in heated debates in pubs, and when they encountered fans of the Bloodline Academy, They argued that Vincent could have defeated Dragov, and the only reason Dragov won was because of his incredible bloodline. Despite their protests, the fans of the Bloodline Academy simply laughed at their arguments, labeling them as sore losers who couldn't accept that their captain had been defeated in mere seconds after Dragov transformed into his second state. In truth, the critics were not entirely wrong. The bloodline that they dismissed as an advantage was, in fact, a core part of Dragov's abilities, something he owed to no one. It was his own power. They were just trying to overlook the fact that he was a bloodline mage, and not a regular spellcasting mage, all in the name of justifying their debate. Aside from that, if Dragov hadn't been so intent on having fun, the fight would have been over before it even began. Had he transformed into his second form at the start of the match, the entire Battle Mage Academy team would have been helpless against his power, but that was all in the past now. "You did well," the coordinator of the Bloodline Academy exclaimed as Dragov walked into their quarters with the rest of the team. This caused Dragov to lift his head. His calm and gentle expression contrasted sharply with what he had shown just moments earlier. "You don't need to sugarcoat it. I know my flaws better than anyone. I'm still lacking a proper combat style. As long as I can't master one, every time I encounter another genius at my level, I'll have to rely on my bloodline to overpower them." Dragov smiled weakly as he spoke. "That can't be considered doing well," he added. "Even when you say that, you don't believe it yourself. You might fool others, but I see through your intentions. The reason you seek out strong and talented mages to fight like a maniac is that you're honing your skills," the coordinator replied. "With each fight, your control of mana and mastery of your weapon grow slowly, and now you are undoubtedly stronger than the arrogant genius version of you, who entered the academy believing he could reach the peak solely through the strength of his bloodline. I know you'll soon master your own combat style, one that's exclusive to you, and when that happens, displays like this one will never happen again. You may even become invincible. And with your bloodline added into the mix, I wouldn't be surprised if you started challenging those in higher realms," the coordinator continued, as Dragov chuckled lightly before dragging himself and his great sword to the training room. A few encouraging words from his coordinator weren't the only motivation for him to resume honing his swordsmanship. The spark of inspiration he had felt while fighting Vincent played a significant role as well. Seeing how Vincent attacked and moved had sparked some ideas in Dragov about how he could develop his own skills, and he was eager to capitalize on that moment rather than wait any longer. Meanwhile, at the War God Academy team quarters, Alec quickly dove straight into his room as soon as they entered, ignoring the new dean's attempt to discuss matters with him. The sight of Alec slamming his door shut after inscribing a "Do Not Disturb" sign with mana made the new dean feel as if Alec was intentionally avoiding him. However, Alec was simply excited to check out his weapon and get started on crafting his new spirit equipment set. In fact, if he had known what the new dean thought of him, he wouldn't have minded the situation, as he wasn't particularly eager to talk to him either. Blood Chandao Divine Weapon Broken 40. First Seal Blood domain able to control every drop of blood that has exited the body nearby to attack, defend, and enhance spells limit, mental stats. A weapon crafted from countless divine metals and soaked in the blood of high-rank vampires for a year. It even ranks among the heavenly divine weapons. Although it may be damaged now, it can drain the blood of enemies it kills to repair itself. Try to repair it quickly. Aren't you eager to unleash the full power of a divine weapon? After Alec finished reading the description of the Blood Chandao, he couldn't help but laugh at the system spirit's comment. He then realized that the first seal of the Blood Chandao resembled a particular ability of Damien, the vice-captain of the Bloodline Academy. Given that one of the materials used to create the Chandao was blood from high-rank vampires, and that Damien's bloodline structure aligned with the vampire lineage, he understood why there were some similarities. Additionally, the weapon appeared sharper as the end of the blade looked as if it had been reforged, slightly curved to provide a better cutting edge. There was a long streak of red that ran through the blade, and Alec felt a faint pulling sensation from that section, as if it would unleash its power when he called upon it. After confirming the sword's evolution, he shifted his focus to the next task at hand, crafting his armor. "Bring them out," Alec commanded, and as he spoke, the void began to crack open, as one of the branches of the primordial tree, which he had left free for such occasions, emerged from the fissured space behind his back. It dragged along with it the body of 5 dead demonic beasts through the rift and widening the opening as they were transported from the amulet world, which seemed to have fused with the space around Alec. Since the amulet world was a separate dimension linked to him, it was understandable that its space could be connected to any environment nearby him as long as he reached out. 3 of the demonic beasts were golden horned drakes, while the remaining 2 clearly were demonic beasts that wield the elements of fire and earth, respectively when they were alive. Alec was trying to craft a new spirit equipment set that would not only enhance his stats, but also elevate his elemental affinities to the next level. However, despite the presence of 5 Tier 5 peak beasts, the materials he needed were still insufficient. He quickly opened the system store and purchased the necessary beast power crystals he needed using the system points he had been saving. He held nothing back, ensuring he went all in to acquire everything he needed. Once he was finished, he also bought a selection of top-grade Tier 5 materials that would prove useful. Alec understood that acquiring a mid-rank spirit equipment set was not as straightforward as when he obtained the red salamander armor set. This realization prompted him to seek assistance from the system spirit some time ago, which in turn helped him identify the necessary components for crafting armor suited to him. It turned out to be quite simple. The system spirit required a certain amount of his system points to perform a compatibility scan. Following this, various spirit equipment sets names appeared, complete with the materials needed for their creation. From the list, Alec selected a particular Tier 5 spirit equipment set that he felt matched him perfectly. The Infernal Mantle set, that was the name of the equipment set Alec had chosen, although there was no image to show how it would look or any detailed explanation of how much it would enhance his stats, but Alec felt an immediate connection to the name the moment he saw it, and he jotted down the materials he needed to craft it, and now that he had everything, he was ready to proceed. He sent his mana toward the materials laid out before him, triggering the system. Ding! Detected materials required for forging a Tier 5 equipment set. Begin forging for 1 million system points YN. The enormous amount he would need to pay nearly choked Alec, but he felt it was worth it and pressed. Why at that moment, another notification appeared, detected a free spirit equipment forging coupon. Price reduced by 25 due to the coupon. 750,000 system points have been deducted. Forging and crafting process will begin soon. The new notifications reminded Alec that he had received a free spirit equipment set as one of the rewards when Titan had last evolved. His only regret was that the coupon was only valid for one piece of equipment. If it had applied to the entire set, he wouldn't have had to pay any amount from the 1 million fee he was charged. Still, he felt pleased about the 25 discount. As the crafting process began, the 4 corners of Alec's room became enveloped by a reinforced mana array. He looked around in awe, as it was the first time he had witnessed such a technique. He had seen others create arrays using brushes or engraved objects before, but this was the first time he observed mana being woven to form arrays. The intricate patterns were so beautiful and ancient-looking that Alec found himself momentarily lost in their mesmerizing design. Alec felt he understood the main reason behind the array arrangement, because even though the room was soundproof, and it seemed that mental energy couldn't breach through, it didn't mean it was impenetrable to the system. Considering that the creation of a Tier 5 equipment would generate a lot of disturbance, it was understandable why the system would take such measures to protect its privacy. After these precautions were put in place, a bright light flashed above the materials Alec had provided. However, unlike previous times, he didn't react or raise his hand to shield his eyes. He had grown accustomed to the ways of the system, and had prepared himself. He had effectively covered his eyes with a small mental energy shield, which helped him withstand the intense white light while his eyes glimmered with a light blue hue. This enabled him to peer through the light and see the outlines of 2 individuals moving around the materials he had supplied. Alec, who believed he wouldn't be surprised by the system's forging process anymore, was taken aback. He never imagined that, despite all his experience, he would witness the system manifesting the images of 2 master craftspeople working in perfect sync. Even though they were both focused on different parts of the equipment, Alec felt an intuitive sense that everything would come together seamlessly. He watched with rapt attention as they diligently carried out their work in his room, as their work equipment were recreated by the system using the system points he had paid. Meanwhile, outside the room, the dean returned, eager to speak with Alec. At that moment, he didn't care whether the War God Academy's little star wanted to be undisturbed. He needed to clarify a few matters. However, as his hand grasped the doorknob, a surge of electricity shocked him, causing his body to tremble. He quickly withdrew his hand, looking at the door in surprise. The new dean's eyes turned a light blue as he attempted to peer into the secrets of the lock, while reinforcing his hand with mana in an effort to open the door again. He felt that the last incident had occurred because he hadn't been careful enough after all. How could he have anticipated that a first-year student would be capable of enchanting his door? When he grabbed the doorknob a second time, the electricity that surged through his hand this time was double the intensity of the first shock, and he was still unable to open the door. This left the dean standing there in an increasingly embarrassing situation, as those watching from the main room must have thought he was hesitating to enter. There was no way they would believe that the dean was unable to open a simple door. Not wanting to make things any more awkward, the dean slowly stepped away, now more surprised and curious about Alec's origins. Meanwhile, Alec, engrossed in the process of creating his new equipment set, was unaware of the scene that just happened outside his room. When the runes had appeared on the walls, he had assumed they were only intended to contain the noise of the forging and crafting within the room. He would never have guessed that they were also designed to prevent anyone from entering. Even if he had known, he would have been delighted by the thoughtful execution of the array, as he won't be able to explain what anyone might see when they came in without exposing the system.